Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. Today is Monday, August 11, 2025. I'm Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., the Chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Happy Monday, and good morning to all present, viewing and listening. Today, the Office of Supervisor of Elections will defend their proposed general fund request of $2.5 million, and Schneider Regional Medical Center will defend their general fund request of $31,750,000. The committee will also hear from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. WAPA does not receive any funding from the general fund, but is here today to update on their financial position, general challenges, operational challenges, as well as accomplishment, and to make their case for legislative support. As with all the agencies that have come before this committee, we are paying close attention to how they are impacted by ongoing actions of the federal level and special circumstances that may affect their fiscal year 2026 outlook and budgetary needs. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues as well as the testifiers to please turn your cell phone off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Monday, August 11, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., Virgin Islands Election System. Invited testifier, Fawkes, Supervisor. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Invited testifier, Karl Knight, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director. Block 3, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Schneider Regional Medical Center. Invited testifier, Comissiong, Esquire, MPA, Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we do have the testifiers seated at the testifiers table, and we go for a quick introduction before we start the testimony. Good morning, Supervisor.
Good morning, Senator. Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Florine Ordain Hassel, Secretary and proud member of the Board of Elections.
Very well. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here. Do you have anyone virtually or in St. Thomas?
No, Senator.
Okay. Before we take the testimony, we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and back on record at this time. Supervisor Fawkes, can you go ahead and present your testimony?
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr., honorable members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other honorable senators in attendance, legislative staff, and all those joining us in person or virtually via YouTube and Facebook, members of the press, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fawkes, the Supervisor of Elections, a certified elections administrator. Joining me today is Ms. Florine Hassel, the Secretary of the Board of Elections, who is also a certified election registration administration. Due to flight cancellation this morning, the chair is unable to be with us. He's still on St. Thomas. It is an honor to present the proposed budget for the election system of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year 2026. This budget includes allocations for both the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor, along with our accomplishments, challenges, and goals. The Board of Elections is the elected policy-making body for the election systems of the Virgin Islands. It consists of 14 elected members representing both the St. Thomas/St. John and St. Croix districts, each serving a 4-year term. Notably, 2 members from the St. Thomas/St. John district are required to be residents of St. John. The current members of the Board of Elections are Chairman Raymond J. Williams Serra, Vice Chairman Lawrence Bushalty Serra, Secretary Florine Ordain Hassel Serra, and members Kareem T. Francis, Shakima L. Jones-Prow, Atania Springett, Dr. Cleopatra Peter, Michael A. Joseph Esquire, Barbara Larand, Harriet Mercer, Lillian Belado de O'Neill Serra, Shanil Carlwood, Nathan Fletcher, and Cornelius John Baptiste. I recognize and thank our 11 dedicated and skilled election staff. Kiva May Douglas Serra, St. Thomas/St. John Deputy Supervisor. Terrell Alexandre Serra, St. Croix Deputy Supervisor. Milagritos Vincent, Hewlett Tadman Hodge, Senior Election Assistants. Mary Felix, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, Sherry Richardson, Uri Peters, Ms. Mariana Romero, Election Assistants. Tricia Johnson, Administrative Assistant. And Ms. Denise Moore, Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services. I have Richard Wilson, the Board Executive Assistant. They are truly exceptional professionals in the field of elections. I am pleased to say we have no employees earning less than $35,000. I want to take a moment to spotlight 2 extraordinary individuals who embody our unwavering commitment to excellence. Ms. Stephanie Joseph, our election assistant from St. Thomas/St. John District, and Mrs. Hewlett Tadman Hodge, our senior elections assistant. Together, they represent the pinnacle of dedication, performance, and selfless service, earning the distinct title of our 2025 Employees of the Year. Together, they represent 50 years of service in elections. Their relentless passion and exceptional contribution inspires us all to strive for greatness. The Office of the Supervisor of Election, which has locations on all 3 islands, is responsible for the daily administration of the Virgin Islands election system. The role of the election administrator has transformed from a primarily clerical position into a complex managerial role that involves managing registration, various voting methods, and providing voter education and communication. Due to the intricacies of this position, the Election Assistant Commission, which is federal, states, and other professional certifying organizations are working to provide the necessary training and support for all election officials to perform effectively. Our foremost duty is to safeguard the integrity of elections, ensuring that the voices of the United States Virgin Islanders resonate powerfully throughout the entire electoral process. We are committed to making every vote count because a true democracy strives when its people actively participate in shaping their future. Our responsibilities extend beyond mere administration. We are the architects of democracy. By organizing and directing the dedicated work of election personnel, we ensure that every voice is heard and every vote is counted. We meticulously maintain accurate territory-wide voter registration databases and continually update voter rolls, safeguarding the integrity of the electoral process. Our mission is to empower citizens and uphold the cornerstone of our democracy, free and fair elections. At the heart of our democracy, we play a pivotal role in empowering citizens through voter registration and advocating for fair electoral practices. We provide voters with accessibility and full equipping of voting centers. Our responsibilities include managing the seamless transfer of registration voters who have moved, crafting robust budget proposals, and accurately compiling payroll for our dedicated election officials and workers. We also take pride in strategically assigning personnel at voting centers to assist all voters and streamlining voter registration, especially during the critical election period. Together, we are not just facilitating an election, but safeguarding the democratic process and empowering everyone to participate in shaping the future of the U.S. Virgin Islands. ESVI play a crucial role in fostering a transparent electoral process by actively disseminating vital election-related information to the media, political parties, candidates, and public in a timely manner. Our responsibilities extend beyond mere information sharing. We prepare the department's budget, diligently monitor expenditures, and supervise financial records and transactions. Additionally, we manage the candidate filing process and ensure accurate campaign finance reporting, reinforcing the integrity of our democratic system. We are in constant monthly contact and attend meetings with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency from Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. These meetings facilitate a technical exchange and discussion on important cybersecurity issues affecting state, local, tribal, and territorial organizations and the wider cyber community. Additionally, it provides opportunities to learn more about CISA's services and resources to bolster the security posture of the SLT's cyber networks. We remain in contact with the Bureau of Information Technology regarding cybersecurity. Lastly, I serve on the Virgin Islands Cybersecurity Advisory Council. Appendix A, you have a copy of the ESVI organizational chart. Office of the Supervisor proposed 2026 budget. As part of our ongoing commitment to maintaining efficient operations and safeguarding the integrity of our electoral processes, the election system of the Virgin Islands requests funding in fiscal year 2026 budget to address several critical needs. The proposed budget for the Office of the Supervisor in fiscal year 2026 is $2,553,500. An estimated 57% of this budget will be allocated to salaries and fringe benefits for 8 classified and 4 exempt employees. Additionally, 39% of the budget will be spent on other services and charges, which include professional services, training, rental of land and buildings, capital outlays, communication and security, supplies, and utilities. And there is a presentation graph of the budget. For FY 2026, the budget proposal is as follows. Personnel services, $1,096,000. Fringe benefits, $347,000. Supplies, $35,000. Professional services and training, $986,500. And utility services, $89,000. The additional funding required for equipment, increases in professional services, and unplanned emergencies are outlined below. We expect annual increases in the cost of our professional services contracts. B, upgrading of the staff central processing units for the desktop computers. ESVI presently have the 2018 versions. And C, based on general office space best practices, ergonomics, health and safety, we must upgrade the St. Thomas staff workplace and furniture. General office space is approximately 7 to 100 square feet per person is recommended for office settings. These guidelines help ensure safety and comfort in the workplace. Occupational safety and health administration oversight essentially covers means of egress, evacuation, or egress procedures should there be a fire-related emergency in a cubicle-defined environment. Our cubicle space ergonomic guidelines suggest that a cubicle should provide enough space for comfortable movement and clearance for legs and feet. In 2024, we received an estimated cost of $29,000. However, due to no funding, we could not move forward with this project. We estimate at least $33,000 for this project. We would like to complete this project in fiscal year 2026. Understanding OSHA office space requirements per person is crucial for ensuring a safe and productive work environment. According to OSHA regulations, the amount of space allocated per employee can significantly affect comfort and efficiency. And D, replace the office furniture equipment outside of the cubicles, St. Thomas and St. John offices, estimate of $5,000. As of July 31st, 2025, the Office of the Supervisor has expended $1,825,144,000 for 73% of its budget. The outstanding vendor payments is in amount of $206,138.20. The election miscellaneous budget. The election system of the Virgin Islands is requesting $650,000 to conduct the 2026 elections. Funding should be provided in fiscal year 2026 miscellaneous budget. This does not include funding in case there is a runoff election. A runoff election is held when a second election must be held because the first election did not reach the necessary threshold of votes needed for a candidate to win. The cost of an election embodies more than just a financial transaction. It represents the intricacy machinery that ensures democracy functions smoothly during critical moments when citizens cast their votes. This investment encompasses the personnel, equipment, and supplies necessary to conduct elections and maintain the integrity of our electoral system. At the core of election expenditures lie the vital infrastructure. This includes managing and securing the voter registration database, maintaining and testing vital voting equipment, and upholding robust computer systems essential for daily operations and accurate reporting of election results. Training dedicated election officials is also crucial to maintaining a trustworthy electoral process. The operational costs surrounding an election are equally substantial. They can be categorized in 4 key areas: the printing of ballots and related materials, compensating poll workers and temporary staff, securing polling locations, and distributing informational materials and mail ballots. Every aspect of the election administration is critical, from cybersecurity and thorough audits to ensuring the safety of officials and polling places. Accessibility must be prioritized, catering to all voters, including those with disabilities. We must also focus on vote-by-mail initiatives, comprehensive voter education, dual language materials, usability, and advanced voting technology. It is imperative that the election funding be appropriated in this fiscal year to ensure we are fully prepared for the pivotal elections in August and November 2026. The process and expenditures associated with elections begin long before Election Day. This is our commitment to safeguarding democracy. Let's invest wisely to ensure every voice is heard. Active registered voters. The total number of active registered voters by island is as follows. St. Croix, 13,967. St. Thomas, 12,866. St. John, 1,061. For a total registered active voters, 27,894 as of July 31st, 2025. And you have the statistics of the statistical report. Inactive registered voters. The total number of inactive registered voters by island is as follows. St. Croix, 12,996. St. Thomas, 13,768. And St. John, 1,285. Total registered inactive voters, 28,049 as of July 31st, 2025. See Appendix C, again you have the statistical report. We urge every citizen to actively shape our democracy by updating their voter registration, utilizing our new online voter registration service at vivote.gov or visiting our offices, then making their voices heard at the voting centers by voting. Your participation is not just a right, it is our collective responsibility. Let us stand together and ensure that every voice counts in the electoral process. The Board of Elections proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. The Virgin Islands Board of Election, established in Title 18, Chapter 3, Section 41 of the Virgin Islands Code, is a single board that governs both election districts. The board is requesting a budget of $381,429.40 for fiscal year 2026, allocated as follows. Personnel services, $74,000. Fringe benefits, $34,029.40. Supplies, $14,400. Capital outlays, $95,000. And other services, $164,000, which include training and stipends. 28% of the board budget is dedicated to salaries and fringe benefits for the executive assistant. An additional 68% falls under other services, which includes stipends, the replacement of two 2014 transportation vans, upgrades to the video teleconference systems in both districts, voter education outreach, legal fees, election-specific training, and certification from Election Center. Supplies account for the remaining 4% of the budget. We are excited to announce our upgrade to the video teleconferencing system. These state-of-the-art tools are set to revolutionize our conference room, elevating meeting productivity and accelerating decision-making processes. The estimated cost is $36,000. In addition to this technological advancement, we also address the pressing need to replace two outdated vans plagued by significant maintenance issues. These vehicles are vital for transporting personnel and our essential voting equipment for off-site demonstrations, and they deserve better. Our recent experience on May 9th, when the board members were stranded due to a van cutting out and stalling, highlights the urgency of this issue. No one should have to worry about vehicle reliability while engaged in critical work. The estimated cost for one van is $70,000. While not the optimum solution, with limited funding, we realize that we may have to purchase one per year. The cost of purchasing two new vans may initially seem high. However, it is an investment in our organization's future. This decision will ensure our board members and staff safety, reliability, and efficiency, translating into long-term savings and enhanced operational capability. We are committed to being the best stewards of our people's money while investing in tools and resources to drive our success and help us achieve our mission. As of July 31st, 2025, the Board of Elections has expended $154,074, which is 62% of its budget. Outstanding vendor payments are $13,128.37. Accomplishments. Fiscal year 2025 accomplishments. A, the Board of Elections and the Office of Supervisor completed audits for the 2025 general election in both districts, verifying 100% accuracy in ballot recording in the voting machines. B, we continued updating our voter registration database, including addresses, voter status, and missing documents to fulfill the 2022-2024 active-inactive project mandated by law. This listing can be found on our website at www.vi.gov. C, we are excited to announce the success of our civic education campaigns, which promote voter awareness and participation among our high school students. Thanks to former board member Attorney Lisa Harris-Mohead for serving as the moderator of the exciting Civics Matters 2 Championship. A heartfelt congratulations to Free Will Baptist Christian School for claiming the prestigious title of Civics Matter Bowl Champions in 2025. As we look ahead, the planning for 2026 Civics Bowl is already underway, and we are eager to inspire even greater enthusiasm for civic engagement. We remain committed to highlighting the critical importance of voting. We are proud to amplify our message through public service announcement in Spanish, ensuring that many voices are heard and valued in our democracy. Let us empower our community to act and make a difference at the ballot box. D, we maintain post-election engagement to encourage voters to feel comfortable and eager to participate in their local democracy. E, online voter registration, OVR, was first adopted by Arizona in 2002. It has gained traction in numerous states and territories, including Guam. Due to its ability to reduce costs, improve government efficiency, and create more comprehensive and accurate voter lists. Currently, 43 states, Washington, D.C., and Guam offer online registration. The election systems of the Virgin Islands launched its online voter registration portal on January 16, 2025. To date, 18 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. John, and 10 on St. Croix have utilized this application. This platform provides users with the ability to register as a new voter, perform voter registration updates, cancel their voter registration, and request an absentee ballot. With confidence that our online voter registration systems is now fully functional, including a built-in user survey to gather valuable feedback upon completion of the registration process, we are preparing to launch major public education campaigns throughout 2025 and 2026. This has been a key component of our long-term strategy. We plan to conduct major education campaign and this, again, that's a repeated line. F, congratulations to Mr. Terrell Alexandre, St. Croix Deputy Supervisor, and Board Member Adain Hassel on completing the SARA certification. We now have 14 SARA certified staff and board members, both current and former. Member Tanya Springett will complete her certification in 2026. In addition, numerous staff members will be eligible to obtain their certifications during fiscal year 2026. The Virgin Islands members are part of an election organization, more than 1,350 members nationwide. The Election Center has the largest membership of state and local elections and voter registration administrators and vendors of any election-related organization in the United States. G, the Election Assistance Commission hosted its first Region 6 conference this year in Guam from March 17 to the 21st, 2025, bringing together representatives from all 5 U.S. territories: America Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, the Mariana Islands, for those this includes Saipan, Tinian, Argan, and Rota, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. This was a historical event for the ESC, who had been in existence for 23 years. Each jurisdiction was represented by 2 election officials, fully funded by the ESC, ensuring inclusive participation and diverse perspectives. Terrell Alexandre and I attended this conference. This landmark event serves as a pivotal opportunity for territories to engage in meaningful collaboration, share best practices, and present the unique election process employed within their district regions. By showcasing these localized approaches, the conference provided ESC leadership with direct insight into the challenges, innovations, and operational frameworks that shape territorial elections. More than just a professional convening, the Region 6 conference marked a significant step towards strengthening interterritorial partnerships, amplifying regional voices, and fostering a more responsive and informed national dialogue on election integrity. It laid the groundwork for future policy alignment, technical support, and peer-to-peer learning, ensuring that no territory remains an afterthought in the pursuit of electoral excellence. H, the St. Thomas staff presented to the Youth Arise Summer Enrichment Program in July 2024 and July 2025, which saw the participation of approximately 17 students this year. The students were educated on the importance of voting, including the history of voting in America. A video explaining the branches of government was shared with the group. Additionally, a demonstration of the voting machines was conducted. ESVI has contracted with 2 vendors, Experian and Accurine, to provide an additional database management tool, a direct connection to over 34 billion current public records to detect fraud, verify identities, and conduct investigations. Experian is a multinational data broker and consumer credit reporting company headquartered in Dublin, Ireland. Experian collects and aggregates information on more than 1 billion people and businesses, including 235 million individual U.S. consumers and more than 25 million U.S. businesses. Accurate for government can be used to verify, locate, and authenticate the identities of persons through LexisNexis. Accurate offers fast, efficient search technology that allows you to instantly locate both people and authenticate their identities. It verifies such essential personal information as name, address, and social security number or federal identification number. These vendors are respected voter registration and maintenance service providers, assisting to create process efficiencies and reduce the number of undeliverable mailers. J, by August 31st, we will launch an election stats database on our elections website. Election Stats, built by Sarah since 2012, is a publishing platform and a searchable data warehouse of historic elections, ballot questions, and voter turnout statistics. This software brings public data to life. This portal will enable users to find what they are looking for in a few clicks, and the platform provides data visualizations to enhance their experience. 1, everyday citizens get 24/7 searchable access to official election USVA results. 2, candidates and civic groups have the information they need to make decisions without paying third parties. And 3, journalists and researchers can download data and inform the public with more depth and better insights. This platform is America's #1 platform for reporting historical election results. Our agency can save time, eliminate costly records requests, and increase voter confidence with this software. K, I have attached a sample of the early voting exit surveys. 1,317 results inputted, and the results, here are the results. 73% rated us as excellent, and 24% rated us as very good. That's a total of 97%. This feedback from our voters reflects positively on our commitment to excellence. I thank the board members, the staff, the election officials, and most importantly, the voters. ESVI will build upon our success during 2026 election cycle. Goals. A, participate in National Voter Registration Day on September 15. The 2025 season of National Voter Registration Day has officially launched. We anticipate over 100,000 state and local officials across the country this year and are building a nationwide partner coalition to help ensure that America is #1 voter ready for the next trip to the ballot box. B, develop a platform that provides digital voter registration identification cards, allowing voters to store them on the mobile devices. C, launch a marketing campaign to increase community awareness of our online voter registration portal, specifically targeting individuals aged 18 to 40. D, organize an expo on all 3 islands on September 23rd, 2026. This event will coincide with the final day of registration before the period closes on October 11th, 2026. Whether you are new to the voter registration process or a veteran of National Voter Registration Day, everyone can benefit from assistance getting their friends, family, the broader community registered to vote. We will partner with various government and nonprofit organizations to ensure that this event is informative, educational, and provide networking opportunities. E, purchase tablets and a portal on our website for the judges to compile the reports. This will transition from manual journal reporting to electronic reporting. F, to plan and execute another successful Quiz Bowl 2025-2026 to include all high schools territorially. G, continue implementing and conducting successful elections in the 2026 election cycle. H, to increase voter registration numbers and participation rates. Next, our challenges. A, engaging citizens. We must not only educate, but also empower our citizens to take their rightful place in democracy by registering to vote. It's not just about having an ID. It's about inspiring them to participate actively on election day and make their voices heard. B, voting center conditions. Utilizing public schools as voting centers present significant challenges. Broken air condition creates uncomfortable work environments that deter participation, while insufficient electrical outlets hinder our operation. This forces us to consider renting private facilities, adding unnecessary expenses and complexities to the process. C, funding dilemma. One of the most pressing hurdles we face is securing adequate and timely funding. Engaging our election official or poll workers and vendors without the necessary resources becomes a daunting challenge. We need your support to ensure these essential partners are paid timely, showing they are valued. Funding must be provided during fiscal year 2026, and funds must be available until expended. E, combating misinformation. The integrity of our election hangs in the balance as misinformation spreads like wildfire. We must band together to combat this threat. We urge voters to seek accurate information on a website and contact our office to clarify voting laws and procedures. On behalf of the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, we earnestly implore this body to approve the proposed FY 2026 budget. This funding is not merely a financial allocation. It is a commitment to uphold democracy, enhance electoral integrity, and serve our community with excellence. Together, we can ensure that every voice counts and every vote is honored. The agency's mission relies on financial resources to maintain and expand initiatives that address the growing needs of the Virgin Islands election system. This will ensure that we can provide reliable and efficient operations, uphold the integrity of the electoral system, and meet statutory guidelines mandated by law. Insufficient funding could compromise the integrity of our electoral system. And there you have a summary of the both budgets, which I read earlier, so you have it for a quick reference. I will conclude with this quote: "You do not have a right to vote. You have a duty to vote." And that's by David Barton. Conclusion, Chairman Francis, I kindly urge you and the committee members to lend your full support and favorable consideration of the election system of the Virgin Islands FY 2026 budget. We are grateful to the Committee Budget, Appropriation and Finance and all members of the 36th Legislature for this opportunity to present our proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Together, let us empower our community by ensuring that every voice is heard and valued. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. Let us make this a reality for all. Again, I'm here along with the Secretary. I'm not sure if she's answering any questions today, but I'll be able to answer questions regarding our fiscal year budget 2026. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Fawkes, for your testimony. Before we go to questions, I'd like to have the Madam Clerk please conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Also, let the record reflect the presence of non-committee members. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, as well as Senate President Milton Potter. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Madam Clerk, you could just record them as being present as well. So, Supervisor Fawkes, thank you for your testimony here. And of course, under Act 8893, certainly there was $2.5 million given to the appropriated for the election system during FY 2025. Have you received all of your funding to date?
Senator, we just get the August allotment, so we are pretty much on track, and in September will be the next allotment.
Okay. And federal funding, did you receive any federal funding in FY 2025 and slated to receive any in FY 2026?
We received $54,000 in FY 2025. We're not sure about 2026, Senator.
Okay, and that money was used for what?
It's not used yet. It's just in Treasury. Right now, we're still working with OMB.
What is it earmarked for?
Have a security funding for the elections.
Okay. And I see that you have an extensive outstanding vendors payment, over $200,000. What's happening with that?
Sir, those vendor payments are in finance to be paid. I had two categories, and I'm going to see. I look in the post-audit report, and I think they included it as outstanding, but they had some that was outstanding, but they're already in finance to be paid, and that's the $206,000.
Okay, it's outstanding because it still haven't been paid.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. So, what's happening with how long have those been? Any of them outside of the 60 or 90 days?
Yes, Senator. Many of them are outside of 60 or 90 days.
What are we doing to get those payments to move along?
Senator, as we get our allotment, finance prioritize based on the funding that they receive what can be paid. And so they're trying to do a little everywhere, every vendor, some of them.
How are we keeping the vendors updated and informed about these pending payments?
So some of them we reach out personally with telephone calls, and some we send emails to. So most of the vendors understand, because they hear it in the news also, that vendor payments are behind.
Okay. In respect to per diem pay for board members, do you pay that out of the election system, or it comes out of the funding for the board?
That's out of the Board of Elections funding, Senator.
Who tracks that? Do you have an amount?
Richard Mohammed, and his amount right here, I think the 13,000 they have outstanding, some will be stipends, and some will be reimbursement for their travel that they went to. So Richard Mohammed, the executive assistant.
He tracks and maintains.
Yes, Senator.
Those. Okay. Have you received any additional funding through ARPA, Office of Insular Affairs, or any other federal funding?
No, Senator.
Do you have any pending judgment or litigations against the election system of the Virgin Islands?
No, Senator.
What are your actuals that you have received thus far for personnel? And when was the last date on that? I think you mentioned July 31st on that. What's the actual for personnel?
We have it as of July 31st, Senator. Let me pull it up here. So the actual as of now is 270,000 for the classified, 764.
So I need to break those down by personnel, fringe, supplies, other operating expense, as well as utilities.
Yes, Senator. So ready?
Go ahead.
For personnel and classified, you have 270,764. And then unclassified, you have 219,141.
Fringe?
All under personnel. Fringe, we have 273,582.
And that's for classified?
Well, the fringe is total.
Total, okay,
Right.
very well, total.
The total for personnel, though, because we have in there, you have what do I have here? We have overtime, and you have fees and compensation, holiday pay. So the total for personnel will be 732,998.
732,998
so far.
All right. And supplies?
Down to supplies, 113,682.
Utilities?
Utilities, 61,622.
And are you part of the single payers utility, or you pay your own water and power?
We pay our own water and power, Senator.
Are you up to date on that?
No, Senator.
That's part of the outstandings?
Yes, Senator.
How much is owed to WAPA?
St. Thomas, 12,000 overall.
St. Thomas?
12,000.
Nothing for St. Croix?
We have about 3,000 and change.
What about other operating expenses?
$937,062.
Okay, thank you. I too want to join you in commending the Employee of the Year, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, as well as Ms. Yulette Tadman Hodge, for being selected as Employee of the Year. At this time, the chair would open up point of information. Senator Franklin Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to follow up on your line of questioning in outstanding vendor payments. And I see two of the vendors' payments go all the way back to last year. And then I saw two that's critical, the U.S. Postal Service. If I'm right, you can't open your box.
Senator, you're so right. I paid the box myself last week because we haven't gotten the check.
Because when I know if the Postal Service don't play games. If you ain't paying them on time, your box gonna get locked. And the dates go back to, one of them go back to the 6 month, one go back to the 7 month of this year.
Yes.
So you had to go and made a payment to the post office.
Yes, Senator.
Both Both of them?
Just the one in St. Croix. St. Thomas, the check was cut, so she was tracking the check to the post office last week.
But then it's closed. You can't open that box.
The 10th of August, it was going to be closed. That was last week, so I think there's reserved St. Thomas by last week, before the 10th. The 10th was the day that after that you start a late fee of $25, etc.
Any of these vendors are vendors that are owed from the last election cycle?
No, Senator. We go back to May, and those are like ABS Printing, folks that work with us. So none of the
Okay.
poll workers, no, none of the election-related officials.
Thank you very much for that. And, you know, last week when we had the whole team in front of us talking about this self-insurance, if we can't pay these little vendors, what are we going to do with our insurance people? It's serious, you know. This thing is very serious. We have to be able to pay our vendors and pay them in a timely manner because it's a ripple effect. No, you have to go and pay, or else you can't open your box. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Going back to the vendors payment, you have an opportunity to dialogue with the Office of Management and Budget as well as the Department of Finance in respect to prioritizing some of these vendors payment. Of course, it's a cash flow issue, but are you having communication with these entities to prioritize those payments that, again, impact your operations and services?
Yes, Senator, and both of them have worked with us the best they could.
All right. At this time, we'll open up the floor for a 5-minute round, and the order that we're going thus far will be Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Kurt VLA, and Senator Milton Potter. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much. I didn't know I was the first person that I was. I would have saved that point of information just for time's sake. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I saw in your testimony you spoke about your budget, but it's not reflecting if there's a runoff. We haven't had an election in I don't know how long without a runoff. So I don't expect this one to be any different. What's your contingency plan?
Well, Senator, because when you come back for the next budget cycle, we'll be able to ask for that funding then. So we always have a contingency plan about the amount we should get. But the legislature have, because you're going to be back here August next year, and the runoff going to be after the general in November. So we have time to get that funding.
You have any idea of what the cost of the runoff is being January?
So what we used the last time was 350,000, Senator. So I would say it's up to 400,000 now.
Okay, so we could start looking forward to thinking about
Planning.
something like that because I don't see how we're going to not have a runoff election. It's it's obvious it's been happening for all the election that I could pretty much recall. I think only Turnbull got by without doing a runoff election. So that's something we need to look at very carefully. And then you mentioned additional CERA certification of staff. What specific operation compliance benefit does this certification brings, and what are the total costs for it?
Well, sir, is Senator, over the period of time, there's numerous courses. There are 12 courses that you have to take. Each course is like $339. Your registration fee is $199. Long term, again, because most of the employees there for 20, 30 years, it's valued. You get a network with other states and territories to see how they conduct certain things. So give us ideas to see what's happening out there for stuff, process that we can implement, and also network with other persons. So it's a value added to the organization. Again, it's only election related, so you could do that with only election officials. So that's the only entity we can reach out, and they all are not on the island. They do other administrative tasks also, and that's part of the training.
I know your machines, them should be aged. So what's the replacement schedule for your voting machine? And when was the last comprehensive security audit conduct on them?
Senator, we do maintenance of the machines every half cycle prior to the election. The cycle for the machine, the company upgrades them, and because you use it every 2 years, that's on its 10-year cycle, like or whatever the end cycle is. So they do maintenance, they come down here and they do the maintenance on all the machines and upgrade whatever needs to be upgraded to get ready for the next election. So right now we are technically awaiting a visit for them to do the maintenance on the machines.
And there's a cost?
It's part of the contract with the company. It's in the contract.
And it's also in the budget?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and then what contingency plan you have in place for cybersecurity or disaster during a coming close to election?
So for cybersecurity, like I mentioned, we work with the CISA and also BIT. They do, whenever there's an election, the federal audit, they open a control center to monitor what's going on election day all over the U.S. and the territories included. For disaster, it's listed in the code. We do meet with the board and come up with a contingency plan. We discuss with the AG, and then we send out what's going to happen. And that's what we do. So it's as per the code, backup for natural disasters planning.
From time to time, you move different places around the territory for election day, sometimes different section of the school. What contingency plan is in place for ADA, and if there's a cost associated each time that you move?
Senator, we try to find places that are ADA compliant. If they're not, there's some remedies that we can pay for to make it ADA compliant, whether we have to build a little ramp, etc. But we have a signage that you put out in the parking lot to make sure they have the parking areas that's wide enough for the vehicles that they may have. So there is contingency that we have that we can do if a place is not ADA compliant. But our goal is always to utilize places that are ADA compliant.
And how much federal funding have you received from the Help America Voting Act within the last, let's say, 2-3 years?
Last year, they didn't give us much. And like I said, we just got $54,000 at the beginning of this year. But we do have a balance of about 600,000. So again, based on the election and the need, because it has to be tied in with that security nexus, they will provide us some funding in 2026.
So you have a balance of 600 and
change, yes.
And that's money you could draw down from?
Yes, Senator. And it's until expended, so we don't have timeline like a lot of the other agencies.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questions. Supervisor Fawkes, in respect to your key performance indicators, who's tracking and monitoring your key performance indicators?
Sir, again, as being a small agency, it's just myself and the 2 deputies. So I would say between the deputies and myself, we are tracking based on election goals and objectives that we create. We do meet monthly to see where we are and what we need to work on.
Are you satisfied with the progress and your goals that have been set and working towards meeting those goals?
Yes, Senator. Pretty much satisfied.
How is the morale at the office?
I would say the morale is about 9, Senator, out of 10.
9 out of 10? Okay. What is the complaint, if any?
I don't know, is it complaint? The staff, I think we get more energized when it's election year. This is a quiet year. Persons hardly come in to register, so they're kind of slow and a little bored, you know, because if people don't come to register, then there's, you know, other than looking at admin or looking at the database and seeing what they could correct. But again, our goal is always we get hyper when it's an election year.
Have there been any assessment to determine your active versus inactive? What are some of the contributing factors, causes associated with that?
Senator, that's mostly persons who do not participate in voting. Some, just like I said, got the voter ID card just for that purpose. Some relocate right after that. A lot of people come out of high school. The parents have them registered at 18, but then they leave and go to college, so then they don't look back. Persons may go to foreign countries or elsewhere and pass. We don't know that. So what it is persons who have not participated in 2 years general election, and we look at that. We send them letters. Some letters come back because the addresses are wrong or they're no longer here. So that's why it's inactive.
Based on the formula, and of course you're certified and have exposure with other jurisdictions as well, when you look at our population compared to the registered active voters, is that the ratio a good ratio or percentage ratio, or do you believe that there's significant room for improvement in that area?
Historically, 60% of the Virgin Islanders usually participate in voting. So that number could increase a little, but the trend has been, like I said, most persons are going away or not participating in the election. So our goal is to get it back to that percentage, and that's why we want to have a true picture. Because if you put all the voters of 52,000 in there, you don't get a true picture of who's really participating. But if you have 28,000 and then 20,000 or 19,000 vote, then you get a better picture of how many percentage of your voters are participating.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that response. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, testifiers. I wanted to start off, Supervisor Fawkes, good morning.
Good morning.
If you would share some light as to the audit process with the results that the election board typically has. What's the process that caused some people to be concerned by this process? Because I was comfortable with it when I ran first. And for some reason, there are some people that are still concerned about the audit process, like the results, because they're not done paper-wise, electronically, there might be some issue. What is that?
So with technology and change, a person don't want to let go of the old and go towards the new. The audit process, there's various audits that can be done. The audits that have been done is the board selected that type audit. So when 30 days after the election, they would come in and set up and say, I want that voting center. So we don't know prior to, so it's nothing that we plan for. They come in and they say they're going to sample 2 voting centers to audit. They bring the ballot boxes out, the blue ballot boxes out into the conference room. The tags are serial number tags are taken off, and the board will count the number of paper ballots and the voting card, not knowing to the other person at the table to see if they come up with the same numbers. So that's what the type of audit that they do right now, and from 2014 to present, it has been 100% accuracy. So you just have to develop, we invite the public to come and look at the process. And so those who take advantage of that, they do, some don't. But
And
that's
from
the audit
the
process.
board perspective, have we ever had any major discrepancies? Secretary Hassel? Please recognize the microphone for the testifier.
Media, go ahead.
Florina Dane Hassel, Secretary to the board. Since I have been on the board, none. We've always been 100%.
And how long have you been on the board?
Well, this is my 3rd year.
3rd year, okay. And Supervisor Fawkes, have you ever had an issue where the audits came back and there were a huge discrepancy between the results?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's talk about some numbers now. I notice you're asking for a little bit more than what was appropriated the last time. What's the difference? It looks like you're trying to add, I know about the vans, you need some vans, a couple of vans. In fact, I've seen them and I understand what you're talking about. They've been around a while. Besides those 2 items, were there any other major financial increases that you were seeking?
Senator, it was for the cubicles and upgrade for the St. Thomas staff, and that was at least $33,000.
23?
33.
33, okay. And that's because of the datedness by those items?
Yes, Senator.
Good. And I noticed you tried last year, but we didn't have sufficient funding to cover it.
We didn't have a sufficient fund, that's correct, Senator.
So did you get any of the items upgraded?
No, Senator.
Okay, so we're still, working on that. In terms of board member training, page 13 of your testimony, I noticed that it happens. I don't know how often and what's the extent of the training, but are they required to have training before they become fully vetted, or is that just something you take voluntarily?
Board person respond?
Florina Dane Hassel, that is something that you take voluntarily, but it is a great training. I did it within 2 years and continue.
It took 2 years for you to get your CERA certification?
For me, yes, because I was serious with the task and I wanted to learn more about election and election process.
Okay, congratulations, Tim.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to congratulate Stephanie Joseph and Yulette Todman Hodge, again, for being Employees of the Year. That's important that we recognize those employees that do a great job. And I also could tell you, every time I've ever gone to the Board of Election, I have been, not to the board, to the elections office, system's
30
office.
seconds.
I have been treated with such respect, and they've been so helpful. You really have a crew of professionals that's working there that has integrity, because they'll tell you if you don't have the right ID or you don't have if you didn't complete the form properly, they'll let you know. So for some people who think we have a broken down system that's not professionally ran, I could tell you I am always very impressed with their processes, and I commend you guys for doing a great job, and keep the training going because it's wonderful. That's what we want to see. Mr. Chair, one more question, if I may. Okay, last but not least, in terms of the challenges you mentioned in your testimony, you did not mention something that I was a little bit puzzled. The election system software, it goes back to August the 23rd, 2024, $28,252.69. It was from the Election System and Software Inc. What was isn't that a challenge to not pay those people yet?
Yes, Senator, but that's the maintenance fee, the hosting fee, that's quarterly, so that's what that is. And they understand that our budgetary constraints, that's how we can do all of those, like I said, are in finance, waiting to be paid. So they may get one check and they will understand and wait for the next one for the next quarter. But that's there on the outstanding list.
So are they going to pay the oldest one? This is 2024, so, or they just pay whatever
we follow up with them, and we'd like to try to get the oldest one paid first. So that's how we can ask from our program analysts to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. And let me say again, happy birthday to you. You aging well like fine wine.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also happy birthday to Senator Blyden over the weekend. These guys are making birthdays and racking up those numbers. The chair would also like to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Maurice James. It wasn't your birthday, right, Senator? Senator James, it wasn't your birthday this weekend? No. November 22nd. All right. So getting back to the serious side of this. In respect to automation and computerization, I know that there's always an effort for us to, with AI and everything else that's going on, you know, we're really working towards automation and computerization. But we know from our statistics as well that a large voting bloc is our seniors. How are we reconciling the needs for us to be a little bit conventional and traditional to ensure that our seniors has a seat at the table when it comes to voting?
Senator, we have, as per law, we have to send out press releases, we have to put ads in the newspaper, reach out to them. We still do letters mail out to person if we have any changes that they have. And then the last thing, they can call our office or visit our office. So we understand that not everyone uses technology, and that's why we still have to operate with paper and our offices, that they can come in and conduct business with us.
Thank you for saying that. It's important that we always remember our seniors in this effort as we modernize and evolve. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Senator.
It's an echo over here. So good. Couple questions. Welcome all the colleagues, all of the testifiers, and all the viewers tuned in and listening. I got a couple questions for you, Chairman Fawkes. Caribbean Cinemas, the lease, it shows a little discrepancy. Well, not Caribbean Cinemas, Lockwood Management, where it's 105,165, but it should actually be 123,729. Is that correct?
Senator, when this report was submitted, our lease changed May 2026. It was 105,165. The elevator and the CAMS costs are separated out. So when you put the annual rent, it is 105,165. It goes to 108,320.88 starting June 2026. So that would be the difference.
Okay. Have you seen the post-audit report on page 8?
Yes, I have, Senator.
Okay. They're saying it should be 123,729. Is that what you're agreeing with?
When you recalculate it, yes, Senator, yes. But I'm saying when I submitted this first report, it was due back in April. This was the annual rent at that time, 105,165.
Okay, good. And so also now on the marketplace on St. John, it's a discrepancy where it's reported at 38,128, but the post auditor is saying it should be 21,230. So now you're agreeing with the 21 or you're at the 38?
I have a document in front of me, Senator. It's 38,128. The post auditor is looking at the last lease. These leases change regularly. So from December 1st, 2024 to November 30th, 2025, it's 38,128. Again, the CAM-related charges are in there along with the lease. The lease is 27,280.79, and then they add in the CAM charges of 10,847.64 for 38,128.43.
Okay, good. The Help American Voters Act, the 1.6 million, you have a balance of 669,000. You have a plan to expend the balance?
Sir, we go before the board. We propose a plan to the ESC. And again, some is equipment. If you have any changes with voting equipment, we're right now looking at a solar panel project that's part of that. So we do have a plan to expend the funds. And again, as I mentioned, the funds are until expended, so we do not have a timeline to expend it.
Okay, good. I want to ask you a couple questions. There's some voting systems they're experimenting, some are being implemented regarding advanced biometric authentication, such as facial recognition and et cetera, et cetera. Are you exploring any of those at this time?
No, Senator.
Okay, so we're relying still on the traditional ID checks. Have you encountered any fake IDs in previous elections?
No, Senator.
Okay, good. And how about the secure mobile online voting? Because, you know, what happens is there's some persons that are mobility challenged. You know, they have some types of handicap, and on the particular day of the election, not everybody wants the absentee ballots. Some people actually want to go there, but an issue could have happened and they just can't go to vote. Are there anything for accessibility? Like if someone had to travel to the doctor the day before the election, is there any particular, you know, trends for overseas voting or those with limited mobility? Are you exploring any of those?
There's no, Senator, there's no electronic medium right now other than the absentee voting process. But we can look at what's out there. But again, everybody has concerns with electronic and voting.
Okay, good. The participation rate is around 60%. What are some of the measures that you're implementing to make the 2026 election increase the participation rate?
We got, Senator, you got voter awareness, voter education, civics education. I know the board is looking at some of those. Also outreach, voting machines, demonstration, and participation. And also going to the schools and educating them at the 11, 12 grade level.
Okay. Since you mentioned school, I want to, Mr. Chair, just if I can wrap up with one further follow-up.
You may, Senator. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So now, just let me know specifically. I think the 17-and-a-half-year-olds or 17-and-three-quarter-year-olds can register to vote. What is the exact age?
Senator, yes, you're correct. 17 and a half. So let's take as an example this year. If you're 17 and a half now and you're going to make 18 before the November election day, you can register to vote. You have to be 18 before the election day in that November calendar year.
Okay, so you're saying if someone is, say someone is born in July, right before the election in August, and they're 17, they can actually vote in that August primary if they're 17 years old?
No, Senator, they have to be 18 before the election. Anyone,
Okay,
whether it's primary or the
including
general.
primary. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. The chair will now recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Supervisor Fawkes, Ms. O'Bain, and thank you so much for your testimony and what you do. Let me ask you, well, first of all, let me start by saying congratulations to Ms. Stephanie Joseph and Ms. Yulette Tadman Hodge for being recognized as Employees of the Year. It's very important to be recognized when you do good work on behalf of the people, and it's good to show them respect and appreciation. So congratulations to both of them.
Thank you, Senator.
Let me ask you, though, in respect to the post-editor's report on page 3, it states that under the remarks section that for the Board of Election, $20,834 was not appropriated and $35,787 was allotted but not obligated. And for the election system itself, from the general fund, $208,333 was not appropriated, and it was $39,415 over obligated. Can you explain to me what the reason for that, and is that affecting the system in any way, shape, or form in terms of the operations?
No, Senator, it's not affecting the system.
Okay.
The allotment, we just received our allotment last week for August.
Very
And
well.
then some of the outstanding vendor payments that we have on this list are in finance waiting to be paid, so they can be counted as unpaid. So I think that's where the difference shows up at that 34,000. So and then I think the board own is accurate.
Okay. Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, though, under your accomplishments, page 15, you spoke to the 2025 general election in both districts, the audits, verifying that 100% accuracy in both recording in the voting machine. That's important. How do you advertise or promote such information? Because many people talk foolishness about elections, but why, when you have documentation, you don't actually promote it and talk about it? Do you? Do you, first of all, do you do that? And if not, why not?
Senator, we do, but I know we can do a lot more. Again, because our agency is tied up with the day-to-day activity, we have always discussed about a PIO person or a public relations person or somebody getting a team that can go out and help counteract some of the negative story. So we are still discussing some options there. We don't do it enough, but we could do better.
You need to increase in that area, okay? It's important. Let's talk about, in your testimony also, you spoke about the success of your civic education campaigns, right, which provides awareness, participation among our high school students, etc. But many times when you go to the school, they don't even know most of the senators. So you talk about success. How do you measure success? What does that look like? Because I'm telling you, many high school students don't know who we are. And that's not a good thing, because they need to be involved in the process. They need to know who their representatives are in order to even be engaged in the process. Because how you can engage in someone you don't have know who the people are? Talk to me about that right quick, please.
Which one of us? That's the board, under the board. Which one you want to speak?
Whoever can speak to it, speak to it. Ms. O'Bain?
That's a very good question, because some of our questions we do ask will be maybe how many senators how many senators total, name the senators, maybe name 5 out of the 7 senators. We do ask those type of questions to engage the students to know who their representatives are.
And in your opinion, what have you seen in terms of this, the outcome?
Very good. For the quiz balls, very good. There's a lot of excitement. We do advertise when we're having them, especially the final. So I encourage you guys to come out and listen. But these kids are like, wow. They study and they come prepared.
Okay, very well. And I saw that your online voters registration portal was executed on January 16th of this year. So far, you have 11 individuals who used it on St. Thomas, St. John, and 11 on St. Croix. Wow, 11 in both districts. I think that's a good thing in terms of assuring that people register to vote and have access, easy access. Let me ask you, though, in terms of your challenges, you spoke to, and it jumped out at me in your testimony, you spoke to voting centers condition, and you have a problem. It's going to be a problem with the schools because of issues like outlets not working, in terms of other issues, right? Air condition, etc. But you talk about renting private space. I don't agree with that at all. Let me tell you why. It's going to cost you to rent those private space. Why don't we assure that the schools are properly maintained enough? You don't even think about that, because I said time about the voting, time about the students. It should be up to par for the students, so we don't even have to worry about it not being prepared for voting, which is a one-time event. So I will encourage you to stay on top of the schools, especially when it comes time to election, to make sure everything is working in the schools. And we are going to do our part in terms of making sure that they have routine maintenance and assure that everything is intact too. But I don't like them kind of statement. I think we need to focus on routine maintenance and make sure that the schools are up to par for our students. That way we don't have to worry about election and election system when it comes time to voting. So I just want to just mention that very quick. The expos that you have on all 3 islands, how successful are they, and have you been measuring what the outcomes are as a result of the expos?
Yes, Senator, they have been very successful. With the last one we had here in Sunny Isles, and the one was in the St. Thomas parking lot. Because it's a public event, you got the public around. Folks, voters bring their children along with them, and so they get to be, knowledgeable about the process and the experience. And St. John, we do it on the bandstand, and it's just before the election, voting.
30 seconds.
Voting registration closes. So those persons who are not sure about the status, they come, they ask questions, and they could get the information and get the voter ID card or register right on the spot. So we do get a percentage of persons that just, get into that process on that day.
So how would you measure your success in terms of no persons coming and registering? What area would you say you're successful in when it comes to the expos?
I think it's more persons coming to check their status than new persons registering. So that's an area we have to increase on. But most persons come and they just want to check their status or get a new ID card.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, how many vacancies do you have, if any?
Senator, I have no vacancies.
That's a good thing. Thank you so much for responding, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. In respect to the conversation about civics, I think that the new civic books that we have now being rolled out by the Department of Education will help to be able to drive that momentum. Truly it's a VI-centric civics book where individuals will be able to relate to individuals that they know and see on a daily basis. So that will help to drive that whole issue of civics in our schools, in our community. I want to actually respect to the social platform that you're utilizing for your marketing and information. What platform are you using? You using all of them? Are you using the Twitter, the TikTok, and all of these areas now? Especially if we're gearing, of course, Facebook. But if we're talking about engaging our young individuals, a lot of them are in TikTok, Snap, and those areas. What are the platforms currently being deployed or utilized by the election system?
Senator, we utilize Facebook and Twitter, so we'll have to look at TikTok and those other areas. But right now, that's the only 2 that we utilize.
Okay, and you have someone that does the marketing for your social media, or you do it in-house?
The webmaster, we work with him to do the marketing, or if not, we hire someone to do the marketing right up and then submit it to the webmaster, and that's how it's done. We don't have any IT person in-house.
In-house, okay, very well. Senator Ville, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Kurt Ville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning, Senator.
This is a relatively easy budget. We're very straightforward. Getting the same amount as was appropriated last fiscal year. What you had last year? I'm seeing in the post at it.
$2.5 million.
And what are you? What did the governor send now?
$2.5 million.
Okay, well that's what I meant. And what are you recommending?
$2,553,000.
Okay, so you're recommending 53,000 more.
Yes, Senator, and the board has.
And that is to do what?
Senator, in St. Thomas, we have some cubicles that we have to upgrade.
Okay, the furniture.
The cubicle build out itself.
And the board is they were recommended 250,000 and
They requesting 381,429.
381,000,
Yes, Senator.
and that is for the 2 new vans.
Vans, the video equipment, and the training and stipends. But again, like we
That
said,
would be a substantial increase, more than 50% increase to the board. Ms.
yes.
Hassel, what's the justification for requesting more than a 50% increase to the board?
One is the vans. I was in one of them in St. Thomas when it broke down by the light. It was quite embarrassing.
It's a normal occurrence in the Virgin
so-
Islands. Just feel comfortable.
You're in a different district, you know. If you was in St. Croix, somebody could come and help you. But in St. Thomas, we were there, like, and they had several of us from St. Croix going to the airport.
Are you saying my St. Thomians don't step and help you? You can't run,
I ain't saying
you
that,
can't run
but-
for a territorial position now or no?
I ain't saying that at all. But yeah, the vans and them, if you look at them, they do need to change. They're like outdated. And the video equipment is needed because we don't have...
For the teleconference?
Yeah, teleconference. We don't have proper teleconferencing equipment. And as you know, we have meetings, and we want the public to be a part of our meetings by listening and hearing what's going on. And right now, it's very difficult with the machinery that we have that is outdated.
So you would be amenable to just being able to purchase 1 van per fiscal year?
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
And do you believe that the board will be able to make a decision on which van? It might take 5 or 6 meetings, 6 adjournment in order to make a decision to purchase.
Senator, I don't think so. I think we know which one is the most important one.
I was only joking.
I know you're joking, so I'm answering to that.
based on your recent meetings, I just had to literally throw that in.
Senator, that's one out of many meetings that we had success with.
Good answer. In reference to this $20,834 not appropriated, that was a cut? What was that in the post-audit report, page 3?
Senator, I'm not sure. Again, I'm just seeing the
through the
post-audit
chair
report.
to post-audit.
I just get a post-audit report this morning. So I'm saying, they got the allotment. All our allotments are the same amount. And like I said, some of the obligations that are on that list are in finance to be paid.
Yeah, but it's still a difference because the post-auditor is saying it's not appropriated. So that's a whole different ballgame. Post-audit, how did you come up with that?
Hello. Good
Post-audit, you
morning.
may respond.
Yes. Dr. Phillip, through the chair to Senator Viale. Senator Viale, this figure is basically it just has not been appropriated as yet. So it's still awaiting appropriation.
Okay, so that represents the last month of the fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. So their average monthly appropriation is 20,000.
Yes. From the records we saw.
Okay. And then you had, thus far, they have $35,000 that they have already received, but they haven't obligated those monies?
Yes. If you look at the allotment log as of August 7th, however, Ms. Fawkes just said that she received an appropriation recently. But if you look at the allotment log, and where is it?
But this is under the board. So you're saying that these monies
Oh, I'm sorry. You're under
have
the board.
been appropriated, but they have not been obligated by the board?
Yes.
Okay. You guys don't have a rollover. Your account don't roll over, right?
No, Senator. By September 30th, it will be allocated because, like I said, we just got it. This is August, so it will be utilized.
So you already have plans for
Yes.
that $35,000?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and that includes purchasing any of the stuff that they're included in next year's budget, since you have that money that seems to be dangling?
Well, Senator, again, because this budget, unless you approve it for us now, based on what they have remaining, we might be able
1
to get the
minute.
video teleconference system. But when we ask, they say it's projected to be utilized. So I wouldn't know until maybe the ending of August if they're going to utilize that last amount. And it's kind of
Okay, and who make those decisions? The board?
the board, Senator.
No, so what's the board decision for that $35,000 that's not obligated?
That I'm unsure of. I know that we have stipends. I know several of us will be going to Utah to a conference, the Sierra
30
conference.
seconds.
So I'm unsure of it, Senator.
How much is paid in stipends every fiscal year? How much have been paid in stipends this fiscal year?
Wait a minute. board.
Yeah, while you're looking for that, you could give that to me after, because they're elected members. So, in reference to your staffing, Supervisor, your staff have been with you for quite a while. A lot of those ladies have been working for Board of Election for a long period of time, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Any issues with retirement or anything?
No, Senator. We had one that retired last year, and the rest are pretty unscheduled. One might retire next year, 2026, the end of 2026.
Okay.
So they're pretty current. They've been to the retirement briefings, and they're no what's going
How
on.
many over 30 years?
I may have 2, Senator.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And the staff for the Board of Election, they do a wonderful job on a regular basis. I really do enjoy engaging in them, and they're very amenable, they're very helpful, and it's a pleasure to go to the board office. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, for your line of questions. Supervisor Fawkes, you may respond.
Senator, for the stipends, $32,550 have been expended thus far.
Okay. Last question. Is it mandatory that once you become a board member that you must go for the training, or you must partake in the training?
No. But it's highly recommended because you learn so much and you meet other states and territories and they share the same issues that we have at home. But it is so beneficial to you to know what is happening, not only locally, but in the United States, period.
Should that be mandatory?
I think it should be mandatory because I just came in and there's board members who has been there for years before me that haven't completed a certification. I did it in 2 years because I took it seriously. And when I go to Utah, I'm going to be taking another course on integrity to the systems. But it should be.
Supervisor, what's your feeling? No, let me don't mix up the two. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Before we go on to Senator Potter, Senate President, who will be next, I wanted to ask you about your most recent audit. It was completed when?
It was June. I mean, not June. April or May?
And
April.
that's the audit for which year? What annual audit is that for?
That's just our audit overall. The one with the government, which is they are back to 2023. So we current with that from finance.
Okay.
But this is just the general audit from the EAC.
All right. Can you send us back a copy of that audit? It's completed?
Senator, yes, Senator.
Yeah, we'd like to get a copy of that audit. Or is it available on your website?
No, Senator.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd like to take a look at the audit. You seem a little bit puzzled there. Oh, what happened?
No, I'm saying it's not a financial audit like you have from finance. So it's EAC, but I will share what
but
we
just I mean, an audit that was done in terms of the functionality of the system and how it works and stuff like that. So I think that'll be important. And perhaps you should update it or put it on your website as well.
We're trying to get it updated from the EAC first before we put it out. We're getting it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. This time, the chair will recognize Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me on your end?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Especially good morning to Supervisor of Election, Ms. Carolyn Fawkes, as well as Mrs. Florine Hassel. Supervisor Fawkes, I wanted to ask you, how long have you served as Supervisor of Elections?
Senator, it's over 10 years.
For 10 years. What would you say the best thing and the worst thing about being Supervisor of Elections?
The best thing that I would say about the position is the progress you can make with the organization. From whence we came to where we are right now, we look at things to make a lot of progress. Like I said, early voting was instituted under my leadership. We also have some updated e-poll book, Next Gen e-poll book, where you could put your ID card in and update. Worst thing about any position, you're a public official, and so the negativity without the facts, I would say, is the major. But the task itself or the job itself is not a complicated job.
Thank you. So you're comfortable with the progress you're able to make, but some of the, I guess, misinformation. You mentioned in your testimony combating misinformation as a major challenge. What specific budget allocation or what strategies address this issue?
Well,
This whole issue of misinformation and combating that. What strategies do you have, to counter that or to address that?
Senator, presently we use press releases or information on the radio, but we continue to talk about a PIO, a public relations person, but then you can't fund that position for 24, as a position because there's not work for them to do day to day. So we might look at a team that you can employ just to deal with public relations for those negative or disinformation cases. Some of the person that we have limited strategic communication person in the Virgin Islands. So that's kind of hard for us to get someone that could be dedicated to election, because if you work for any other entity, then you can't work with election. A lot of them work for certain elected officials. So it's hard. It's just trying to get a communication strategist person that can work with us on a case-by-case basis.
I know bad news tends to be exaggerated and emphasized, and good news, people don't really, you just sort of take it for granted. Things like 100% accuracy in the 2025 election audit. I think information like that, I think it lends a level of confidence and trust in the electorate. So I think there is value in finding that dedicated person who can, provide the general public with feedback, as to what the election system is doing. Otherwise, negativity has a way of just gaining a life of its own. I wanted to ask you, Madam Supervisor, your online voter registration system launched in January 2025, but you indicated that you only have 29 users over a 7-month period. What specific marketing budget and strategy will increase, adoption?
Senator, we're launching a campaign, a major campaign. We're right now finalizing the scope of work so we could put that out to get persons to bid on it, because it's going to be utilizing federal funds. And we plan to do a long-term campaign, so it's from this 2025 to 2026. Because it being a new platform, a lot of folks still tend to want to come into the office and register. So it takes transition. The most person that may utilize that app is person that transition from the mainland and now coming to reside here, and they want to register and not having to come into the office. So they're the ones picking up on it quicker, but we're trying to get this scope of work out by the end of August so that we can get it, a robust campaign there. We did launch some digital ads at the July Carnival in St. Thomas, and also at our town, Frederick said, had an event, and we did a digital advertisement of the online voter portal.
Excellent. The plan to transition judges from manual to electronic reporting using tablets. What is the total cost, the timeline, and training requirements for this modernization?
Senator, I think it was about $13,000 for the tablets. We're looking at doing it by the end of this year. So it's going to be implemented for the next election cycle in 2026. The portal is built on the website, so they're just going to upload their data.
30 seconds.
A tablet, again, is just going to be a lot of word forms that they can complete and finalize by the day after the election, so we can upload it. So the judges, they is the one that brought us that idea a couple of years ago, so we're glad we're finally getting it to fruition. So we're going to try to get the tablet by this year, trained on it to be ready for next August and November.
Excellent.
Time.
Your desktop computers are from, if I may just finalize, Mr. Chair, your desktop computers are from 2018. What is your technology refresh cycle and budget for maintaining current systems versus planned upgrades?
Senator, we don't have a specific budget. We do as needed and make that a priority. And so we're looking at the CPUs at this time because they are kind of getting filled. The data can't hold the number of data that we need. Those we got after the hurricane in, like I said, 2017. So we do it based on when we have the funding available and we see the needs arise.
Okay. Just finally, Mr. Chair, you have 12 staff members serving 55,943 total registered voters. How does this staffing level compare to similar jurisdictions?
Senator, in the few small states jurisdiction, it's comparable. They have about 4 employees, and so it's similar to what we have. And then you have the deputy and the supervisor. You have the executive assistant for the board, and then we just hired a HR and fiscal person. So I think we pretty much staff up to the capability that we need.
Thank you, Supervisor Fawkes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senate President Milton Potter, for your line of questions. Supervisor Fawkes, in respect to the online registration, how do you validate the identification of those individuals as registering?
Senator, the documents they have to upload, and the staff will look at the documents, verify the documents, and if any question, they'll contact the person before they are actually put into the database. So they have to be some verification steps that's in there that's secure that we can upload and do. Similar to the passport where you upload your picture and the documentation, similar.
So there's some quality assurance to ensure that those individuals that's registering actually legitimate.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Virgin Islands, everyone in and outside the room.
Good morning, Senator.
The chair well knows what June 28th represents when he's talking about birthdays. So I want to first congratulate you on the Civics Matters Bowl and echo what the chair said about the textbook, which in a sense right now comes well together with what you're doing in terms of your championship. And of course, I want to give a shout out to Attorney Lisa Moorhead, who I worked with for the last 40 years in the legal field. How many schools participated? It was territorial, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
1, 2, 6.
6, okay. And so when is it your staff that's involved in coordinating and reaching out to the schools and getting them geared up? I'm just wondering if it's comparable to the moot court competition that's done by the Superior Court.
Yes, Senator. The executive director and the chairperson of the committee, who is Mr. Kareem Francis, they already started. We had meetings already, 2 meetings, and start sending the letters out to the school. So the executive assistant for the board, he handles that.
Thank you. I mean, this is so important. I can't emphasize how important this is. I also wanted to find out, with respect to training of the elected members of the board, do you do VI law specific training? I ask that because as a bar member, we have to do VI specific law training, and because what you do involves the code, the Virgin Islands Code, your knowledge of the code, I'm just wondering, do you ever have a day or days where you do VI specific code, Virgin Islands Code training?
Senator, no, none officially like that. I mean, we read the code and try to interpret and understand the code ourselves, but no specific training to the code. But that's a very good idea.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that be done, only because a lot of times I hear comments of people on the radio, social media, and the board itself needs to make sure that you're able to refer to the law in responding. With respect to voters, I am curious, both of you really, when it comes to voters and your breakdown of active and inactive, and then the registration day that's on September 15th, how many people do you know or have data on that are not inactive or active but are out there that
were never involved. Never. Is there any way for you to compare the population, the general population on the island, and know, well, these are the amount of people that I need to reach and encourage? Is any data like that available for you?
No, Senator, not at this time.
No, okay, because when you do the voter registration, are you really trying to reach the inactive more than anything else? Is that because define the inactive voter?
So, Senator, yes. So when the person come in and register to vote, usually they learn it from the parents, so they turn 18 and they want them to come and register. So that's how that happens. So everybody comes in and registers, some just for the voter ID card, and then they transition to the States, maybe to go to college or relocate. So 2 election cycle comes around. Usually we go with a general election, because more people participate in general election, and they haven't voted. So we go by those years that they haven't voted, and then we make them inactive. Before, you used to cancel them, and then that was a big push, with not to cancel anyone because everybody should be a voter. And because of the technology that we have now, we could make active and inactive. So instead of this person coming back and bringing me the ballot paper or any documents, they don't have to do any of that. They just say, I want to be back active, and we turn them back. Once they're alive, they confirm their address. Yes, so that's why this system is that way. So these are the person that came in to register and have not voted for at least 2 consecutive general election, which is 4 years.
So we have 28,000 of those people
on our books.
May be in the territory, may not, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And so there's no way really for us to determine whether how many people in effect we're actually targeting, because we don't know whether they're here or not, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Do you see an uptick in registration when there's a gubernatorial election, like next year?
Senator, we do see uptick in both whenever it's an election, but I will say even more so for a gubernatorial election.
Okay, so we expect that. With respect to the $650,000 for to conduct the 2026 elections, do you have a breakdown of how what items cost? I don't see. Maybe you provided that before, but is $650,000? Where did it come from? Past historical figures?
Historical data that we utilize, Senator. Usually we were given $250 for the primary, and then it was $350 for the general. And we're saying that the general should increase to at least $400,000, and so $250 for the overall if we're doing both elections. So we use it for historical data and what we expended the last election cycle.
And so you actually expended that amount of money in the last gubernatorial election?
In the last gubernatorial election, Senator, we expended about $400,000. So we increased it a little bit for this upcoming general election, but it was about $400,000.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just have one more question, please. Okay, in the post-audit report, it showed, with respect to the lease of the property here on St. Croix at the Caribbean Cinemas, it said includes cost of build-out 10 years. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, Senator. When we got this new facility, Sunny Eyes management did all of the build-out, and the plan was to include that in the lease that they have done similar with the government.
So it's spread over time?
Yes, Senator.
Is it going to decrease at any point then?
Once you pay off the amount that they invested into the building. But based on history, we've been in the other building nearly 20 years with Sunny Eyes, so I don't see us going anywhere else from here again, because the facility and
it's
again,
beautiful.
They expanded in it, so we're going to be there for a long term.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the answers from both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Just real quickly, a couple of questions. During the last election, there was a bone of contention regarding the ballot boxes. What is the address for this moving forward? Is there a need for funding to ensure that we have adequate, sufficient ballot boxes? And of course, this is to allow for individuals that may be voting by paper ballots. How do we address that moving forward?
Senator, there was a legal opinion on that issue. That law was superseded, or what you call implied. The last law developed was the law that you reiterate, and so I'll be able to share a copy of that legal opinion. from the Shuptronic time, over 38 years, there were no ballot boxes for the paper ballot. This system that the government purchased, it stated that the paper ballot will go into the DS200, and then there's the activation card, which is the electronic portion to that machine. So you are voted on paper, but it's counted in the DS200, or both the electronic and the paper ballot. So that's something the board and the legislature can look at, but again, that law was ruled then. You bought the system, and it does both back in 2008.
Okay, if you could send us a copy of that, certainly that we could circulate it to my members. Civic Matters, how can we expand that? I think it's so important that we support this. Is there a funded initiative that we could assist in being able to expand this, so that we just don't have a one and done occurrence? I think that it needs to continue to be ongoing over a period of time. So if there is some initiative that could be available for expansion of that area, I'll be interested in seeing how we could be able to fund and support that.
Right now, we do it for the high schoolers, and we'll look at a cost for that, but maybe we could expand it to the elementary and maybe junior high schools.
Right.
And so they could have their own bowl, because civics is very important. If we start at a young age, engaging them, that might pay off in the long run. So I'll take it back to the board, to the chairs of that initiative, which is Mr. Kareem Francis, and have a discussion with him and his committee. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'd like to see how we could support and assist in that endeavor, because I think educating, and the younger the better, starts, and the consistency is even better. So yes, internship. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I may, this is the second year, and then the kids at the high school level are so excited, so very excited. So thank you for that.
All right. Internship. What does internship look like at the Board of Election, at the Supervisor of Elections office?
Senator, we only do the summer program. They do send a student to each of our district, but we don't have anything like internship per se.
No internship or anything like that.
We have to find a way to pay them. I mean, if we try to do some internship, but that's something we could look at long term.
Well, there's funding availability through various programs. Of course, Department of Labor and some of these other entities offer internship stipends. So I just wanted to see how do we create that next level of succession. I heard you talk about individuals that may be retiring in the future and kind of transitioning. So I think internship will give other individuals an opportunity to be able to experience what happens in the Supervisor of Elections office.
Well, Senator could respond to that. We did work with the Department of Labor, and we brought on someone last year that was on with us from October to April. So we do reach out to them. But again, he was studying at a vocational school in a different field, because they didn't have computer available, no instructors, so he ended up in air conditioning. So the value added for our organization, which is mostly administrative, we have to look at that also.
Okay. And my final question to you is in regards to what is the challenges? What do you see of concern that brings you anxiety? What keeps you up at night in regards to your role and responsibility as a Supervisor of Elections?
Senator, nothing keeps me up at night. I am trained to be able to manage my stress. So the well-being, mental and physical, is important. So I try to get a good night's rest. Being a non-election year is just day-to-day operation. So, I'm pretty much coming from Guantanamo Bay.
So in respect to challenges and concerns, are you pretty comfortable with what's happening at the Supervisor of Elections office at this time?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right. Any particular undertaking that you intend to do during FY 2026?
Well, we're looking at some long-term goals, like I mentioned, about maybe getting our online up and running. So it's one of the great tools. We also are reaching out to some agencies to see how we can work with them. Like Senator James said, I know some states are working with the Department of Health statistics. So they look at how many persons are born in the states, and when they get to the age of 17 or 18, that they could give us some data. So that's something we could look at for this upcoming year. Challenges automation-wise, I think we are pretty much where we are to be, because again, when we look at automation and all this new technology, we also got to look at storage space, because the more you get and the less space you have to store it, and where one don't want to have to store equipment, voting equipment, anywhere else except under our eyes and our security system. So that would be all I would say to that.
All right, at this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Again, thank you all for your attention and engagement today. Thanks to the creme de la creme staff, board members, and all our partners. My commitment is to make progress, and progress costs money. In this report, we have estimated the budget for the upcoming fiscal year 2026. We have used historical data, current trends, and future projections to calculate the expected expenses for each category. We look forward to your support of the election system budget of the Virgin Islands. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Karl Fawkes and Secretary Hassel, for your testimony here today. Again, we wish you continued luck and success, productivity in your role and responsibility. This is a very straightforward budget, and certainly one that I believe that truly we can support moving forward. At this time, the committee, I also want to thank your staff, your complete staff, St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John District for all the work that they do, again, in ensuring that we continue to run a fair and effective election cycle. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess until 1300 hours, 1 p.m., where we have the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority before us. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and back on record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Invited testifier, Karl J. Knight, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the CEO, Karl Knight, present at the testifiers table. At this time, we'll go to him for introduction as well as his staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. CEO. Good day, Honorable Novelle E. Francis Jr.
Just an intro at this point. Just intro for,
sorry.
For yourself.
I'm Karl Knight, the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sabrina King-Leonce, Director of Human Resources.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lemuel Lavinier, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Don Gregoire, Chief Operating Officer for Water Distribution.
Good afternoon. Tonight, do you have anyone on St. Thomas or virtual?
No, no one should be in St. Thomas. No one should be virtual.
Very well. You're free to go ahead and put your testimony on record at this time.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon again, Honorable Novelle Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, the members of the committee, other honorable senators that are present and listening, the listening and viewing audience. I am Karl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, hereinafter referred to as WAPA or simply the Authority. Joining me today are members of the Authority's senior leadership team, Chief Financial Officer Lorraine Kelly, Chief Operating Officer of the Electric System Lemuel Lavinier, Interim Chief Operating Officer of the Water System, Mr. Don Gregoire, and the Director of Human Resources, Ms. Sabrina King-Leonce. We are here at your invitation to present the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the operations of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Mr. Chairman, first off, I want to thank you and your staff for accommodating our prior requests to have this hearing rescheduled. The fiscal year for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority runs from July 1st to June 30th. The FY 2026 budget approved by our governing board anticipates $325.2 million in revenues. The anticipated expenditure to be dispersed from the operating funds amount to approximately $334.8 million. This includes $30.8 million in debt service and $500,000 in payment in lieu of taxes, pilot. The authority expects at least $2.5 million additional federal reimbursement for the administrative costs associated with the FEMA-funded disaster recovery projects. This budget anticipates a budget shortfall of approximately $9.6 million in the upcoming fiscal year. These figures assume no rate reductions, in other words, no revenue cuts over the next 12 months. The top of page 2 is a breakdown of our expenses. Fuel expenses. The authority employs 2 types of fuel for power generation at its facilities: liquefied petroleum gas, otherwise known as LPG, and light fuel oil, commonly referred to as diesel. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget projects fuel expenditures of approximately $141 million, accounting for 43% of our anticipated revenues and 41% of our overall expenses. In comparison, actual fuel costs in fiscal year 2025 exceeded $165 million. The expected decrease in expenditures is attributed to the increased plant efficiency at the Harley plant due to the addition of the Phase 2 Wärtsilä engines, a full year of production from both the Petronella and the Hoggensburg solar farms, and the current lower spot rate fuel prices we're enjoying, which analysts project to remain at current rates in the short term. This figure does not yet account for a reduced cost for LPG supply resulting from the recent contract award to Empire Gas Company of Puerto Rico. Operating expenses. For fiscal year 2026, operating expenses, excluding personnel and fuel, are projected to just exceed $104 million, making up 30% of the total planned spending. The primary cost drivers within this category include generator maintenance, procurement of materials and supplies, and the operation and maintenance of the propane terminals. Personnel expenses. The authority's anticipated personnel expenses for fiscal year 2026 are approximately $61.3 million, or 17.7% of expected expenditures. As of June 2025, the authority had 522 full-time permanent employees. As a cost reduction measure, the FY26 budget eliminated 36 vacant positions and an associated $2.2 million in personnel costs. Additionally, six positions that were previously funded through the operating funds have been transferred fully to federal grant funding. The budget, however, does include 8 new positions for tree trimmers that will support the restoration of our internal vegetation management program this year. We provided a breakdown of our employees: 63 management employees, 42 confidential, 58 supervisors, 69 professional and technical employees, and 290 members of the WAPA Employee Association. Debt service. Besides fuel, operations, and personnel costs, debt service payments currently constitute the 4th largest expenditure category for the authority. For fiscal year 2026, debt service is projected to total approximately $30.8 million, accounting for 9% of anticipated expenditures. This figure does not include the debt obligations financed through the gasoline tax revenues. Fiscal challenges. In recent years, the authority has operated with a structural deficit, meaning that revenue collections have not been sufficient to meet essential operating expenses. This shortfall is primarily attributed to LEAC rates that do not fully recover the authority's actual fuel expenditures. The Public Service Commission has permitted the authority to include only 33 cents per gallon in transportation costs for LPG within the LEAC rate over the past several years. In contrast, the authority currently incurs transportation costs of 59 cents per gallon under its current LPG contract, and on occasion, these costs have been even higher. Between fiscal years 2021 and 2025, the authority collected $639 million in LEAC revenues from customers, while in that same period incurring more than $776 million in fuel costs, resulting in a cumulative deficit of over $147 million. This shortfall would have been greater without the $77 million in fuel subsidy provided by the central government during this period. Notwithstanding assertions by the Public Services Commission, these figures represent real invoices that necessitated real cash outlays pursuant to the existing contract terms. The authority has addressed the structural deficit by postponing major maintenance on generating units and deferring payments to vendors. When combining the authority's accounts payable and the estimated deferred maintenance costs, the total, you will find, closely aligns with the amount of unrecovered fuel charges. The authority operated with a monthly cash deficit of as high as $8 million in fiscal year 2024 and was able to reduce this to an amount ranging somewhere between $3 million and $3.5 million throughout fiscal year 2025. In practical terms, this indicated that expenditure exceeded revenues by an average of $3 to $3.5 million each month in fiscal year 2025. Consequently, the fiscal year concluded with a cumulative shortfall between $36 million and $42 million. To mitigate these deficits, the central government provided over $16.5 million in strategically allocated subsidies, primarily directed toward fuel and vendor payments. These interventions were instrumental in reducing operating deficits to more manageable levels during the first half of fiscal year 2025. Following the end of the state of emergency in December of 2024, central government fiscal subsidies ceased. The authority operated without subsidy for the final 6 months of its fiscal year. However, the earlier financial support provided the authority with valuable time to implement key strategic initiatives that have permanently reduced its structural deficit and the projected fiscal year 2026 budget shortfall. These initiatives include the 18 megawatt hours of battery storage at the Randolph-Harley Power Plant, the 36 megawatt hours of new fuel-efficient generation at the Randolph-Harley plant, 10 megawatts of solar energy and 8 megawatt hours of battery storage at Petronella Solar Farm on Croix, 12 megawatts of solar energy and 18.4 megawatt hours of battery storage at the Hoggensburg Solar Farm on Croix, a new, more cost-effective supply contract for diesel. These initiatives were all effectuated over the last 12 months within fiscal year 2025. The anticipated budgetary shortfall for fiscal year 2026 has decreased to 9.6 million. If this projection is accurate, the authority has reduced its structural deficit by more than 75% in the last year alone. The projected shortfall represents less than 3% of the proposed budget. In other words, 97% of the authority's fiscal year 2026 expenditures are expected to be fully funded by the anticipated revenues. However, the potential shortfall means that the authority must implement additional strategic initiatives to close the funding gap during the next 12 months. Thankfully, there are great opportunities ahead to do so, and to achieve this objective, we are pursuing several initiatives, including the following: the FEMA reimbursement for last year's Tropical Storm Ernesto related expenditures, the commissioning of a new solar farm at Estate Fortuna, the reduction of water line losses, improved meter reading and billing accuracy, the sale of scrap metal as older equipment is being decommissioned, and legislative actions in support of WAPA's fiscal recovery. The authority is confident that if these initiatives are successfully implemented, the anticipated budget shortfall will be substantially reduced or possibly eliminated by the close of the fiscal year. Of course, once again, this projection assumes no increase in fuel product costs, which are determined by the fuel market, or rate cuts over the next 12 months. Any rate cut would only serve to diminish the authority's operational capacity and further impede its ability to pay vendors for services rendered, thereby undermining its ability to provide reliable service to residents and businesses in the Virgin Islands. The budgetary shortfalls have essentially been managed up to this point by deferring maintenance and other critical expenditures. The current operating accounts past due payable balance is $104.1 million, and that includes $7.4 million that is owed to approximately 185 local vendors. Requests for legislative action. For most of its existence, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has not required any support from the general fund beyond the government. For most of its existence, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has not required any support from the general fund beyond the government simply paying for services rendered. The authority generally supports itself through its own revenue collections, federal grants, and by floating bonds. In prior years, the appearance of the authority at budget hearings in the Senate was just a formality. However, given the precarious fiscal state of the authority, we will surely take full advantage of the opportunity to discuss potential legislative actions to support the authority's fiscal stability. There are several measures that the Senate can introduce that would help offset the authority's anticipated fiscal year 2026 deficit of $9.6 million. Full payment for street lighting services. In fiscal year 2025, the authority submitted to the Department of Finance monthly invoices totaling $7.4 million for the operations and maintenance of the street lighting system in the Virgin Islands. The Department of Finance only released $2.7 million in payments, which resulted in a $4.7 million revenue shortfall. This persistent underfunding of the street lighting system is a contributing factor to the ongoing structural deficit of the Water and Power Authority. A permanent solution is required. The authority has 16,427 streetlights deployed along the roadways of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Exactly 6,509 on St. Thomas, 674 on St. John, and 9,254 on St. Croix. Approximately 1,500 of those lights are 250-watt sodium vapor luminaires. The balance are primarily 99-watt LEDs. The authority tracks its inventory of streetlights through its GIS mapping system. The calculations of the costs associated with street lighting are not arbitrary, and the government's funding of the street lighting system should not be arbitrary. The authority humbly requests an annual budget appropriation to reconcile the difference between what the amount billed and the level of appropriations that the district street lighting fund can sustain, to include requests for additional permanent street lights, as well as requests for temporary special events such as Carnival and Festival. Adjust legislative mandate of 30-day meter reading cycle. Title 30, Virgin Islands Code, Section 125A, mandates that electric meters must be read at least once every month within a 30-day cycle. This provision does not consider that certain months have more than 30 days, occasionally requiring the authority to conduct meter readings twice in 1 month. Additionally, and perhaps more importantly, this statute effectively necessitates that meter readings occur nearly every day, including weekends and holidays, to ensure compliance. As a result, there are unavoidable increases in overtime for meter readers and meter reading edit clerks. Furthermore, if meter readers are unable to access certain routes within 30 days of the previous reading, entire routes sometimes need to be estimated. The authority respectfully renews its requests for an amendment to extend the meter reading cycle to a maximum of 35 days, consistent with common industry practices. Modify the statute regarding back billing. Title 30 VIC, Section 127A(2) restricts the authority from back billing customers for more than one billing cycle, not exceeding 30 days, when billing errors or omissions are identified. Although this provision is designed to protect customers, it has inadvertently provided an undue advantage to customers, especially large customers, who may benefit from underbilling without being required to pay for electricity or water already consumed. As a result, the authority incurs a loss through reduced revenues. Conversely, when customers are overbilled, the authority consistently applies credits to their accounts regardless of when the error is discovered. The authority respectfully recommends amending the statute to permit error corrections within 3 billing cycles for residential and small commercial customers. And I'll alter my testimony to say, based on conversations we've had with this body recently, that we respectfully request 6 billing cycles for large commercial and industrial customers. Furthermore, the authority would agree to automatically provide payment plans for the back billed amounts for those affected by billing errors, and to waive late fees for a reasonable time on any adjusted balances. Implement a customer charge for the water system. Currently, water system customers are not subject to any customer charges. In contrast, Electrical service customers are assessed a flat monthly fee of $4.86, irrespective of their usage. The authority ensures water service connections are always available to both residential and business customers, regardless of water consumption levels. However, maintaining these water lines comes with a cost to the authority. As such, the authority is pursuing legislative approval to institute a flat customer service charge for water customers not to exceed $5 per month. Place a cap on liability for the authority. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, unlike most other public sector entities in the territory, remains exposed to unlimited tort liability. This unchecked exposure places the authority at constant financial risk, leading to costly litigation, higher insurance premiums, and fiscal instability, all of which ultimately burden our ratepayers. To align WAPA with its peer institutions, such as the Port Authority, the Waste Management Authority, and the University of the Virgin Islands, a statutory tort liability cap of $75,000 per occurrence is proposed, with exceptions, of course, for gross negligence. Introducing such a cap would help contain our legal costs, stabilize our operations, and protect the authority's ability to deliver essential services without undermining legitimate claims or public accountability. As you're well aware, Senators, unlike our peer institutions, we are in every home, along every roadway, and we are constantly exposed to risk. Disconnection fees. As previously communicated to this body, most service disconnections for non-payments are performed either in the field by meter service personnel or remotely by customer accounts staff. In certain situations, however, disconnections must be executed at the power pole by a line crew. Such instances typically involve suspicion of theft of service, criminal activity, or circumstances where our field personnel safety is otherwise at risk. The current statutory disconnection fee of $25 does not adequately compensate for the costs associated with dispatching a bucket truck and a full line crew for these cases. Accordingly, the authority respectfully requests that the law be amended to permit the charging of up to $275 for disconnections that are conducted from the power pole to better reflect the actual costs incurred. Competitive bidding. 30 VIC Section 116 establishes a cap on purchases and contracts that requires competitive bidding for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Enacted in 1964, the statute's current threshold of $10,000 has become increasingly impractical due to rising costs for materials, labor, and services. This low threshold obligates the authority to undergo extensive bidding procedures for routine expenditures, resulting in delays to essential projects and imposing additional administrative burdens. Accordingly, the authority requests an increase in the threshold, similar to the government of the Virgin Islands, to $150,000. This adjustment would streamline procurement processes for smaller contracts while preserving competitive bidding requirements for the larger expenditures. Appropriate the increase in minimum salary to $35,000 for fiscal year 2026. The recent legislative action to increase minimum salaries at the authority was not anticipated in the original financial planning. The upcoming salary adjustment will affect 91 existing employees as well as 44 vacant positions, and would raise total payroll costs by approximately $801,000 in fiscal year 2026, which has increased the projected budget shortfall. As the legislature considers funding options for these additional payroll costs in the FY 2026 executive budget, we respectfully request consideration of a one-time appropriation to the authority to cover this initial expense in the current fiscal year. Please don't forget about us. Appropriate the 3% increase in employer contributions to GRS. Likewise, the decision of the Government Employees Retirement System to increase the employer's contribution is a similarly unfunded mandate. GERS is already the second largest accounts payable for the authority, with an outstanding balance that exceeds $17 million. And this unilaterally imposed increase will potentially cost the authority an additional $907,000 in additional fringe benefits. While the authority has remained current in its obligations to GERS since April of 2024, this increase will make addressing previous arrears more difficult. The legislature can support the authority's efforts to close its near-term funding gap by appropriating funds for this portion of the increase to the fringe benefits as part of the overall FY 2026 executive budget. Appropriate the past due PSC annual assessments. The $2.8 million owed to the Public Service Commission is currently ranked number 12 on our accounts payable list. The PSC assessment for fiscal year 2026 is included. The PSC assessment for fiscal year 2026 is included in the authority's proposed budget, with plans to remain current with future payments. However, the past due arrears are not currently funded. Members of the Commission have referenced these outstanding amounts as a factor that has affected their decisions regarding rates. Unfortunately, the authority has had to make difficult decisions in recent years to prioritize the utilization of revenues on critical needs, particularly while reliant on government subsidies for operations, especially during a period when the utility was dependent on government to subsidize operations. Unlike the prior private entities regulated by the Commission, WAPA is a government instrumentality that does not have a guaranteed return on investment. As a result, annual assessment payments do not impact a profit margin, but are instead balanced against payments to vendors and our other operational costs. Legislative action appropriating funds for the $2.8 million in prior PSC assessments would further assist the authority's financial turnaround. Finally, as I conclude my testimony, I want to thank the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for affording the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority an opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 operating budget. It should also be noted that this budget does not account for any rate reductions during the fiscal year 2026, which for the authority commenced on July 1st and will conclude on June 30th, 2026. Any reduction in rates will reduce the forecasted revenue collections and result in further underfunding of our critical expenses. While the authority has made significant progress in cutting operating costs, the initial savings generated are primarily allocated to addressing our outstanding balances owed and resolving our deferred maintenance obligations. The authority continues to operate with a structural deficit, which we are actively addressing. In today's testimony, we have outlined how this deficit stems from years of core operating expenses exceeding revenues generated through rates. We have presented initiatives implemented during fiscal year 2025 that have led to reduced operating costs for the authority. Additionally, we have provided an estimate of the potential remaining shortfall for fiscal year 2026 budget under current operations. However, we have also identified several strategic initiatives aimed at closing this gap within the next 12 months. Furthermore, we have proposed ways in which the legislature can support and accelerate WAPA's path towards fiscal stability, enabling reliable supply to our customers. We have not spent much time discussing the major transformative projects that will ensure the authority's long-term stability. Procurement has begun on the complete rebuild of the Richmond Power Plant to include installation of new generation and a battery energy storage system. Procurement is also in progress for additional generation and energy storage for the Randolph-Harley Power Plant. A contractor has been selected for the replacement of water lines along the north side of St. Croix. Similar water line rehabilitation projects are being procured for the southwest of St. Croix and the east end of St. Thomas. The fiscal impact of these large infrastructure overhaul projects will be tremendous, but they're unlikely to be felt within the next 12 months of the current fiscal year. They will likely be part of the fiscal year 2027 discussion. Honorable Senators, I want to remind you that the meetings of the authority's governing board, as well as the hearings of the Public Services Commission, are open to the public. I encourage you to attend when possible. Additionally, I am available for individual meetings should you wish to discuss in detail the direction we are pursuing, our progress to date, and the challenges that remain ahead. There is more heavy lifting to be done by the authority over the next 12 months. However, with your continued support, we are prepared to meet the challenge and continue our efforts to increase the reliability and the affordability of our service. I thank you for your attention. My team and I are available to address any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, CEO Karl Knight, for your testimony. And of course, before we go on and open the floor, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Karl J. Joseph. Good afternoon, Senator. Welcome. And again, thank you for your testimony here. I want to say that we do have representation on the Public Service Commission. We have two ex-officio members that represent the eyes and ears of the legislature, and we do often watch and read the reportings that come in terms of the actions taken by the governing board. But yeah, I guess physical presence is something that we could also consider doing as well in that area. So my first question to you before I open up is in regards to your budget cycle, your budget year, your fiscal budget year. July 1st to June 30th. I don't think nowhere else in government we see that fiscal cycle. Is there an opportunity to change that? Is there a consideration to right-size that to make it more industry standard, or how does that benefit you in any way, shape, or form?
It's been that way for probably forever. It isn't something that I've put a lot of thought into. I don't know if my CFO has put any thought into that. It would make things perhaps more aligned with the rest of the GVI. But no, it isn't an active discussion that we're having. We've inherited a fiscal year that is sort of opposite to the rest of the government, or at least 3 months behind the rest of the government.
Yeah, can I ask for there to be some consideration, at least a discussion, in respect to perhaps some consideration of making more central government centric? You know, I think that it really doesn't match anything else that we see in government. There, and not because we have done certain things for a certain way. I think that, you know, we really endeavor to change that mode of operation moving forward.
Certainly, we'll take a look at the enabling statute, and we'll look at what might be entailed in such a change, and see if we can figure out a strategy to try to align with everybody else.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. In your, obviously you spoke about your outstanding vendors payment, which is something that we're probably going to get a little bit deeper into. But you spoke about the central government contribution of the $77 million in one instance, and then the $16.5 million. Is that the total that the central government has provided to WAPA over the fiscal year 2024-25?
The total is 77 million. 16.5 would have been in the last fiscal year, 2025 fiscal year. 77 million would have been over the course of, I think, 2020, 2021 to current.
Okay. All right. You talk about your ask today is what? Besides the recommendation in terms of the legislative action, I think that I've heard from your testimony, you talk about the 9.6. In some instances, I'm seeing 9.2, but I think in your testimony today, I see 9.6 in terms of your structural deficit.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is no real ask. I think I want to make sure the Senate is aware of our challenges, how far behind we are, which We are closing the gap. We still have a little bit more to close. We've laid out how we think we get that gap closed over the course of the current fiscal year that we've already started. There are some legislative things that we feel can expedite our closing of that gap. Some of those are things that you can consider as part of the upcoming markup of the executive budget. Others are just general legislative actions that we think would have a positive financial impact on the authority. And so if there's an ask, it would be to consider those initiatives. We've spent a lot of time thinking of ways that the Senate can support what we're trying to do. And other than that is just the general support for the authority and its mission. The Senate did commission a turnaround management company. They have put out some thoughts and ideas as to how long it'll take to turn this thing around. I think we can get there even faster than they're projecting. And if we work together, in hand in glove, we can certainly beat their expectations and get this authority back on its sound financial footing again.
Very well. In regards to your disconnection fee, because obviously I see that as an issue that, even though it's one of your recommendations, increasing that from $25 to $275, which represent a 1,000% increase. In my opinion, that's a real electrical overload or electrical jolt on our constituency, because those individuals that's been disconnected is because they have difficulties in being able to make that payment in itself. Do you see a middle ground, a happy medium that we could arrive at rather than this 1,000% increase?
So I want to be clear. So that is the middle ground. I am not in any way proposing that the typical disconnection fee for the typical customer be increased. We have tried to outline there are some specific instances where we ultimately have to roll a crew to disconnect from the pole. That's not normal. That's not 95% of our disconnections. But there are those exceptions that require a little bit extra resources. And those also, that disconnection fee is the same $25. Now, if you have
let me stop you there. How do we differentiate those two, though? Because obviously those are two different spectrums of responsibility in getting that done. There's one that perhaps could be done from your, whenever you get the smart metering completed, that would be done from your office, versus this now you have to physically go out and climb the poles and get your bucket trucks and do all of these things. How do you differentiate those two?
Right. Typically, we can disconnect manually. I mean, a serviceman can disconnect at your home. We could disconnect remotely. There's a rare exception where we have to roll the truck. And so we keep track of when we have to send out the truck. I can suggest that maybe we can put some criteria that says in these specific instances, such as criminal activity, we could probably try and identify the criterion, which ultimately compels us to have to use a truck to disconnect from the pole. When we do that, it's because there's something extreme that's taking place. It's not the typical disconnection, but the fee, usually for a service that we're probably going to end up terminating, doesn't cover the cost we're incurring.
For marketing reasons, I think that when you talk about disconnection fee, we need to differentiate those two, because the public sentiment is that will be the mundane, disconnections that you're referring to.
Certainly, we can try to find verbiage that differentiates that from the typical disconnection. We're not proposing to change the typical disconnection fee from $25 whatsoever.
Okay. And my last discussion real quickly before I move on to my colleagues and then come back is in regards to the street light system. You talk about the $7.4 million in terms of the real costs associated with street lighting. I think that there was a budgeted amount for $6 million in some way, shape, or form that I've seen over the years. You say you've only gotten $2.4 million there. But how do we ensure a return on our investment? How do we ensure that we're getting what we pay for with so many street lights that's being out? How are we going to be able to meter exactly what we're being paying for?
So there's two parts to that question. There is technology that we can look at as far as metering of the street lights. With the new rollout of the automated metering infrastructure, there might be some opportunities to do some of that, right? It's not typical, but it is something we may be able to do. We are in a catch-22. I would love to light up these Virgin Islands. I just don't have the money to do so. If we were fully compensated for the expense, changing out bulbs and fixtures wouldn't be a problem. I currently have bulbs and fixtures. I can replace street lights on demand. But the fact is I don't get paid for those lights, and it is ultimately a revenue-losing proposition for us. If we were a private company, this would be one of the line items we look at to say we don't make money on the street lighting business, we lose money on the street lighting business. We can fix that. If we were fully funded for what we bill, we would light up everything that needs to be lit up. So we're kind of in a catch-22. We can't do it because we just don't get funded for it. Fund us for it, and we can get it done for you.
So it's a real conversation that I love to have because I think it's important. It goes towards crime prevention and public safety issues. It goes towards our seniors being able to drive at night. A lot of them don't even come out on the road because the streets are too dark, and they're unable to see at night, have difficulties. So it's a real conversation that needs to be had. But we also want to ensure that when we do pay for this, that we get the light in there. So we'll further that discussion. At this time, I recognize Senator Maurice James for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to follow up CEO Knight on those two issues. The street light. I'll go with that one first because the one I just remember. Wouldn't it be cost effective over time for us to go to LED? You talk about 1,500 or 250 watts sodium vapor luminaires, and the balance are 99 wattage LEDs. Wouldn't it be more cost effective for us to, I know the initial investment would be higher, that's probably the concern, but wouldn't you save in a short order if you actually moved to the LED lights throughout the territory?
So we typically, that's what we've done. We, the vast majority of our lights are LED lights. I think some of that high pressure sodium bulbs are legacies. The intersections, which require a little bit brighter wattage, I suspect that's probably where you find more of the high pressure sodium because you want the intersections, busy intersections, to be well lit. But I don't know if Mr. Lavenier has any, can expound on that any.
Yes, good afternoon. Lemuel Lavenier, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. Good afternoon. Lemuel Lavenier, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. We can, it is best practice to transition from the high pressure to LEDs. LEDs come with different lighting patterns that allow you to deploy them more effectively than you can the high pressure sodium.
But the cost up front is what's preventing.
The cost up front is something that can be evaluated, and we can do the analysis so that you can see what the payback period is.
But let me point out, just to answer your question, what we purchase now is LEDs. Cost or no cost, that's what we purchase. We purchase LEDs. We don't purchase high pressure sodium unless there's a specific need for high pressure sodium bulb.
Well, I was actually advocating a quicker movement to the LEDs. That's what I was advocating in order to save money over time.
Certainly.
Yeah, and the other question is, I don't see why I, as a consumer, and you'd have to explain to me, should pay for the higher disconnection from the pole. Is that my fault that you have to come out to disconnect from the pole?
If you are my customer and I have to disconnect you, it's your fault. That means you haven't been paying for service. If I have to disconnect you from the pole, though, it's probably because you're doing something that makes it dangerous for me to enter your premises to disconnect you the way I normally would disconnect you. And so if you have a grow house or criminal activity, or you have been stealing service, or you have threatened my meter servicemen, if I have to ultimately disconnect you from the pole, it's still your fault.
Okay, now I wanted you to explain that really clearly, because I was like, most people out there are probably saying, well, it's not my fault, but it is their fault.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. See you tonight.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your line of question. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. 5 minutes ain't enough with WAPA. I do want to say thank you very much for your explanation. Good afternoon to you and your team. Good afternoon to the listening viewers. And when it comes to illegal activity, you'll have my support. When you talk about people stealing from WAPA, then it costing somebody else more money. And only for those cases I could support that.
Right.
Because going to that $200 is very, very steep. But if you're stealing electrical power, if you got, as you say, a grow house, wherever you have, and you find ways to adjust to not pay what you're supposed to pay, I don't have a problem. And so your language needs to reflect only when it's illegal activity, stealing, fixing the wires in ways that when your linemen them go to try to disconnect it, it's a risk with their life. People need to understand it, and that's why it's important that you expand on that. But today, listening to your testimony, you pretty much showed me and tell me that our seniors on the island of St. Croix are right, that St. Croix is dark. When I take your numbers that you read out, St. Croix has 9,254 lights. St. Thomas and John total together come up to 7,000. St. Thomas can fit in St. Croix 2 times with a St. John and with our Thailand go squeeze in. So you're showing me significant difference in the street lighting on the island of St. Croix. Remember, 2 St. Thomas gonna fit in St. Croix with a St. John. And we're saying St. Croix is 9,000 and St. Thomas and St. John is 7,100.
Where does the rainforest fit into that?
It's still, well, it's only a piece of your place. St. Thomas ain't gonna take up the whole rainforest. One of them ain't gonna take up the whole thing, but we're talking some serious differences in lighting. And you hear our seniors complain about driving on our roads because it's very dark on St. Croix. It really is. When you're flying into St. Croix, you really see darkness because you see homes and no street lights. It's really dark. So I do agree that somehow, some way, we might need to find a way for some of those differences to be adjusted. You also spoke about the 35 days. Isn't that policy in place already?
No, the law is restricting us to 30 days.
I've been to your office because I had 30-something days on my bill, and a supervisor tell me 35 days. I'm telling you my experience.
Okay.
I'm not telling you somebody else's experience. And so when you come here and asking for this adjustment, and the adjustment is already in place, then what are you saying to me? Things are happening that should not be happening.
That it could be an error. If it happens, that shouldn't be the case. The law prohibits, and everyone is aware of the restrictions. We complain about it bitterly all the time, but we ultimately comply. So if that's happening, they are very extraneous circumstances, again, sometimes it requires that we end up estimating a whole route. Maybe there's some extraneous circumstances that would explain that, but we try our best to comply with the law. That's why we're asking for it to be relaxed, because we do know it's a challenge for us.
And then the biggest part of the problem is the adjustment. When you bill folks and you have wrong billing, it takes nearly a year for somebody to get an adjustment. And again, that's what your team telling me when I come with mines. Because there's some adjustment that I need to have, and I could talk about everybody else, but I won't tell you about mines. Because I don't walk in and talk. And when I go back to say, well, you know, it's going to take about a year to get this adjustment, it's hard. It's hard for the common person who's out there struggling to pay these bills, and then they get these crazy bills, $1,000 and going, and you tell them, well, it can't be adjusted for a year. And some people running and paying, especially the seniors, they are so scared of their light being turned off
1 minute
that they're paying these big bills. You know, how do we look at these things and have some compassion and care about our seniors? Because I might challenge you, and I'm going to say, well, I'm going to wait till it's done, but they come in and pay that money. And then it takes an entire year. What can you do to expedite that so that these folks don't have to wait for a whole year to get a credit?
So the
30 seconds.
When I came into the company a year ago, there was a tremendous backlog, and we've been working through that backlog. It's not a year. Matter of fact, I think right now we're handling most adjustments within about a 6-week period. We've made some changes. We've restructured a little bit, and we've been able to address those a little bit more promptly than we were previously. We did end up, because there were quite a bit of adjustments, we had a system that was heading in the wrong direction, but we have been working through that backlog, and we're getting caught up. We're about 6 weeks behind now.
Mr. Chair, I got two I'd like to finish off on. And on page 3, I look at your position and classification of employees, and you're on the top-heavy side. You're talking about between management and supervisor, 121. Between the management and your supervisors is 121 employees when you add those numbers. That's top-heavy.
But I got 522 employees.
That's top-heavy for 121 supervision. I mean, you might say different, but that's top-heavy. So, yes, you speak about your obligations and what it's costing in Feds benefits and stuff like that, but you're top-heavy. What I want to finish up with is, how will the $25 million expected FEMA reimbursement be applied, and why does it only apply partially to reduce the deficit?
It's $2.5 million that we anticipate claiming in the management costs. So any expenses related to the management of disaster recovery projects, whether payroll costs or other expenditures, travel, whatever that's related to recovery, we're able to get reimbursed. So we have been a little bit more aggressive recently in trying to track our costs associated, since a large portion of our capital projects are disaster recovery related, and make sure that everybody who is involved with that project, from the administrative assistant right down to the project manager, that their cost is being charged back to the grant. So that's where we think we can claw another $2.5 million this year.
Okay. I wish you the best on it, and hopefully we get a second run at this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you, Senator Johnson.
If I may, to the senator's concern, maybe if we renamed it the Tampering and Unsafe Conditions Disconnection Fee, we could make a distinction between that and the typical normal disconnection.
Yes, there definitely needs to be a differentiation on that, so no problem. In regard, you mentioned about scrap metal project. What do you expect to? What's your projection and the amount you'll be able to benefit from that?
I don't want to, because we're ultimately going to be in a competitive process, I don't want to get too specific, but I do think I can generate at least $2 million in scrap metal between the two facilities. We ultimately want to do this in a competitive environment, so I'll let them see who could bid me up the highest.
Okay, very well, no problem. And what's going on with Mr. Hodges? He's transitioning to retirement?
Mr. Noel Hodge?
Noel Hodge, yeah.
No, he's, we have some $3 billion in capital projects on the water system.
Yeah, so.
And it was my opinion that we didn't have a project management apparatus that recognizes that we're trying to spend $3 billion on water projects. I've asked him to focus on making sure that money gets spent and spent the way it's intended to be spent.
Very well. How is morale at the WAPA, the authority?
Morale, I have some scrappy employees that are really trying their best to do their best for their community. It's sometimes a challenge. We do have to deal with frustrated customers at times. And we do have to deal with the financial austerity that they've been suffering through for the last several years, that sometimes doesn't afford them with the tools and the equipment and the resources that they would like to have at their disposal. But they are very determined, and they've been pushing through. I'll give us a C, but we're trying to get better. And as the fiscal situation improves, I think they will also be a little bit more content in their work. And as I can address some of these customer complaints, I think we can get to a A or a B.
Okay. So I have two constituents questions. One is regarding the rapid turnover of customer service department. What's happening in that space? And the other one is in respect to the $500 wellness penalty that is alleged to be illegal, but employees continue to be charged on that. Can you answer those two?
I don't know if it's illegal. I have a lot of thoughts on how we approach that. Let me start with the second part, the wellness penalty. I don't know it to be illegal. I do understand that it does feel like I'm trying to force people to do the right thing. I saw the same thing play out in the central government. I understand the thoughts behind it, and my director of HR could speak to it more specifically. But I don't find it to be illegal. It's really us trying to make sure that our workers take advantage of the very expensive plan that we provide, and do the proactive health care that ultimately can lead to better health care outcomes for everybody and those the rest of us on the plan as well. The high turnover in customer service, customer service is a very difficult job. I'm squeezing the customer service folks on one end to be more responsive, to address some of the issues that we're having with our customers. On the other end, I have customers that are angry and frustrated that are taking it out on some of the front-facing folks. So people trying to do that job get caught in the middle, right? Management expectations of them being met with customer dissatisfaction. And as I told my customer service reps a few months ago, that job isn't necessarily for everybody. It takes a certain temperament and demeanor. It's very difficult. And I told them, I said, if you find that it doesn't match up with your temperament and demeanor, let's find something that, within the company that actually works better for you. But you have to really appreciate that it takes a special person to really deal with that being caught in the middle of our expectations versus the customer's expectations.
Thank you for that response. You want to respond? Ms. HR Director?
Sure. Sabrina King-Leon.
The
Cliff Notes version,
yes,
Director of Human Resources. The only thing that I would add regarding the penalty is that we call it the penalty, but really it's a benefit. Largely, the employees of the authority have the opportunity to have 100% fully funded coverage of their health insurance. We're simply asking that employees do their part and get their 100% paid preventative health care taken care of on an annual basis.
Yeah, it's something that we're also challenging and battling within central government as well, where we're seeing that our insurance continue to go up, and we have individuals that's not taking advantage of it until it gets to a catastrophic stage, and then we're paying a lot more money. So it's one of those conversations that we have to balance, the benefit versus the penalty, really,
Exactly.
on that. Yeah. Senator Frederick, Hubert Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. This is a pleasure for me to be here and have the opportunity to speak to a wonderful agency like WAPA. I know it's not an easy job. I know being a monopoly is never an easy job, So, CEO Knight, I wanted to ask you, what's the difference between being chief of staff in the executive branch and being the CEO, excluding the compensation of a monopoly? What's the difference?
First of all, I get to tell you, stop calling me a monopoly, but
no one else could do it.
Well, we could debate that, but the difference is in your positions, just as in the chief of staff, you have a responsibility for the entire government, and you're trying to generalize in a lot of different areas. I relish being, for the first time in a long time, focused on one specific area of government, one specific issue, and being able to have all of my attention, pour all of my attention into that. So the big difference is it's a more concentrated approach. I'm no longer responsible for a myriad of issues every day. You get up and there's a whole litany of things that require your attention. Here, I kind of know what the mission is, and I can focus my attention better.
As a legislator, I noticed there's one agency we get a lot of calls about, and it's WAPA. If it's not the hospital, it's WAPA. It's like you guys are Siamese twins.
Want me to volunteer some other agencies?
so it's always WAPA, WAPA, WAPA. And the more good you do it doesn't change the level of complaints we get. So we've got Petronella up, we've got Hogansburg up, we've got more coming. We've got the Wasilas working sometimes, and we're still having outages, we're still having complaints. And you're still broke, very broke, to the point that we're still not sure if you're solvent or not. What else? And I appreciate this. This has been a help. I haven't seen anyone else do this, so that's good. These are some legislative initiatives that you're assuming we could help you with that will make the authority function better.
That's correct.
The only thing is there was not a financial analysis with each one, so I could know what the impact is financially. So if you would, let's see how much it would help you or not help you, whatever. I know you're just saying that these things would help us, but we don't know how numerically. So it would be nice if you put it in numbers for us, projection-wise. What do you think? Because we've got to get to the point that we understand why WAPA can't seem to get where we need it to be. Since you've been on board, I can see the improvement. I'll give you credit for that. But we're still hearing the same bad news. We still haven't paid off our vendors. That's a problem. We still have erratic performance from the authority. So, and it's not any one person's fault. It's just the entity itself. So I'm trying to figure out: is it money? Is it management? Is it what? Because Mr. Smith was here not too long ago. Same issue. Now it's your turn. Almost the same issue. As a ratepayer, what can we expect?
That's a wonderful question, and I'm sure it's a perspective that's shared by a lot of people. I don't share it, but I understand why that's a general public sentiment. Right. Every one of my employees know that don't expect anyone to ever love their utility. You don't love it in the Virgin Islands. You don't love it in Wichita. You don't love it in LA. You don't love it in New York City. No one loves their utility. If the power only goes out twice a year, you're vexed when it goes out twice a year. If the rates only go up a cent, you're still vexed that it went up a cent. So we're not in the game to be loved. Those challenges are going to stick with us for a while longer. I think what's relatively new to us is the fiscal strife that we're under, right? So I point out in my testimony that from most of its existence, and we have an anniversary, I think our 61st anniversary at the end of this month, we have been able to cover our costs through our revenues. It's been a rare occurrence, more recent, that we have been unable to do so. And so that has now become the norm, and there's a perception that this is how it's always going to be. We are working very feverishly to reverse that, get back to a point where we can break even, get back to the black, and start to cash flow positively again. And we're on a path to get there. I think Larry Kupfer laid out a plan, and Andy Smith advanced portions of the plan, and I'm trying to take that plan across the finish line and actually get us back to the black. And as we lay out in our testimony, we have covered a lot of ground in the last 12 months, and we think over the next 12 months, we might very well, cautiously optimistic, we'll get there in the next 12 months.
So I noticed your vacancies are pretty high.
Yes.
What part of the organizational structure are those vacancies mostly? Top, middle, or frontline?
Time.
In one of the things that I eliminated, maybe in a certain sensitivity to not being too top heavy, I eliminated a lot of the top level positions. So I mentioned in the testimony we eliminated 36 vacancies, mostly from the top to make sure we can fill more of the rank and file positions. The real strategy there is I try to target positions that are causing us a lot of overtime, and to make sure that we're not incurring overtime because of lack of bodies. So we're looking at rank and file positions to try to mitigate some of the overtime we've been incurring. And there's some strategic positions like the tree trimming positions that I think are just critical to reducing outages. So we've tried to we're going through a restructuring, and over the next 12 months we'll see more of that, where we try to shift the workforce to where we can get the most bang for the buck.
So the last time you came, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Thank you very much. The last time you came before us, we talked about you were on a projected cost savings plan where the Wasillas were working. We were using propane. Everybody was happy. And then we had a setback. And then your plan went sideways. Where are we getting back on plan so that I know we've got a new provider for fuel, gas, but is this going to help us even more? Is that going to help us recover quicker and get back online? Because I'm holding you to those 3 years, all right?
No problem.
All right.
The so I don't want to say we went sideways. We probably went diagonal, but
okay. It wasn't straight anymore.
the Wasillas are up and running. They run on diesel, and they're much more efficient than the generators we've been operating traditionally. The Unit 23 and Unit 27. Even Unit 15, the Wasillas sip fuel compared to those guzzling generators. There is a chance to maximize that efficiency by getting them on propane operation. I can't remember when I was here last, but we have identified that it was the conversion over to the LPG that was causing some issues with the generator. So we've at least narrowed it down. We've been able to maintain for the last several months steady operation on those generators on diesel. And we're about to try again to transition them to see if they can get back to dual purpose. We think, well, Watsilla and their manufacturers believe they have narrowed down the issue and that they have corrected it, and they're now prepared to try again. So we'll cross our fingers that they have figured it out and gotten it correct. But we're still benefiting and saving as a result of that. The new fuel contracts in the last 12 months, we've been able to renegotiate substantially reductions in our diesel fuel contract with a new provider, and we've just done the same. We're still getting the final, trying to ink the final contract, but we've just done the same on LPG. We have broken our long-standing relationship with Vitol, and we found a way to reduce costs on the LPG side of the operation as well. All of those things get us, all of those things are why I'm optimistic for the next 12 months and what that looks like from a cash flow perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the extra time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of questions.
Excuse me, Chair. May I make a point of clarification? Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. Honourable Senator, just
you
to
speak
give
a little bit louder.
Sorry, just to give you some clarification from a financial perspective, I've been with the authority not quite 3 years, and during that time we have removed debt from the balance sheet in the amount of $150 million. In that time, our accounts payable it used to be, when I came on board, $400 million. It is now wavering around $100 million. So those two benefits are not inconsequential in terms of us building a foundation, most notably for us to be able to go and put a good foot in the ground going forward. We need to shore up our balance sheet. So while everybody hears about the outages and the challenges that we're providing in that sphere, please know that we have a very strong team supporting the fact that we need to get the four corners of the house shored up.
Thank you very much for that. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Fonseca, I just really want to commend, the responsiveness. Every time I call Mr. Dan Gregoire, he still answers my phone call, and he's very responsive to concerns of my constituents, as well as you, Mr. CEO. Those neighborhoods that we've been able to call on in terms of street lighting and getting some stuff done. I want to say that, the guys came out and took care of those neighborhoods, and they really called back. I was appreciative of that. So I just want to publicly say thank you for that. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
And a pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues and all those tuned in. Okay, welcome to the whole WAPA staff. Okay, couple questions. So your account payable balance is less than $100 million. What is it now?
Lorraine Kelly, CFO, it wavers around $100 million. The most recent was $103 million. But it depending on whether we've just received a fuel bill, which can be $3.5 to $4 million, it's between $99 million and $104 million.
Okay, good. So my specific question is Do you know what the accounts payable balance was in December after the state of emergency was lifted by the legislature, as opposed to what it is in July? The December total accounts payable and July 2025. Do you have those numbers?
December 2024 and July 2025?
Yes.
July 2025 is just what I gave you. It's $103 million past due. And if you give me a minute, I'll get you that December 2024 number.
Okay, while you're looking for that, the meter failures and the billing disputes, before you were estimating up to about 29%, that's the numbers I have of the electric bills, and it led to a lot of customer satisfaction, alleged overbilling, some legal issues. What is your estimation rate now of the customers' bills? What percentage of the customers' bills are being estimated?
Good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly again. The most recent report that I saw had an average for the electric of 24%.
Okay, so it's gone down from 29 to 24%. That's good. Okay, I want to get some specific answers now. On page 9 of the post-audit report, have you seen the post-audit report?
I have it in front of me, Senator.
Okay. Yes, I didn't hear that answer.
I haven't had a chance to examine it, but I have it in front of me.
Okay, good. If you look on page 9, the post-audit is reporting that there's a total obligated funds, federal funds of $5,442,962,000. Disbursed is $1,467,699,000. Available federal funds is $3,945,636,000. So at this point, based on the post-auditor's report, you have only disbursed 27% of the federal funds, and there's a total of 90 projects. Now, this is very significant, and I'm going to ask through the chair for a report here that's going to take a lot of time for you to put this report together. I want those 90 federal projects that represent this $5,442,962. I want the current status and the projected start and end date. I want a deadline to expend those funds. I want a statement, comments, will the project be completed before the deadline to obligate has expired? And if any extensions requests are needed, the status of the extension request. And also, I want the lead consultant on all of those 90 projects. You know, it's a lot there, and if you want us to give that to you in writing, you let me know, and I'm sure the chairman can accommodate that. Is there any questions, or do you have any questions, or do you understand the request through the chair?
I understand the request. I could probably make a statement to put some things in context, so we don't have a problem honoring the request.
You can do that on the chair's time. I want to finish up because a statement for that going to definitely take up all the rest of my time if the chairman permits. Okay, so now the Ernst and Young report. You mentioned it in your report, so I imagine that it's free game to disclose to the public. So 375 million to 498 million. That's over $100 million difference. So what is the factors that could change it from 375 total payables, liability? What are the factors that can increase it from 375 million to 498 million?
Yeah, I'm not certain where you're getting the 498 million. I did
approximately. You said around up to 500 million. that was the report from Ernst and Young. The report said it was about 375, and it could go up to as much as 500 million.
Yeah, I can't speak to Ernst and Young's report. That's their numbers. I didn't validate their numbers. I don't know how they arrive at their numbers. They ran their models. They developed that's what they do. They created their models and they ran it. So I don't know how they arrive at their numbers. Of course, if we continue to under-recover, and, we hemorrhage cash on a monthly basis. We've been hemorrhaging maybe 3 to 3.5 million monthly. We're projecting that in the upcoming fiscal year, that's probably going to be less than $1 million monthly. If we go backwards, and I can't stress this enough, there's a lot of conversation about rate reduction. We're going to get there. That's coming. But rate reduction is also revenue reduction, and that means that hole becomes wider. So I think we just dug ourselves out of a $36 to $42 million, probably about $25 million hole that we just dug ourselves out of. We don't want to put ourselves back in another hole and have to start digging all over again. So we are trying to cash flow positively and then figure out how we address the past due debt and their strategies to address that. Some of those were outlined by Ernst & Young, but I can't speak to their numbers. I read them just the same way you read them. They're not necessarily my projections, but that would probably contribute to us having an increased AP, accounts payable, if we continue to under-recover.
And Mr. Chair, I know I've gone over the time, but the responses to my question was so lengthy, I wasn't able to finish. I do have another important question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Senator, you may proceed with your wrap up with your final question, yes.
Yes, okay. So the final question is I know CFO, Ms. Kelly, you're going to give us the accounts payable, but if you've been hemorrhaging, say, $3 to $4 million monthly, that means that your accounts payable, or how are you being able to operate, being that you're hemorrhaging $3 to $4 million monthly? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your great leniency.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly, CFO. Primarily, we are very closely watching each vendor that we choose to procure with, and we are cutting back extremely on those procurements. Most notably, repairs and maintenance has taken a hit. Any repairs and maintenance for the plant generally has gone by the wayside. We've very much diminished our expenses on that. In terms of vehicles, we are running on very old vehicles, and we have been able to receive some grants for some, and we've been able to procure a few new ones. But again, repairs and maintenance for the vehicles has been put on the back burner.
The short answer, Senator, ultimately is we've had to rely on the generosity of our vendors to be understanding, and when we are unable to pay in a timely fashion, and we have worked out great relationships, which allows us to within reason be able to work out some of our delinquencies with those vendors. I also want to, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you want to provide some context on the federal monies, I think the 90 projects that's earmarked for the federal funds.
Yeah, certainly I'd appreciate that. So I mentioned earlier we have about $3 billion in waterline projects that are about to be kicked off. We also have the full replacement of the Richmond power plant, another 40 megawatts in the Harley power plant. Those are very big ticket projects that we're just now getting to. And those are being managed through the Office of Disaster Recovery as part of their bundles. So we can certainly provide all of the information that the Senator is asking. That's not a problem. But there's a reason why we've taken care of all the low-hanging fruit, and now we're getting to some of the bigger, meatier recovery projects. And I think that's what you're seeing in that discrepancy in the spend.
Thank you. A point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You just mentioned 40 megawatts. One turbine?
No, not one turbine. Okay. We actually asked for 40 megawatts in increments not to exceed 15 megawatts. We are looking at smaller turbines moving forward.
Thank you, because I don't think we want to go back that direction.
No,
at all.
not under my watch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Real quickly, what's your relationship with Vital at this time? You still engage them with the O&M, the operations management, or where are you with
No,
Vital?
the only relationship we have with Vital right now is the purchase of fuel. That arrangement ends on August 31st. We expect to take on our final shipment of fuel from Vital on August 31st, and that'll be the last cargo under the current contract with them. We don't pay them for O&M any longer. We pay a company called St. Nol's that helps us to maintain the propane terminal. And we have, through the generosity of this body and the executive branch, we have acquired the propane terminals. We now own those free and clear, so we no longer pay those financing charges to Vital as well.
And Housing and Finance Authority, of course. Right?
And the Housing Finance, oh yes. And
you don't want to leave them out of it.
Yeah. They don't squeeze me if I leave them out. So I want to thank the Housing Finance Authority for facilitating that for us.
Absolutely. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, CEO Knight and your support and management team there. And thank you so much for your testimony. Of course, there's a budget hearing, so I'm going to try my best to stick to the budget questions. I'm sure the chair will have you in shortly to address other issues at the authority. But let me ask you in respect to let me start with the post-audit report. You know what, let me start with your testimony first. Page 3, you spoke to the $766 million in fuel costs, and you have a deficit of over $147 million. But let me ask you though, in respect to your staffing, because the post-audit report reports that on page 5 you have 79 vacancies, but look at the area of the customer accounts, 8 vacancy. Meter reading, 4 vacancy. Power production maintenance, 13 vacancy. T&D line, 10 vacancies. Water operation, 5 vacancies, and others, but those were the largest. Do you believe that it assisted in terms of you not being able to collect the amount of revenue that's necessary on an annual basis based on the vacancies, and how long, what the average time for these vacancies, and what's being done to fill those vacancies?
So,
succinctly, please.
Yeah, I'll let the director speak to that. Yes, that's why we're highlighting these rank and file positions. We think they do impact our cash flow, but Director King can speak to that.
Speak to me.
So, good afternoon, Sabrina King-Leon's Director of Human Resources. Yes, we have all resources in on trying to get these positions filled, but as you know, the authorities' positions are special in nature. We have certainly been challenged with turnover within the organization. That is something that we are consistently battling and working towards addressing.
Have you done an analysis in terms of what the reason for that high turnover rate in all the different areas? Have you pinpointed something that you can address to assist in changing that trajectory?
We are working on that. So one of the areas that's surprising to me is the meter reading positions. We give a lot of young men an opportunity to get their first real jobs, and we have seen a lot of high turnover because the lack of discipline amongst those folks. So we're starting to examine some of these issues a little bit more closely to see what exactly is occurring in some of these areas. But a lot of these happen to be the customer-facing areas, and we know a lot of customer frustration is part of it.
What about training, though?
Oh, we invest heavily in training, and in this budget, the one thing we haven't compromised on is training.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to the post-audit report on page 7, as was mentioned in your testimony also, the $3.9 billion in federal funds. But I want to speak in particular to what my colleague spoke, the chair, in respect to the water department and the water, in my opinion, the water distribution system, because I'm very frustrated in respect to that, because I've been having those discussions with the director for some time since the funds came online because of the housing situation and what it means for housing, also in development in terms of remote areas, in terms of building, bringing on the cost point, where you have to build a system, etc. And we have been having this conversation for some time. And I'm not seeing much movement, and it's very frustrating because you spoke to St. Croix and I spoke to the east side of St. Thomas. But my discussions from the beginning was areas like Anna's Retreat, Smith, Bin Nazareth, Bolonga, Nada area, Bovoni, because those are concentrated areas with a lot of homes, which is a lot more, way more revenues for the authority also in that respect. So where are we at with those projects and the distribution line in particular extension? Because that's critical, in my opinion, in terms of people having access.
So we've been limited. So the projects that we're talking about are rehab projects, right? So they're giving us money to replace leaking pipes, rusty pipes, improve water quality. Those are good. I want to expand into areas that don't have water service. My team is multitasking today. Mr. Hodge Noel Hodge would have been here with us today, but he's attending a town hall meeting because I want to make it clear that we are in an expansion mode, and as we get resources to expand the system, we're also trying to expand the system as well. And we have been limited in those resources. The federal government doesn't give a lot of money for expansion of water systems. They assume that water systems are everywhere they need to be, so they give a lot of money to repair them. We are always looking for opportunities to expand.
Again, I understand that, and I respect that, but at the same time, we got to be creative and think outside the box, and that's why I said, in particular housing, when it comes to the housing space, and being creative and giving people an opportunity, because it ain't about
1 minute.
It ain't everybody could build a cistern for a home, and every home don't need a cistern. There are areas that you can expand where you're at right now to give people the opportunity by driving a cost by $70,000 off the bat, which will give them access to go to the bank, which will give them an opportunity to get in a space in terms of housing opportunities. So we got to be creative also, in my opinion.
We have been creative. We've talked to one of our vendors about an expansion strategy that they could help us finance. You know, our credit has been a hindrance to us being able to explore some of those more aggressive strategies to expand the system. But we'll get there shortly.
Sooner rather than later, please. And in closing, because my time is about to expire,
30 seconds.
Also to the fuel costs and Vital, etc. Let me ask you a question before I wrap up, because I need to ask. I got about 30 questions from individuals with the last Empire proposal, gas proposal. Is that completed? Is that signed, sealed, and delivered, or?
We are still we're still exchanging language.
Good to know, because there's a lot of questions in respect to that contract, to the proposal, and
most of them are off. Most of those, without me seeing your list of questions, most of those are off-based.
Time.
The fact is, most folks that have been talking recently don't know the company, haven't done the due diligence that we have done, and I also want to point out that our current provider would very much like us to remain there with them.
Well, I'm happy you said that, because honestly, the question I have is from experts and who do know the company, and I will share that. I will have a sit down with you. Okay?
Certainly, no problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. CEO Knight, in regards, we're in hurricane season, and I don't say that too loud, but what are we doing with ensuring that we have our trees pruned and our wires clear and those things? Do you have a contract out on that, or are you doing that in-house?
We do not yet have a contract. I'm trying to align the funds to be able to contract for the services. What we have done, though, is we are funding the positions in-house and building out the in-house crews. I would like to supplement that with some contractual support. We'll figure that out. There is a grant that we're working on with the Energy Office to get that done for us. While we work out the bureaucracy there, we are building out our in-house crews. Those positions will be posted shortly, and we've already started to transfer some existing personnel into those roles.
And those positions will be permanent positions, or just during the temporary positions during the season?
Sorry, these will be permanent positions, year-round tree trimming crews assigned specifically for vegetation management.
Thank you. Senator Kurt Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Knight, on the third page 3 of your testimony, where you reference the 639 in LEAC revenues and the 766 in fuel costs, the 147 is a mistake. Should it be 127?
No, it's a cumulative number. If you add up, there's a chart that I could provide you that shows that as we add it on an annual basis, it accumulates to 147. It's not subtracting 766 minus 639.
Okay.
It's actually a cumulative number.
There was a $20 million cost in there already that was embedded and added on.
I'm sorry, Lorraine Kelly, could you repeat that last sentence?
There was a 20 million past due cost that was included to get up to the 147.
No, but I have a chart here, Senator,
Okay.
I could provide to you that will show you exactly how we arrive at the 147. I could show you fiscal years 21 through 25, and you could see exactly
Okay.
how it adds up.
Okay, because mathematically there it doesn't work out when you look at the two numbers.
It was
when you
difficult.
look at how much you collected and how much you spent.
It was difficult to put in a verbal narrative that 5-year cumulative amount.
Okay, now the 77 million, that's included in the 639 LEAC revenues?
No.
So it's 639 plus 77.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so if you can provide a chart, because we really need to see how much did the 77 actually offset. So after the 77, you still have a 147 million deficit?
That's correct.
Correct.
So you would have had over a $200 million deficit?
Correct.
That's correct. The 16.5 million is included in the 77 million, so it's all in. But we would have had a $200 and something million difference in fuel revenue collections versus fuel expenses. That is correct.
In a 4-year period?
In a 5-year period.
So you were running 40 million more in expenses than what you were collecting?
Average over the course of those 5 years, yes. Some years more than others because of the Ukrainian invasion and specific price spikes. Some years more than others.
And what is the average now?
The difference between what we're collecting.
Yes, and what you're spending.
Give us a minute to get that number for
Okay.
you.
The conversion of bringing the Wärtsilä units online, utilizing propane, was expected to save, what, 1 million a month? How much a month?
3 to 3.5 million per month.
Per month. So how are you doing with the lawsuit against Wärtsilä for not bringing those units online?
We're first taking everything in stages. We first need to get them functioning so we can know what the real grievance is. If they can't,
Let me change the conversation a little bit, because I got a lot of questions. Wärtsilä was hired for how much? How much was the total cost of the Wärtsilä contract? Just give me an estimate. It ain't gonna be exact.
what is that, $60-something million contract?
Somebody got to know.
I haven't added up all of the years together.
Give me a ballpark figure.
Maybe about a $50 million contract.
Okay, $50 million to bring propane units online, correct?
No, to bring dual fuel units online that can burn either diesel or propane.
Correct. And what was the intent of WAPA? To burn diesel or propane?
To burn the most economical fuel, which currently is propane.
Which is propane.
Yes.
And they have not been able to deliver units that could burn propane.
The units have not been able to sustain their propane operation since they've been brought online.
Which costs us $3 million per month, 6 months, $18 million. What I'm getting at, I ain't gonna debate back and forth. What I'm getting at.
Let me help you get to it.
you will probably get to it after. What I'm getting at, we're paying an entity to provide a product to us. And that product was to provide units that are the most fuel efficient to burn propane, because we spent $200 million on a propane facility. So the intent was to burn propane. They have failed to deliver. In order to get them online, to be doing what they're doing now, the governor had to come up with an agreement to pay them additional monies that were outstanding. He came up with an agreement. He paid them the money to bring them on, but they have still not been able to deliver units that burn propane. They have a responsibility to WAPA and a responsibility to the Virgin Islands to burn propane. And they are costing us $3 million a month. So I think we have a real good case where we could say, hey, we need to recover some of those monies that we are not able to save because of your inability to bring units online that could burn dual fuels. Because that's the contract. The contract ain't on diesel. The contract is that they got to be able to burn propane and diesel. Lack of not burning propane. What is WAPA position in reference to legally recapturing those monies that we are not saving?
All right, so real quickly, there is a benefit and there is an efficiency. So it's not the full 3 million or 3.5 million or whatever, right?
If it's 100,000, how are we going to recapture for the inability to do what they were supposed to do?
The first thing we need to do is get them functioning so we can understand exactly what the issue is and where the fault lies. There's administrative remedies that we think we can execute. And failing the ability to execute an administrative remedy, then there's legal action. We want to take them in those particular steps.
So you are considering legal action?
That is always a tool.
Okay, and when individuals are paid for a service by this government, they need to provide the services, and if they don't, they need to be penalized.
Definitely.
In reference to the contract for the O&M for the propane facility, what's the cost of that contract?
It's about 1.2 million.
How much?
1.2 million monthly.
Okay, so over 13 million.
Okay, I'm being corrected. 1.3 million. Yeah.
Monthly.
Monthly, yes.
So there's an increase with this company versus the contract you had with Vital. Vital, the last time you were here, you said it was 12 point something million. So this is an increase?
Contract increase? We should have inherited the terms similar to what had existed before. I do know there's provisions to allow for cost of.
And this is the most cost-efficient group to come in. I thought we would have been able to decrease the contract. I mean, we still right up there at the same amount. There wasn't an opportunity to decrease the overall cost.
I think there's opportunities. We are working on strategies to help us pare that back. All of our O&M agreements. I think the arrangement predated my coming on board, but I imagine it was the most expeditious way is to work with the company that was providing the services, so there was no discontinuity of service provision. Those terminals are critical infrastructure.
Yeah, and we're trying to become more cost efficient. We're trying to save money, etc.
Certainly.
With your indulgence, Mr. Gier. What's your fuel estimate for FY26 or whenever your fiscal year starts? Was it based on the present fuel contracts or it was based on the old fuel contracts?
So my current fuel contract doesn't expire until August 31st. It was based on the current contract that I have with Vital.
Okay. And the amount you give us correlates to our fiscal year or is it your fiscal year?
To our fiscal year, July 1st to June 30th.
Okay. So then you'll be like a month off.
We'll be about a month off, yes.
So what is the projected cost with your new fuel contract for propane and with Empire Gas? How much is that going to save from the overall amount that you projected in this report before you signed those contracts?
We are conservatively estimating if we can ink the deal the way we see it, it'll be about 7.4 million, adjusting for the fact that our fiscal year has already begun. So over the course of the balance of the fiscal year, it looks like perhaps a $7.4 million reduction in our costs.
Okay.
And if I may just reference, that is a reduction in primarily the transportation costs. That does not account for any change in the product, the fuel itself.
The market price.
And fluctuation in price could go both ways.
Correct.
That's correct.
It could go up, it could go down.
Right.
Okay. Your employees under 35,000, how many individuals? Because you kind of have, you need this money for employees under 35, but some vacancies. Your language is...
So when we started the budget process and we put together the numbers, we didn't anticipate increasing those amounts. So there are some positions in the budget that were vacant positions, like the tree trimming positions, that we had to adjust accordingly.
Okay.
All in, I think it's 91. There's 91 positions all in.
No, 90, I'm looking for the page. 91 funded positions now, or the 91 include vacant positions?
How many current positions?
90 current positions, 1 vacant.
Oh.
Speak into the mic.
90 current positions and 1 vacant.
And all of those individuals are making less than 35,000?
Yes, Senator.
What's the differential? What's the average? Between 27 and 35. Most of them making 32, 31. What's the average?
I would need a minute to calculate that number.
Okay. I'll come back, Mr. Chair. You go ahead.
Very well. And you gave a dollar value for those positions as what?
Yes. The delta was 801,000.
I think it was 901.
801.
801?
801,000 was the
And that
delta.
includes fringe.
That includes fringe.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Please recognize the mic of Senator Viale.
You said you're current with GRS from April.
That's correct.
But it wasn't a good word you used. You have made steady payment from April until now, correct? You're not current.
No, we have a past due arrears.
Correct.
But we have paid current billing.
You have drastically improved your payment from April until now, but you still have 17 million in past due, which include employee and employer contribution.
To say it another way, rather than not paying, as we had a period of time when we were unable to pay, we have been paying consistently since April of 2024.
Okay, consistent is good, not current. I could deal with consistent. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Tomato. Senator Karl Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you and our listening audience, as well as the men and women at the Water and Power Authority. I want to follow up on a question that the previous speaker asked relative to what are we doing with the Watsillas, because they have not fulfilled, in our opinion, their contractual obligation to be able to allow for dual fuel, diesel and LPG, liquid propane gas. Executive Director Knight, do you have within your contract articulated anything relative to liquidated damages by that?
Yeah, there are a series of remedies, Senator. Right now we're on the warranty period, so the repairs are on their dime as part of the warranty provisions. There are the potential for administrative remedies within the contract. And then, as I expressed earlier, there's always the opportunity for legal remedies if that becomes necessary. But we want to kind of take things in sequence as we resolve this issue with them.
What is the warranty period?
Essentially, it's 12 months. We do it by running hours, but essentially it adds up to 12 months.
12 months after what time frame?
The commissioning and acceptance of the units.
Okay, so we have until December or January of next year if they are not working on dual fuel?
Good afternoon. Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. The warranty rolls over with every new replacement.
Mr. Chairman, I have further question, but I don't want to really take up more of my time relative to this. I'm sure another senator could pick up because this is just a point of information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator, do you believe you have satisfied the senator's concern or question?
Yeah, let me just repeat that the warranty period gets extended until they resolve the issues. So the initial period keeps getting rolled until we can say that we've had the continuous operation as contracted for.
Right, and that's all built into the contract.
That's contractually
language.
That's contractual.
Yes, Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone in and outside the room. I want to start by saying that I certain parts of your testimony jumped out at me. You know, words matter. I thought it was interesting that you said that WAPA's, let me make sure I have it, that for most of its existence, WAPA has not required any support. But that doesn't necessarily translate that I didn't grow up with outages, because in my lifetime I did. I mean, I thought back to the fact that it seemed to me as if there were lots of outages when I was growing up here on St. Croix.
but somehow there was a difference in the population's trust in WAPA, that over time we seem to not believe what you say in your testimony, that the actual fuel costs exceed the revenues. And I'm just wondering, and I'm going to say this, I truly believe that you are the right person at the right time for the right reason.
Thank you.
And I have a lot of confidence in you. So what are you doing personally to restore that trust for people to understand the difficulties that I think part of that was overtime, mismanagement, loss of funds, all those clouds that somehow still affect the management, the belief that WAPA is being transparent. And so I haven't had the opportunity to ask you this on the floor, and I wanted to, so I'm using this opportunity now. What are you doing personally as someone who was born and raised here to restore the trust in WAPA?
Sure. So the first thing is, I've been making that distinction. We've always had the operational challenges. If we've, grow up here, you know that power goes out. We haven't had the fiscal challenges. And so I'm trying to make a distinction between our more recent financial challenges. We're trying our best to be transparent, make the rounds, and to speak more honestly and more forthrightly about those fiscal challenges, the root of those fiscal challenges, and how we escape them. I also have to say, Senator, it is a difficult task where everyone, the government gets to talk about increasing revenues and growing revenues. Well, for us, that means rate increases. And while we have the same challenges of increased costs of operations, increased labor costs, goods, materials, we're hit by inflation. We also have the pressure of, but how do you cut costs and become more efficient, more productive, more economical, and not pass that on in the same fashion. So unlike the other government entities, we have that additional pressure of cutting costs to keep up with inflation, but we're just trying to be more forthright with our communication of those challenges to the public.
Thank you for that. I also want to say that I'm very much interested in your legislative proposals. I think that's great that an agency, especially an autonomous one like yours, will come and offer ways. I wanted to ask with respect to the 30-day meter reading cycle. You talk about the fact that you occasionally have to conduct meter readings twice in 1 month. Does that affect me as a customer? Because it doesn't?
It doesn't affect you, but for some customers, it might be a little unnerving. So if you got a bill in January, and then on January 1st, and then you got another bill on January 31st, we are accustomed to saying, I got my January bill. You don't think of the January 31st bill as being your February bill, and February being a short month. So it does become unnerving.
That's
to
why
customers.
I asked it, because it does affect me. Psychologically. Yes, right. And that's why I wanted to point out why I agree with this, because psychologically it really affects me whenever I get that bill. And I said, again? Right. So soon? Right away? Right. So I support that one. I just want you to know from a psychological point of view. The back billing, I wanted to ask you, well, let's jump to the customer charge for the water system. How many customers do you have that are not subject to any customer charges? Do you have a number?
Yeah, certainly we do. We have approximately 15 to 16,000 water customers.
15,000 water customers who do not pay anything.
Oh,
that's what you're
you
saying?
mean that don't pay, they don't use the water, you mean, or they don't pay a charge?
It says currently water system customers are not subject to any customer charges. What does that? Yeah, explain that.
So what that means is if it's raining plenty and you're using your cistern, you're not using the water lines, you probably got a zero bill because you have zero consumption. I'm still maintaining that water line, and if it breaks, I'm still responsible for repairing it. And if it breaks and it leaks, I lose that revenue. So I'm maintaining a service connection, just like I would do electrical, but there isn't any cost to me to continue to maintain that service connection. So if you don't use my water for 2-3 years, you don't pay anything to the authority, but the day that you want that water to be turned on, or you want to draw that water, you expect that water will come through the pipes.
1 minute.
So we're just saying one of the things that can help us offset some of our maintenance costs on the water system is a customer charge that allows us to recoup some of what we pay to maintain the system.
Oh, to maintain, okay.
Yeah.
The, you know, a friend of mine always says this, and it's true. You have to pay to live. And I think sometimes we forget that in the Virgin Islands. No matter what it is, you have to pay to be alive and this on God's earth. One of the things that I agree with you
30
too
seconds.
is the cap on the liability, because that's something that we're also seeing in other areas somehow in this term. Do you know the number of cases you're involved in litigation? What prompted this particular cap on liability legislation?
I don't know offhand. We can certainly give you that, but we are, every case, when you're in a fiscal precarious situation like us, every case holds a threat of being the one that takes us completely under.
Right.
You know, it's and we spend a lot of money on outside counsel because we have to fight these cases, or we end up settling a lot of times simply because we can't afford to fight cases, and it does have a fiscal impact. It's actually a large line item that I've tried to cut in an effort to balance the budget. I've tried to cut that line item for settlements and judgments, but some assistance to limit our liability would reduce my legal costs tremendously.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I? Okay, thank you. I'm sure all of these bills will be properly vetted, you know, and we'll hear pros and cons. I just have one more, and that was, well, one that seems to be a no-brainer. Let's put it that way, is a competitive bidding, raising the threshold. So I'm in support of that. I'm just letting you know quickly which ones. But I wanted, there was one sentence that I'm a little concerned of. See you tonight. That's your sentence that says, members of the commission, this is the subsidized the past due PSC annual assessments. Your sentence that says, members of the commission have referenced these outstanding amounts as a factor affecting their decisions regarding rates. Really?
Really? Yeah, it was on the record.
They've directly threatened us that if we did not pay their bills, that they would reduce our rates. And the following meeting, David Hughes, Commissioner Hughes, specifically stated, and is in the newspaper on record, as having said he wanted to teach WAPA management a lesson and put us in the penalty box, and that's why he reduced our rates.
So I didn't call the name, but yes.
Okay, I'm going to end on that note. I'll end on that. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty and transparency.
Thank you very much, Senator James. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Blyden for a point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. CEO Knight, the colleague that just spoke before me spoke to the fee for utilizing the water lines of WAPA. I don't have a problem with that. My question to you is, have you looked at how that would work in a housing space? Because of the Union Housing Authority, the authority pays the water bill. They pay about $6 million a year, but there are many individuals that use the water. How will that work for those individuals? Because they are part of the community also.
I'm trying to scratch my brain on my housing experience.
Yeah, correct.
I think there's one, we don't bill the tenants individually. I think there's one master meter.
Correct.
So it'd just be one charge, essentially. We might at some point need to look at how we treat commercial versus residential. This doesn't contemplate a differentiation, but in the case of a housing community, it'd be the one master meter, it would be one charge. And we could always revisit whether or not there's a need to differentiate between that and a regular residential.
Just some thoughts, you know.
Sure.
Food for thought. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Obviously, you look at the amount of meters or clients within that metering, and then make the determination how much that would be, similar to what you do for residential.
Could probably do that.
Numbers times. Yeah. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I need to correct CEO Knight. He said the line break, he observed the cost only when it break on that side. When it break on the next side, that tenant paid a bill for water he used. So it ain't all yours. But I still wanted to speak. My point is in regards to that bill in which regards to put a cap on WAPA. And in your bill you said, or loss of property. And I know WAPA could burn a house down if things go wrong. So you want to put a cap on, when you say property, what property are you talking about? Because I won't support a cap on for $75,000 and somebody else get burned down.
The exclusion, there is an exclusion if it's intentional or something at our fault.
Gross negligence is a term that we use. If it's a gross negligence where we did something faulty, that you still have a right to come after us for actual damages.
Gross negligence is a funny word with current, because you could have a surge that shoots right back to a house and do some damages, and that's why I'm saying this language right here with loss of property is a very strong word when it comes to somebody. What property? If you are telling me in your loss of property, you're saying a fridge or a microwave, but loss of property is a very open word. It could be the loss of my house.
We could certainly look at the language and get the attorneys involved in exactly what the language should be. I guess our broader concern in raising this issue is we are, in fact, in every household. We do carry a very high risk profile, and we have zero cap on our liability. We are in every roadway. We got poles out there that people run into. We got wires that fall down. We have a lot of exposure to risk, and that shows up in our insurance costs, shows up in our legal costs, and it really has a financial impact on the authority's budget.
That term loss of property, I think, needs to be very more specific.
Okay.
And then, or debt, these language needs to be very clear so that you just put a cap on WAPA and now people start losing so much. You know, I must say that I'm challenged with these language right now. I ain't no legal attorney and none of that, but just saying loss of property for me, it's scary, you know? Yeah. And to my good friend Greg Danois, you must let your boss know that I work for WAPA hard. I call about all the line leaks in the place, and I appreciate your response and really getting on those line leaks, because I look at these line leaks very serious. Somebody gonna pay for it. So every time that I see one, I reach out to Mr. Greg, and he really sends the team out there, because somebody gonna pay for that water.
And Senator,
thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, just being a good community-friendly utility that we are, if you do have a leak on your side of the meter, we do actually make adjustments. As long as it's within reason and within a 24-month period, we actually do make adjustments on your side. Yeah. So,
yeah, I was just thinking on that property discussion, that maybe there could be a definition attached to it. Of course, you got real property, you have infrastructure, those type of things. So there could be a definition attached to it. Senator Viola, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the 35 days, if we're supposed to switch to 35, what type of savings are you going to realize? Is it minimal and it's just more convenience and being able to get the job done and to reduce the number of estimated meter readings?
So that's one of the benefits, right? So we get to reduce that. You know, the question was asked earlier about estimate, how many of our readings are estimated. We get to reduce that. We get to reduce overtime for the meter readers, overtime for the meter reader edit clerks in the back office that also have to do that.
They're probably not too happy, but go ahead.
Well, there's plenty of other things for them to work on, but certainly there's a financial impact, and then it also, and then all the true-ups and adjustments and all of that. That stressor, we can reduce that and eliminate some of that, because when we estimate a whole route, as a whole route of folks, so we now have to adjust and do those sort of things.
As a point of clarification, Lorraine Kelly, CFO, if I could give you an analogy, based on the fact that the current legal time frame is 30 days and the current legal time frame for back billing is 35 days, that means that every customer that has an adjustment, we have to manually, with our eyes and with our hands, manually determine the calculation for the adjustment, because as we go back, that involves us making sure that even if the system gives us some kind of a calculation, we have to also check it. But in most instances where it involves an adjustment that's of any complexity, we have to do that manually. It adds a very significant burden on the team that previously wasn't there. We're asking them to do an awful lot of overtime, and it becomes, a health and wellness on our employees.
So, because the challenge is, have you still sent out bills that are 32, 33 days because you really had no choice?
It is not our intention, but I understand that occasionally there may be some bills that do go out. When we catch them, we stop them.
Okay, hold on, because I received one, but the flip side of going to the 35 days, and I'm going to support the 35 days because I think it makes sense, but the flip side is that when someone gets a bill for 33 days, they believe that the rate has increased because they're not looking at the time period. So we need some education. Because I've had individuals call my office and say, hey, my WAPA bill went up, I'm paying X amount more. And then I say, well, send me a copy of the bill. And when I look at the bill, it says 32 days. And I'm saying, well, your bill for 32 and not 30. That's why it went up a bit. So we'll just need that education component. And as much as possible, try to hit the 30-day, maybe no more than 31, because then the bill changes. And then people believe it's an increase, and that it's just not that, it's just that they're paying for more days.
Understood. We used to talk a lot when I first worked for the company about the average daily consumption and ask people to look at your average daily consumption as to whether your consumption is going up or down. We haven't done a lot of that messaging recently, but certainly you have to look at metrics that smooth out the number of days in the bill and not just look at the overall total bill.
Okay, and for those individuals who utilize the payment cycle online, you could really go back and see a whole year of consumption, so you could tell when something is really off. So that's a good aspect. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because a lot of times there's just so much anxiety in opening your bill that a lot of time individuals don't take the time then to look at the details of it, and already got a cardiac arrest once they see that figure. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Pleasant good day. And again, thank you so much for your presentation, CEO Knight. I do have some questions, and let me just begin those questions with looking at your lease rental properties. You have a total of $1.8 million that you're expending annually on lease properties throughout the Virgin Islands. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm looking
Yes.
at page 6 of the post-audit report.
Yeah, that's correct.
I didn't see any of this. Okay, so how are we looking, but do you owe for any of your lease properties, owing rent to any of your
For some of the
entities
warehousing
you're
spaces, we do.
from?
I believe there is one vendor currently that has come to our attention that we owe approximately $60,000 to, and we're either last week or this week should have paid it. But all other leases we pay every month. We may not actually pay them on the 1st of the month. Sometimes we stretch that to the 5th or the 8th of the month, but we do pay them every month.
Are you looking at any possibility of going into any property of your own and transitioning some of these lease properties to WAPA-owned properties? These services.
Yeah, so WAPA-owned property is a challenge for us at this time. We are looking at consolidating some of these leases in a more economical fashion, so that is something that we're exploring actively. We are looking at building some warehouse space on WAPA-owned property on St. Croix. with the help of some FEMA funding, which we think would also allow us to consolidate some warehousing. So we are looking at strategies to reduce this amount. Yes, Senator.
Okay, and on what, in looking at that strategy, what do you see as your projected cost savings, and when do you think you'll be able to implement this strategy?
This is Lorraine Kelly, CFO. Senator Joseph, an analysis that we had performed detailed that if we were able to get for the administrative and warehousing just in St. Thomas alone, that we would save something in the magnitude of $40 to $50 million over 30 years. We have been looking for some property that would enable us to do that, because we have some access to FEMA funding that would enable us to secure either the building on that property or renovation of an existing building. But right now we're strapped for cash in terms of being able to procure property.
Okay, so you're telling me you have the cash to build the property, or you don't have you have the FEMA funding to build the property, or do you need FEMA funding or additional funding to actually purchase property? What is it?
We do not have funding to be able to purchase the land, but we do have access to FEMA funding that would give us the ability to build property once we have that land. There is a provision.
Have you explored?
There is
have
a provision.
You explored local government?
There is a provision that gives us the ability to access a property through the government, and we have been exploring that. And we've not yet been successful. We've actually looked at a couple of properties, but we are continuing to explore that.
Okay, I hope that you will be able to, because this is a sizable amount of money we're expending, and it could be a significant cost savings. One fail basket as far as cost is concerned. I want to ask also, looking at page 7 with your federal grants, we know that in the news, the Department of the Interior is making some changes with alternative energy sources. And I see here on your projected grants that you have a total of $5 billion. And from that $5 billion, you have expended about $1.5 billion in dispersed federal funds. How much do you have currently outstanding for the reimbursable that you haven't received reimbursement from the federal government?
If I understand your question correctly, Senator, our current accounts payable to funded vendors is approximately $45 million.
Okay, $45 million. And what I'm specifically asking, Ms. Kelly, how much money have you expended for your grants that are reimbursable, meaning that you have not received the federal portion back into your general fund for actually performing work and paying vendors?
Senator, I can get that number to you perhaps by end of day tomorrow. We're currently finalizing that for our June year end. And I apologize that I don't have that with me today, but I can get that to you tomorrow.
Okay, that's very important. Now, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if my time was called. Can't hear.
You have 30 seconds, Senator.
May I proceed? Oh, wonderful. Okay, good. On page 7 also, I see that you have some aging outstanding vendor payments. This one is from 200 and for bank code 271-360. What is causing this $157 million total that you need to get reimbursed? It says operation 151 million. Reimbursable fund $5 million, and the total is 157. 57.
Let me explain
I'm
that.
sorry?
Let me explain that. Lorraine
Okay.
Kelly, CFO. It's a bit of an anomaly. When we had the VTOL transaction, we got to write off a substantial amount of our accounts payable, and the negative 157 million that you see in the 271 days to 360 days is the writing off of partial amounts of the amount owed for VTOL that we got to write off when we acquired the assets. That is actually a credit to accounts payable. It means that we reduced the accounts payable.
Okay, by this amount.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. That concludes my question. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency, and thank you so much, Ms. Kelly, and also Executive Director Knight, for your responses. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. CEO Knight, I know that you have been right-fitting your management team. Are you comfortable at this point, or do you still have additional changes to be made?
No, I think we, you know, flowing from the top down, we've made the structural changes that we need to make. We're now looking at how we right-fit the rest of the organization. But I think I have a leadership team that reflects my priorities.
So let's talk a little bit about technology and automation. What does that look like for the authority?
Certainly, the automated metering infrastructure allows us to do a lot of things. We've been here before, but we think we have perfected our approach to it, and that certainly allows us to bill in a timely fashion. So ultimately, when we get there, you know, the scheduling doesn't become as critical, how much days we can bill, because we can do it remotely. We can disconnect remotely. It brings in a lot of benefits. We're also looking at automation in our distribution system that allows us to automatically isolate sections of a feeder, that if we have a fault, rather than the whole feeder tripping, that through automation and technology, we can isolate that portion, reroute power if necessary. So that's part of the work we're doing with HUD as part of the CDBG-DR grant. And we continue to look at ways where technology, AI and various technology can support our needs. Our ability to write things like RFPs has increased tremendously, because technology has just really gotten to a level where labor-intensive tasks are no longer as labor-intensive. So we are going to see some production improvements, as will the rest of the government in the coming year.
Excellent. And in regards to cybersecurity and safety, are you having conversation with BIT and in terms of hardening of your infrastructure, especially your financial infrastructure, to ensure that you continue to maintain some safety in that area?
Yes, certainly. My IT director is the best IT director in the government. We've spent a lot of time.
Mr. Albane?
Mr. Albane.
Yes, all right.
Yeah. So
you even get to hear that big up. He go ahead, but yes.
Oh, he's missing? Yeah. So as the Chief Information Officer, he has led a campaign to make sure that we're training our employees. We're very aggressive with it. We recently locked out certain employees that did not complete their training. They were not able to access our network until they complete their training. We have invested, and that's from the top down, from my level right down to anyone that has to access the network for any business. We have, he certainly keeps up to speed with what is happening. He pays attention to the rest of the GVI and the sorts of attacks that they're having, to make sure that he hardens our system against being the same and similar attacks, and he is up to date on cybersecurity.
And safety, of course, can you speak a little bit in terms of what's being done in your area of safety? That's very, very important for your linesmen and those individuals that tasked with going out and especially with weather and other climate issues. Can you speak to that?
We are certainly going through a little bit of restructuring in the safety department. One of the things we're looking at is dedicated personnel at the propane terminals, because of the nature of that operation, making sure that we have specific eyes on that facility, those facilities. So we are looking at a little bit of restructuring on the safety side. We are making the necessary investments in training. We had an all-hands supervisory management training that I insisted on. It's going to be an annual affair to make sure they understand their obligations, to make sure their workers work safely. The safety department does a great job with training. There's some software tools that we were not able to afford. I want to find a way to get to that, but I had to discontinue some of the prior arrangements that we had as far as software tools that hopefully with an improving fiscal situation, we can get back to that element. But we have invested tremendously in training, and we are restructuring or making sure that we structure the safety department to take care of our priority needs.
Okay. I know that you have long taken a position that you're not opposed to defection, those individuals coming off the grid.
Right.
But is there any effort being made by WAPA, especially the new WAPA, that you keep speaking of, in terms of encouraging those individuals to come back because it'll be a lot more cost-effective moving forward? Is there any long-term plan to bring those individuals that may have defected or those that may be considering defection from going off the system?
So residential customers never really, most residential customers never fully defect. They augment their power generation. Speaking to Senator Frederick's point, we're not a monopoly because you can find other ways to produce power and they augment. They usually stay grid tied. I am looking at the large commercial and industrial clientele that have either chosen not to go on the grid, like the Hampton Inn out there on Haven site, or were on the grid and at some point chose to come off the grid. And we're structuring a targeted program. We are looking at our key accounts program, and we are putting in place a concerted effort to be able to bring those customers on or retain those customers. We had a recent conversation with the EDA, and I asked the Executive Director, the Economic Development Authority, to work with us on any large entities that are trying to invest, give us a chance to meet their water and power needs before they sink any capital into those infrastructure. We think we can provide on-site solutions that will make it make sense for them. The same on-site solutions they're looking for themselves as a utility, and as we evolve, we are looking at being able to provide those same solutions as well.
Okay. Any burning questions from my colleagues? Well, we're good. While my colleagues consider whether or not there's any burning question, how soon or what would be the time it'll take for you to be able to light up the Virgins if in fact we're able to identify the reoccurring funding to support street lighting?
I'm going to speak for Mr. Lavenier. We will certainly, within the fiscal year, if we're funded as we go, we have no problem in continuously installing until we light up the whole territory. We in the past, we have used our overnight crews, our trouble call crews, folks that are working during the slower times of the day, on the weekends, and have them work on street lights. I have some wonderful young apprentices I could throw into the task. If there was a serious effort to fund us, we could certainly make a serious effort to get everything lit up. WAPA has done it before when there was a street lighting surcharge, and we had the islands well lit. And I would love to get back to that point, because I too have noticed that some streets are dark at night, and I do appreciate the need to make sure we can provide adequate street lighting. So we certainly can work towards that.
All right, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think my burning question is an old one. Last time you were here, Mr. Knight, I spoke about a project with the solar panel, a company that was paid some 90-something%.
Yes.
And the job was never completed. Where are we with this company and the money that we have paid them? As far as where are we? Because the project wasn't completed. The storm came, and if it isn't completed, I think it's something that we need to consider when it comes to talking about the cost for these street lights, because it was a project putting up solar panel to every street light. What's the status on that?
Yeah, we will resolve that matter. I don't think I'm at liberty. So when you brought the issue to my attention, and thank you for that, Senator, I was not aware that the contract had ended in a dispute. I was since able to ascertain that in fact was the case. We do have some of the materials from that contract. Some of it is still in place and in effect, but there is a dispute that we would probably have to take offline to discuss any further.
Thank you very much for looking into it, because we just can't let folks come in, do things, and the government pay and get nothing out of it. So I really appreciate your in-depth searching to find out what's going on with it, and you're going in the right direction, trying to at least get something back for the people of this territory.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Mr. CEO, tonight, in regards to some recent funding for the lighting from UVI to Rappoon Hill, what's the timeline in which that will be taken care of?
We would, again, if there's a holistic approach, we've looked at it. Mr. Lavenier has looked at it to see what would be required. There's a couple approaches. What I want to say, Mr. Chairman, as we look at Veterans Drive Phase 2, there is the opportunity to put in new lighting along that stretch. We would like to have some input into what we put in. I don't mind. I've told my team that I want WAPA to be fully and wholly responsible for street lighting. We've bandied this back and forth between us and Public Works. I'm stepping forward and saying we will take on the responsibility. We do, in some cases, we'll have to contract for maintenance of certain specialized lighting fixtures. If Public Works puts in specialized lighting fixtures that we don't keep in inventory in stock, we may need to contract to make sure those are maintained. And in areas where we put in what we put in, as long as we fund it fully, we can certainly take care of those. I want to take care of the street lighting. I just want to make sure that Department of Finance releases the funds that we need to be able to keep up with the obligation once we incur the obligation. We've looked at that stretch. We're going to see the portions that make sense that we can get into right away, but it's all dipping from the same pot of funds, and it's going to leave me short. I could take care of that stretch and then maybe not light up Weymouth Rima, it's a trade-off here, right? So we want to be made whole, and we want to have a real conversation about how to be made whole and some realistic budget that we can look forward to that allow us to kind of schedule the investment of resources that we make on street lighting.
Well, I'm sure we'll have some further discussion on that, because we as a body really want to again focus and lighten up the Vergence and providing the funding that will be required for us to be able to accomplish that. So we'll be having that discussion during the markup. So we'll reach out to you so that we can close the loop and being able to make that possible. Senator Fredericks, you're recognized for your burning question.
Much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon again. My last question to you, CEO Knight, was just something that's fundamentally bothersome for me, because I'm also an ex-officio member of the PSC. You're asking us on your budget request for $2.8 million to pay past due assessment from the PSC. You're asking the people of the Virgin Islands to pay this, because that's what we do, right? We're using their money to pay that. Assessments should be levied on entities for whatever revenues they generate, not the people of the Virgin Islands. We didn't do anything. This bill is being passed to us. Why should we pay this and not WAPA?
Because we're not we're operating in a deficit. We are a government entity, just like the Public Services Commission, just like every other government agency in this government. Unlike the private entities that the Commission regulates, they give them a return on their investment. They get 8% profit. We don't collect a profit. We've said it time and time again, either ratepayers pay or taxpayers pay, but we're all one and the same. They would like to maintain a certain independence. They don't want to come to this body and lobby for their administrative costs. They want the regulated entities to pay the administrative costs. But when I have a fuel tanker that sat outside Croix all weekend, waiting for me to find the second half of the payment to pay them so they could finish offloading the fuel, I have to weigh and balance that against paying $2.8 million for PSC assessment. What I'm saying, and I want to be clear, we are committed to paying the assessments moving forward. I've been able to put that into the budget, We want to honor our obligations as we move forward, and as our financial picture is starting to show signs of improvement. But I'm saddled with a $2.8 million deficit that is part of that accounts payable that we discussed earlier, and it certainly would be helpful if we can get some sort of assistance in clearing the books with the PSC. I could take care of it moving forward, but I need to clear the books, and you can certainly help me clear the books.
I just wanted to hear your position on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Knight had a very smart presentation today. He walked with his package of bills and he said, here, I'm going to throw them out. Let me see which one is going to be able to hook a fish. Maybe one might. If I get one, then it's good. If I don't get any, but it's up to this body to make the decision in terms of the path moving forward and whether or not we want to keep the street lights on or we want to help with the PSC. But overall, the government just is not in a good financial position, and I know that you know that because you've been there. But in reference to these federal projects, do any of them have a cost share? And are we under that 10-year window that we need to complete by 2035 or the cost share increase? Are they 100% funded, federally funded?
For the most part, they're between the HUD matching funds and the FEMA public assistance dollars. They're 100% funded. They are within that window where we have to complete them. We don't feel that we're in jeopardy as of this juncture. I guess I'm not speaking out of turn to put out the caution and say, as a government, we're all competing for what it will become an increasingly finite pot of matching dollars. Sure. We have the big projects, hospitals, schools, power plants that are coming online, and they're going to be competing for matching dollars. And there is some conversation that needs to start today about, are there going to be any things that get left out? Maybe some of the smaller projects that can't compete for those matching dollars. I don't know if that warning flare has been sent up as yet, but that is a conversation we probably ought to start having as a government.
And also look at the cost analysis. If we get these big projects online, $1 billion project, how much revenues will the government be able to realize and how much can we set aside to make sure that we're able to continue with the cost share and get these projects in. But at some point, we need a deeper conversation because we have some large projects coming up. Yes. And we need to decide how we're going to be able to handle those projects because we have a finite timeline that we got to get everything done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. One thing that is clear is that we can't do this in fragmentation. This has to be a around the table, all stakeholders, and all hands on deck discussion as we move forward on this. I don't think that we want to leave this up to any one entity to make the final decision on this. This needs a real collective effort. So I'm hoping that we'll have a seat at the table at the appropriate time to be a part of that discussion moving forward. In respect to the build out of the Richmond plant as well as the Harley, in terms of the funding that you have available, what is your short-term plan in being able to expend some of that money in a timely fashion, and what can we look forward to in seeing at these various stations, Richmond and Harley?
The projects have all been bundled. And the bids were originally supposed to be due on August 8th. There was an extension. One of the things that I've asked the Office of Disaster and Recovery is that if we're not able to attract the level of competition that we hope we get, that we break out the battery energy storage systems and the temporary power generators and handle that under a separate procurement. And we are prepared at WAPA to put out that RFP. They've been drafted, they're sitting. That if we don't hit a home run and get a contractor that can do it all, we start to break the project into some component pieces and try to at least get the initial low-hanging fruit through the door and under contract. That's the strategy.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up. We appreciate the.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. You're forgetting me.
Yeah, when I looked up, you weren't there
forgot.
earlier. You recognize Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it deeply for recognizing me and seeing that I am here. I do have a very burning question, and it's relative to understanding how much what's the cost differential between using the diesel and the LPG at the Wasilla monthly?
It's still about a 30. Say it again. Say it on the mic.
Good afternoon, Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer. It's $177 per hour.
Okay, but give it to me on a monthly basis, because I know we would have saved about $2 million per month if we were running on.
We'd probably have to run those numbers and look at the running hours, Senator. I don't have that handy, but we can certainly get that information to you, Senator.
Yeah, that's a very important thing, because you're asking from us to pay for the assessment from the PSC. If you and, Watsilla, your contractor, had gotten up the LPG, then you should have been able to cover that cost. That's your responsibility. We have increasing costs with healthcare. Now the GRS is saying we have to increase that cost as well. We need you to be able to shore that up. That's one of the reasons that we stopped and didn't vote and extend the emergency declaration. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I'll follow up tomorrow at PSC. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I think Mr. Knight CEO Knight has a response.
Yeah, so the differential is $127,440 a month. I just want to put out there for the public's clarity. We do have Watsilla engines, the phase 1 engines that were put in using the gas tax. Those work as advertised. They're LPG only, and those run very consistently at 21 megawatts of LPG production. We did try very ambitiously to ask Watsilla to craft engines that were dual fuel. They're having some challenges. Watsilla is a very large and reputable company. I know they have the engineering wherewithal to figure out those challenges, and ultimately it will accrue to the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. In the meantime, we will fall back on the contractual remedies that we have to try and make the authority whole in that regards. But I think I don't want it to seem as if it's a blame game, more than recognizing that we continue to push the envelope on what we're trying to do with LPG. We are the only utility in the Caribbean that uses LPG for power generation. It's not a very common thing. And, there has been some growing pains and lessons learned. So we continue to work with their team, along with my experienced and knowledgeable engineering staff, to get to a solution and pass on maximum savings to the people of the Virgin Islands as quickly as possible.
Conversely, what's the alternative in the other Caribbean islands? The diesel?
Diesel. They all burn purely diesel.
Diesel.
Or even the heavy bunker C6 oil, which is a heavier oil that they also burn as well.
177 times 24 times 30, 127,440. Thank you. You're recognized for your closing remarks at this time.
So I just want to thank the body for hearing us out, hearing our requests. We did submit a package of potential legislative actions that we think could be helpful for us. I know at times it seems like it's the same old song and dance, but senators and the listening audience, I want to assure you that I've seen tangible progress in my short tenure in this role. We have been closing the gap very furiously. I'm very optimistic. The most recent developments with our LPG contracts gives me some additional optimism that we can actually close the gap or eliminate it completely and put WAPA back on solid footing, where we're not asking the GVI to help prop us up, but that we're able to do so. I do think that we are positioning ourselves to be able to pass on rate reductions, but when we do so, I want it to be sustainable. I don't want to reduce it one day and come back and say, hey, things gone up and I got to increase it the next day. I think we are right-sizing our balance sheet, and we are putting in place the initiatives that get the cost down. We are, it has been slow progress, but it has been steady progress, and I'm now seeing the benefits, not just of the work that I've been able to do in the last 12 months, but even the work that my predecessors started, and we're now able to capitalize on. So we're getting there as a community. We are going to turn things around, and that's aside, this is a budget hearing, so we haven't even gotten into all of the transformative things we're doing with undergrounding, composite poles, you name it. The infrastructure is also simultaneously being improved along with the bottom line. So I want to thank you for affording us this opportunity. I want to thank the 522 hardworking men and women of the Water and Power Authority that make it happen every day. You know, this time of year is when we are even overly vigilant, because we know this is when the community needs us even more than ever. But 365 days a year and 366 on a leap year, they're out there serving the public, and they'll continue to do so one way or the other.
Thank you, CEO Karl Knight and your team for your presentation today, and again also convey to the men and women rank and file of the Water and Power Authority our appreciation for their work. I know on August 1st, 2025, when we were sitting in a special session, and I heard that there was a fire at the plant. Again, you know, we couldn't help but to reflect on what that possibility may be, and it always brings some level of anxiety on us of the consequences and the risks that is being experienced by the men and women of WAPA. So we certainly extend our appreciation to them. We have heard your requests, and certainly you know, those matters will be taken into consideration. We'll have more dialogue in respect to that. I believe that some of it is fear, some of it will need some compromise and commitment, because, you know, truly we want to make sure that we're delivering on the behalf of this community. You know, so thank you again for your presentation this afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll be coming back on with the Schneider Regional Medical Center. Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and back onto the record. Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block 3, Schneider Regional Medical Center, invited testifier, Tina Comissiong Esquire, MPA, Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of Block 3 and the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have a CEO, Tina Comissiong, seated in the St. Croix chambers, as well as her staff members on the St. Thomas chamber, as well as some virtually. So at this time, CEO, Madam CEO, you introduce yourself, as well as the other team members will get an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Sure. A pleasant good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell Francis. I'm Tina Comissiong. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Schneider Regional Medical Center. With me today in the St. Thomas chambers is our Chief Nursing Officer.
Yeah, we'll let them have them introduce
Sure.
themselves.
Thank
over
you,
there. St. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Lisa Williams-Norman, HR Manager.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kenisha Angle, Director of Finance for SRMC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Delphine Olivaci, Chief Nursing Officer, Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator. Darrell A. Smalls, Executive Director, Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team.
Good afternoon. And media, can we get those on virtual?
Good afternoon, Peter John Baptiste, Vice President of Facilities.
Good afternoon, Sulaine Walker, Legal Counsel at SRMC.
Good afternoon, Kitty Abraham, Director of IT.
Good afternoon, Senator. Steve Gardner, Director of Operations.
Okay. Okay, so I heard all of you, but I have no visual of you at this time. You'll have to turn on your cameras, or maybe media needs some assistance. We did hear your voices, but we need to get you on camera as well. Mr. Gardner?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Okay. They're all together or they're virtual? Each of them
virtual
remotely?
in separate places.
In separate places. Okay. All right, we'll come to them. Let's try that test again on the virtual. Mr. Gardner, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator. Steve Gardner, Director of Operations, SRMC.
Good afternoon. Next.
Good afternoon, Kitty Abraham, Director of IT.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Next.
Good afternoon, Senators. Sulaine Walker, Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, Legal Counsel. That's it. One more.
We have Dr. George Rosenberg available as well. I'm not sure if he's been connected in, but we will work through that.
Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Peter John Baptiste, Vice President of Facilities.
Yes. All right. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon again, Honorable Senator Novell Francis, Chairman of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee. Pleasant good afternoon to all the honorable senators of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, and to all the other honorable senators of the 36th legislature who are present. Pleasant good afternoon to our Schneider Regional Medical Center staff and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Tina Comissiong. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Schneider Regional Medical Center. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee with members of SRMC's leadership team to present testimony on SRMC's fiscal year 2026 budget. I want to begin by thanking all of our SRMC staff for their continuous hard work and dedication to providing high quality care to our community, despite the challenges that we have faced over the past year with IT downtimes, staffing limitations, and supply shortages. It takes a team of committed individuals with a variety of skills to take good care of our patients. Our doctors and nurses are awesome and are as highly trained and skilled as those anywhere in the United States. And we have many other employees who are part of the end result of caring for patients. Lab techs who run labs, pharmacists who provide medications, biomedical engineers who service clinical equipment, facilities maintenance personnel who maintain our environment of care, our environmental services staff who ensure our patient rooms are clean, dietary aides who deliver patient meals, hemodialysis technicians who provide life-saving treatments, respiratory and physical therapists who build patients' strength up for their day of discharge, and many, many, many other valued individuals who we can't all name here today, all working hard together, each playing an important part in the symphony of caring for a patient. My leadership team and I are blessed to serve and to support that important work. We constantly engage with lawmakers, executive branch leaders, and community activists and members to advocate for our patients and to advocate for the communities we serve. We are committed to partnership with the 1F Louis Hospital and to the work that the VIG HHFC board is doing to streamline and improve the healthcare system. We are also engaging with the St. Thomas East End Medical Center to create warm handoffs and increase access to primary care. We are committed to working collaboratively with all stakeholders to improve and expand access to high-quality healthcare in the Virgin Islands. I'd like to start my budget testimony by thanking this body for the appropriation of $10 million to assist Schneider Regional with paying down its very large accounts payable. On May 28, 2025, under Act number 8985, we received $6.5 million from that appropriation. And as of today, we have issued the entire $6.5 million. We want to assure this body and the public that the funds were used for the allowed and stated purposes, and in full transparency, we have submitted to this body a spreadsheet that lists all the payments that were made, and evidence of the payments that were issued has also been retained to be shared with the appropriate entities. While that $6.5 million did provide some much-needed relief on some outstanding vendor accounts, those payments really were catch-up payments for old amounts that had built up over years due to persistent underfunding of the system during those time periods. We must have the remaining $3.5 million that was passed as part of Act number 8985 released to us so that we can continue making payments to vendors with outstanding account balances. This body may want to consider amending Act number 8985 to identify a source of funding that's more readily accessible than the source of the 3.5 as currently sits in the legislation. There are a number of important supply and staffing vendors that are awaiting and demanding payment on their accounts, and that $3.5 million would be tremendously helpful in resolving some of those accounts. This body's swift action in allocating funding for healthcare to restore services and to give the hospitals the ability to get staffing and supplies is tremendous. Responding to the community's push and demands for adequate funding for our healthcare facilities shows that you are connected and that you care. Everything we do at Schneider Regional is about the people we serve, and we are good stewards of the money that you have given to the hospital. So we'll talk a little bit about the people we serve. The SRMC umbrella includes 3 key facilities: the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital on St. Thomas, the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Clinic on St. John, and the soon-to-reopen Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute on St. Thomas, which will serve the entire Virgin Islands, including neighboring islands, including the British Virgin Islands. Our facilities are very busy. We serve a high volume of patients at our facilities. SRMC had a total of 73,351 patient encounters in FY24. That includes 21,458 patient days where a patient is in an inpatient bed. It also includes 18,150 emergency department visits. We had 26,118 outpatient service encounters, including x-rays, labs, and doctor visits at the RLSH location, and an additional 7,625 outpatient services, including labs, x-rays, and doctor visits at our Myra Keating Smith location on St. John. And those volumes have remained steady through FY25. SRMC's Gastro Health Department, where we provide very important on-island cancer screening, colonoscopy, and endoscopy services, was opened in October of 2023. In FY24, we performed 862 GI procedures, and so far for FY25, 776 GI procedures have been performed. These visits and procedures are leading to cancer being detected earlier and lives being saved. SRMC's Wellness Clinic, which we opened in April 2023 to address the need for more on-island mental health and therapy services, has had more than 1,898 mental health therapy sessions and office visits so far this fiscal year. SRMC's operating rooms continue to serve both emergency and scheduled elective patients. We have performed 1,676 procedures in FY24, and we are on track to remain as busy this year with 1,109 cases performed so far. SRMC's Labor and Delivery Unit, which is really one of our star units and gets a lot of high commendations from the public, has delivered more than 361 babies and provided OBGYN services to more than 1,165 women so far this fiscal year. Unfortunately, SRMC also continues to care for 12 boarders. This costs SRMC approximately $6 million annually. While we take great care of our boarders, we really are not the appropriate location for them. Due to the high numbers of boarders we had at SRMC, we were forced to create an entire unit which operates at a loss. We also frequently have long stays in our emergency department because some patients have nowhere to go after being treated or are homeless. Despite calls to the Department of Human Services, Adult Protective Services, there is frequently no timely response and no placement options for these individuals. These individuals who are homeless, who have nowhere else to go, then tend to remain on or around the SRMC RLSH campus after being discharged, after they've gotten all of the hospital care or emergency care they need from us. An example, we currently have a boarder in our emergency department who has been ready to go for the past 12 days. DHS has no bed placement options for these individuals in the territory who need total care or who need significant help with activities of daily living. And so despite our repeated advocacy, there's still not enough DHS or Medicaid contracted long-term care beds outside the territory either. The hospital, again, is not the appropriate setting for these individuals, and proper placement for these individuals needs to be an immediate priority for the Department of Human Services and the GVI. We'll talk a little bit about the cost of caring. All of us at SRMC want to keep providing access to services, want to keep expanding the specialties, procedures, and therapies that we offer that can be available on the island. But there really is a reality to the cost of caring, and that continues to increase annually. Today's healthcare environment continues to be both complex and uncertain. Healthcare has always had its challenges to navigate, but now we're really at a tipping point, and we must acknowledge what healthcare truly costs and get serious about funding it. The American Hospital Association published a press release in April of 2025 detailing the current landscape of hospital systems nationally. They described the persistent financial pressures of hospitals across the mainland as a perfect storm of persistent cost growth, inadequate reimbursement, and shifting care patterns driven by policy changes and having an older, sicker population with more complex chronic conditions to take care of. This perfect storm is our current reality here in the Virgin Islands. Hospitals' average operating expenses across the nation and in the VI have surged and remain elevated. Nationally, in 2024, hospital expenses increased at a faster rate than inflation, 5.1% versus 2.9% respectively. And Medicare and Medicaid payments are not keeping up with that increase in cost of care. From 2019 to 2023, Medicare and Medicaid shortfalls nationally have grown an average of about 14% per year. Our Medicare and Medicaid payments have always been outdated, horribly low, and flat. And 60% of the patients that we serve are either covered by Medicare or Medicaid. Additionally, we also have a tremendous number of uninsured patients that we serve and uncompensated care that we deliver. Self-pay patients account for approximately 15% of our payer mix. In FY24, that equated to 9,913 self-pay accounts with billed charges totaling more than $21.8 million. So when you consider that 60% of the patients are covered either by Medicare or Medicaid, and another 15% are without any form of healthcare insurance at all, then 75% of the care that SRMC is providing is either being undercompensated for or not compensated for at all. For FY26, uncompensated care for SRMC is estimated to be $36.2 million. $36 million may seem excessive or it may seem dramatized, but with such a large percentage of the population uninsured, and with many not having the ability to qualify for presumptive eligibility or Medicaid, that is the reality of the local market. And so today I'm going to share 5 brief real-life patient care cases, obviously de-identified for HIPAA reasons, just to give you an example of the uncompensated care presentations that we face every day that are common at SRMC. So the first scenario is an uninsured patient who was admitted for 35 days from August 2024 to September 2024, treated for respiratory failure, spent 10 days in the ICU, was on a ventilator. Total cost of their care, $145,800. Total collected, $0. All of the medications, the staff time, the respiratory time, the housekeeping, the WAPA that went into taking that patient, the drugs, etc. Total collected, $0. We have another patient that was admitted for 11 days in October 2024 due to a motor vehicle pedestrian accident, multiple lacerations, internal organ damage, required surgery. Total cost of their care, $67,178. Total collected, $0. Person could not qualify for presumptive eligibility or Medicaid and had no ability to pay. Scenario number 3, an uninsured patient was admitted for 7 days in March of 2024 for a gunshot wound, treated for multiple fractures, tibia, humerus, knee, etc., received multiple blood transfusions to sustain their life. Total cost of their care, including buying the blood products directly, the surgeon's time, the OR time, etc., $39,740. Uninsured patient, total collected, $0. We had another patient that was admitted for 25 days from April to May due to diabetic complications. We know we have a lot of people that live in our communities with diabetes, and some of it is untreated, not enough primary care. That tends to lead to complications. Came into us, was treated for sepsis, gangrene, and an ulcer. Total cost of their care, $93,174. Total collected, $0. And the last scenario I want to share with you is a patient with Medicaid who was admitted for 38 days from May 2024 to June of 2024, treated for acute respiratory failure, hypoxia, sepsis, received a transfusion of plasma and cells and other blood products, was on a ventilator for 9 days, receiving top-tier ICU care. Total cost of their care, $124,539. The patient actually had Medicaid coverage. Medicaid paid the hospital $38,451. So for that patient, it left a balance of $86,000 of care that we delivered that was uncovered. So these are just a couple of real-life examples so you can see how it does really add up over the course of a year with the volumes that we have to this very large $36.2 million number of uncompensated care. Those 5 people spent a total of 116 days, about 4 months in total in the hospital, accumulated about $500,000 in charges, and of all of those patients, we collected not even 10% at just that $38,000. So as I mentioned, the staff had to be paid, supply and medication had to be purchased, tests had to be run in order to properly diagnose and care for them, and this is really the uncompensated care that we're talking about. So the GVI appropriation by law must cover the local Medicaid match and uncompensated care. And uncompensated care is defined in Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code in Section 221, subsection 22. For FY26, the local Medicaid match is estimated to be $3.6 million. The federal government pays a large share of the Medicaid claims. They'll pay 83% until we get to the cap, and the local government pays their 17% share, which is estimated to be $3.6 million for next year. Couple that with the uncompensated care that I gave you that value of $36.2 million, the GVI allotment for SRMC at a minimum should be $39.8 million. The approved budget ceiling for SRMC for FY26 is only $31.75 million. So that is not going to be enough to maintain the levels of care that the hospital is required to provide. And I will note that the amount that's recommended for us is actually a decrease from the prior year, or essentially flat. And consider the operation of RLSH and Myra Keating. But we're very excited that we're bringing CKCI back online. And so we need to consider that the budget ceiling for Schneider Regional, the umbrella entity, needs to include an allocation for CKCI, which is one of our cornerstone facilities. Healthcare is expensive. When it comes to major expensive categories for a hospital, labor remains the single largest category. Salaries and wages for SRMC for FY26 are budgeted at $52.9 million. That represents about 47% of our total operating expenses. And then fringe benefits are budgeted at $18.2 million, or about 16% of the total operating expenses. So salary and benefits together account for 63% of SRMC's total operating budget. Our bi-weekly payroll is approximately $2.4 to $2.5 million, inclusive of benefits. Labor costs in the territory track above national averages due to several factors, including our high cost of living in the Virgin Islands. Expenses in both salary and benefit categories are expected to increase for SRMC in FY26. Salary increases are overdue for several of our union and non-union employees. Those negotiations are needed to help to bring those salaries to market. Salary increases must be issued by SRMC to our hardworking staff this fiscal year for us to maintain our workforce and to meet the new minimum wage requirements. 55 employees at SRMC will be impacted by the new minimum wage legislation, which will add approximately $242,000 to our payroll annually. We also have other members that will be affected by compression. We are in ongoing union negotiations with SIU Masters and Allied Health, with USW and with IAMAW. Those are happening through the Office of Collective Bargaining, and we hope that those will be finalized by the start of the upcoming fiscal year. We are preparing for negotiations to begin with the Association of the Hospital Employed Physicians. We are doing that jointly with the JFL. We also have non-classified union employees who need to be moved to STEP. And so in sum, all of the salary adjustments are going to have a $6.2 million impact on SRMC's budget for the next fiscal year. Those increases have been included into the budget that we are presenting today. Our second major category of operating expenses is lumped up as other services and charges. Those are budgeted at $20.5 million. That category includes costs associated with services that we must outsource to third parties that support our operations, such as reference laboratories, agency staffing. We have locum tenens physicians, temporary coverage for some of our mid-levels like CRNAs or midwives, and other contracted labor, housekeeping services, and revenue cycle professional support. For FY24, SRMC spent $8.9 million on temporary staffing related expenses. That includes salary, travel, and accommodations for physicians, advanced practice registered nurses, and allied health clinicians. We are hopeful that with the salary increases and the continued recruitment, we will be able to reduce our spending on that temporary labor. The third major category of operating expenses for Schneider Regional is materials and supplies. For FY26, SRMC has budgeted $14.7 million for materials and supplies. That does represent a 21% increase from FY25. I'm sorry, we budgeted $14.7 million for materials and supplies in FY26, which is a 21% increase from FY25. Supply chain pressures are real nationally, and they're especially difficult here locally. SRMC admittedly has been challenged at times with not having all of the supplies that we would like to have on hand, primarily due to cash flow issues and having multiple competing vendor priorities. However, SRMC wants to assure the public and this body that we do generally have the supplies that we need to provide high quality care to our patients, even if occasionally we do not have everything that we like. And our team works very hard to source things and works very closely with our sister hospital, Juan Louis, whenever we can. In addition to the general price increases that are going to happen for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies that are being felt nationally and internationally, SRMC also has to grapple with very expensive freight and shipping we pay to import almost every item and supply that we use. We're also impacted by the cost increases associated with the newly imposed national tariffs. SRMC's increased budget for materials and supplies is also directly tied to the recent expansion of our hemodialysis unit, which we're very proud of. The addition of 34 hemodialysis patients, though, did double our hemodialysis supply spend from being approximately $35,000 a month to now being up over $70,000 a month. And we're also spending an additional $14,000 per month on hemodialysis-related drugs as a result of having the additional patients. We continue to work through our discounted group purchasing organization, taking advantage of nationally contracted discounts, and with JFL on group purchasing and contracting to obtain the best price possible for all supplies, medical and non-medical, whenever we can. Another major category of operating expenses for SRMC is utility costs. For FY26, SRMC utility costs are expected to be approximately $6 million, and that is primarily for payments to the Water and Power Authority. So we'll talk a little bit about how we're helping ourselves, because we know with expenses rising, we have to make tough decisions and we have to cut costs where possible. SRMC and our team is fiercely dedicated to improving our financial position. Recognizing the need to make substantial changes in our operations to become more financially stable and sustainable, we have implemented several austerity measures. In January of 2024, we implemented an overtime reduction initiative, which led to a 29% reduction in overtime hours since the inception of that initiative. We've also taken a hard look at our staffing plan and organizational chart. We've made staffing adjustments in some areas, and we're currently only hiring for critical positions. We've eliminated a lot of vacancies. Most of the positions that we're hiring for right now are allied health professionals and physicians or mid-level providers, and those are actually significant contributors to the high temporary staffing costs. So savings in that area will be very helpful to the bottom line. All departments at SRMC are examining their contracts to see what services can be brought in-house and what contracts can be adjusted for savings. As of May of 2025, we had achieved over $300,000 in annual savings from contract eliminations and adjustments. And that's an initiative that we're continuing to work on. We know we have to do everything possible to collect everything possible for the work that we are doing. And so SRMC is putting a major focus on collecting better and generating new revenue. That's going to be our major push through the end of this fiscal year. And that is our major push for the next fiscal year, is really doing everything we can to improve our collections. We're putting a major focus on generating more revenue. In FY24, collections were averaging about $4.6 to $5 million a month. We had begun to show great progress in our collections, and then we were totally devastated by 2 ransomware attacks in calendar year 24. The 2 ransomware attacks resulted in our total collections for FY25 dropping down to an average of $3.5 million per month, and the total revenue loss attributed to those cyber attacks was $6.9 million in FY24 and $7.9 million in FY25. So the cost of a new system that we need is expensive, admittedly, $11 million for an enterprise-wide system for both hospitals, but the cost of inaction is higher. It's very costly when you're affected with a cyber attack. Significant staffing challenges in SRMC's business office have also been a major contributing factor in the decrease in our collections, and that's something that we recognize that we really needed to put attention to. In FY25, our collections are projected to end at $43 million, and to get back to the rate that we want to be collecting more than $6 million a month in FY26, we had to engage extra hands to help us with revenue cycle in our billing and coding. So we've launched an exciting revenue enhancement engagement with a very experienced billing, coding, and collection agency that's going to serve as an extension of our business office. I described that in previous testimonies when I was here. We've completed that contracting. We've engaged a very good partner, and they're working for us on a contingency basis, so they're very motivated to collect. This is going to enable us as an organization to do better at billing and collecting for the care that we're already providing. So we plan to collect $74.3 million in net patient revenue on our own in FY26. To hit those numbers, again, focusing on billing, focusing on coding, and really focusing on improving point of care collections, particularly in the emergency department. It has historically been our greatest challenge in collecting payment for services when they're rendered. We've newly trained patient access staff. We've assigned them to assist us in that effort. We provided them with scripts and educational updates on the importance of increasing the upfront collections. And we have point of service collection totals now being tracked and provided to the finance team monthly. That was a suggestion that we received at a previous hearing that we came to, and we have acted on that. I want to spend a little time on the CKCI budget because this is hugely important to healthcare in the territory. It is going to cost more than $8.9 million to operate CKCI in the first year. As with the total overall budget for SRMC, similarly, salary and benefits account for the largest share of the CKCI budget. Salary and benefits on the CKCI budget are going to total $3.8 million. Materials and supplies is their second largest budget category, and that's just over $2.8 million. And then other expenses in year one include contracted labor, dosimetry services, and other professional fees, and that's projected to cost $1.76 million, with utilities projected to cost an additional $450,000. So as I mentioned before, the budget ceiling that had been given was based on operating just RLSH and MKS only, and that's been flat despite the rising cost of healthcare. But we have to be absolutely clear that additional funding is required to reopen CKCI. It will take a few months for revenue to start coming in for the services. We do plan to bill and collect for the services that we're going to provide there, but it will take a little while for that revenue cycle activity to happen, and it will take a little while for the volume of patients to grow. So the potential collection...
CEO, mark your page. We'll need to take a quick recess.
Sure, Senator.
Thank you. We'll come back. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, CEO Comissiong may continue with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So for CKCI, our potential collections for year one are $4.1 million. And with expenses projected to be $8.9 million, CKCI will have a shortfall of $4.8 million in its first year of operation. And so we'll need that support from the GVI. CKCI will operate with a higher share of contracted labor during year one as SRMC works to onboard the necessary personnel. And so we'll have a decrease in our labor expenses expected in year two, and we'll need less of an offset year to year in the allocation given for CKCI. For this year, though, we have built into the budget a separate line item allotment of $4.8 million for CKCI, which will allow us to open as planned in December 2025, doing ribbon cuttings, hopefully, and starting to treat patients in January 2026, which is tremendously exciting for our community. With our collections, with the allotment budget ceiling, and with the CKCI line item, SRMC is presenting a total conservative budget of $112.2 million for FY26. That budget is inclusive of RLSH, MKS, and CKCI. So in addition to that base support, additional line item support, we would like you to consider for 3 additional categories. And the first one is facilities maintenance. So when I sat before this body about a year ago, I spoke about the need for line item funding for our capital budget so that we could begin to address some of the major issues with maintenance of our facilities, particularly with our backup generator, roof, medical air and AC systems, and other major systems. RLSH is in a very old building, more than 40 years old. And every year, we're forced to incur major expenses for repairing things such as our boilers, our generators, sterilizers, washers, other equipment. A year later, a lot of those same issues persist. We didn't get the line item funding for our capital budget, and so we have to continue to spend excessive amounts on repairs, and we have to take that money from operating capital, which leaves less money to buy supplies that week. So, for example, we had to divert money from supplies, planned supply spending, to spend $31,000 to repair the boiler last month. We needed to get the unit repaired. It's important for a safe environment of care, and so we had to juggle. Many of the parts of our current AC system are obsolete, and we need to replace those systems. We continue to have a price tag of almost $200,000 annually for repairs and maintenance. And so that comes out of operating, and purchasing the other things that we need to take care of patients and staff that we need to take care of patients. And so line item consideration would be appropriate. We spent $1.5 million to maintain the facility and equipment in FY24. We're on track to spend $1.3 million in FY25, and a lot of that could be reduced with these investments in new equipment and with upgrades to the physical plant. SRMC is requesting a line item of $1.5 million in FY26 to cover these facilities and maintenance expenses that we know are going to arise during the year, and that will allow us to do some necessary facility upgrades and to replace some equipment. The second area that we want to call your attention to is around IT and the capital equipment for IT. SRMC must enhance and strengthen our IT infrastructure. As I mentioned before, acting is expensive because it is $11 million is the total cost of ownership over 3 years for a new enterprise-wide electronic medical record system. That would serve both Schneider Regional and JFL, and it would provide a much better system, much more secure system, allow us to do better with billing and collecting and patient care documentation, et cetera. The 2 cyber attacks really showed us that IT investment is a must. We need to modernize our infrastructure. We need to transition to this cloud-based electronic medical record system. As I mentioned, it's going to help us improve coding and billing, and it's going to help us increase our collections in the long run, making us less dependent on the GVI allotment. In addition to the cost of that new enterprise-wide EMR, we have to modernize and enhance the other IT infrastructure to add the necessary security platforms, hardware, and switches, and that's going to cost about $3.3 million. So if we were giving it to the enterprise. For SRMC, we would require a line item of $3 million, and JFL would require a similar line item of $3 million to give us $6 million for year one cost of implementing a new EMR and enhanced IT infrastructure for our hospitals. We have looked for and continue to take advantage of the grant opportunities that are available for IT. We've submitted applications for grant funding through OMB and through the Office of Health Information Technology out of the Office of the Governor. The third area for attention is resolving old accounts payable. SRMC does need the government's assistance with funding to resolve our current accounts payable and the accrued liability that has built up over many, many years, which now sits at $44.6 million as of June 5th, 2025. We've made great strides to pay down what we can and what we owe to GRS. We have fully paid up now for the retirees and individuals that have been separated from the organization, which is being processed by GERS so that they can start to collect their annuities. But we do still have an outstanding debt to GRS. We paid GERS $7.3 million between FY24 and 25, but we do have a remaining balance with them of $12.9 million. SRMC is also engaging with IRB in a payment plan to resolve the outstanding remainder of $2.4 million in taxes owed to the IRB. We are current with the IRS. The funding that we get through the allotment is meant to cover the uncompensated care, and the Medicaid match is supposed to support the operational costs of caring for those Medicaid patients. There's not money within that allocation to support the maintenance of the facilities, the investment in IT, or catching up on old payments and old AP. So SRMC is asking for consideration for these line items, for these important realities that we need to address in the coming fiscal year. And we added a policy discussion because that affects our numbers and the overall budget. We function in an old, disjointed, sick model where we're spending money as a government on a fee-for-service basis when people are already sick, and that's way more expensive. We're not getting the outcomes that we should get as a community for the money that we're spending. We need to focus on designing an aligned system that includes prevention, early intervention, and chronic condition management that becomes a win-win-win for the patient, for the provider, and for the payers. We need additional primary and preventative care services in the territory. With increased access to primary and preventative care, the overall health of our patients will improve. And when our citizens show up at the hospital, they'll have shorter stays, better outcomes, and ultimately the cost of care and the cost the hospitals have to bear will be reduced. It's going to benefit the hospital, benefit the patient, and benefit the GVI. We applaud Governor Bryan for evaluating and suggesting new insurance plan options for the GVI. The rising insurance premium costs of the current Cigna plan are a challenge for SRMC. Our current monthly allotment is deducted to cover our Cigna premiums, and it's approximately $750,000 every month being deducted to cover those premiums. Lack of insurance options for individuals and small businesses is a real problem that leaves a larger segment of our population as self-pay. So we do need to look at increasing insurance coverage and looking at spreading the risk, including potentially a mandate that requires individuals and small businesses to participate in a health insurance program. That will lead to more covered lives, that will lead to less self-pay, and it'll lead to more reimbursements for the hospital. With the state plan, the hospital could become a preferred location, and we could provide incentives to beneficiaries who opt to receive their care locally. Not only would it be cost-saving for the beneficiary in the plan, it would increase coverage and healthcare access for individuals, and it will help to increase and improve the hospital's revenues. We also need to jointly lobby the federal government for CMS rebasing. The territory's hospitals are reimbursed under TEFRA, and the TEFRA rates have not been adjusted for SRMC in 43 years, still tied to that original base year. And it's been many, many years, I think 29 years since it's been adjusted for JFL. The hospitals cannot continue to sustain and provide, as much services as we do, getting rates that are well beyond and below the true cost of care. So we need to jointly with JFL and with this body and with the central government appeal for rebasing of our CMS rates. We We also need your support and encouragement for the completion of the Medicaid audits and that rate adjustment, ensuring that the funds that result from those audits actually come back to the entities that took care of the patients. So currently Medicaid reimburses the hospitals a flat rate for its patients regardless of the care provided. At the end of a series of years, Medicaid program goes back, audits what they paid you. If they were found to underpay you, there should be a true-up. Those audits are being conducted, and we're looking forward to the true-up, and we hope that the true-up, again, will go back to the hospitals that took care of these patients. But also, we need to have the rates reviewed and be adjusted to better compensate the hospitals for the very high, expensive outlier cases. So some cardiology cases, et cetera, just getting that daily rate is not going to be enough to sustain the service line. And like I gave you the example of the one patient that needed all of that care in our operating room, et cetera, that flat daily rate just doesn't cover those high outlier cases. So we'd like that to be considered by the Medicaid program locally. We encourage this body to consider legislation that would empower and require the Department of Human Services or some other entity to quickly or immediately become the guardian for patients who are abandoned in the hospital and don't have another person to advocate for them. We would need this entity to assume control of the individual's finances so that they could pay the hospital for the care. If the patient needs to be transferred off island to another facility, they could be a part of making those arrangements on behalf of the patient. So we would encourage this body to think about legislation that allows Department of Human Services or another entity to step in as the guardian. The current legal process to obtain guardianship is very lengthy, and sometimes it impacts the hospital's ability to either get the patient the care they need or to get paid for the services that they're providing to the patient. In conclusion, the SRMC team is committed to providing high quality care to the residents of the Virgin Islands. We are focusing on increasing the community's trust in our hospital system. We are listening to community feedback. We've met with community members who participants of a recent protest, and we're going to be continuing to engage in focus groups this year to hear your concerns and to collect your input on the design of our future facilities. We recently had a dinner with a doctor event where we had a focus group and got some very good feedback. We're committed to improving and enhancing our physical infrastructure as best we can and dependent on the funding that we get while we wait for the new hospital. And I believe we will get some testimony today from Mr. Daryl Smalls, Executive Director of the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team, on those rebuilding efforts for our system. We're very excited about the reopening of CKCI at the end of this year, and we're looking forward to bringing back interventional cardiology services very soon. We're going to be increasing the services we provide to the community through the expansion of our gastroenterology program, our emergency department fast track, our laboratory, and our surgical service lines. We want our community to choose to come to SRMC when they have a choice in where to go, not just when they must come to our emergency department. I want to thank our senior leadership team, our entire clinical team, and our entire support team for their continued hard work and dedication to SRMC and to the community at large. Schneider Regional Medical Center is committed to improving our financial position. We're working to help ourselves, and we're very transparent with the regulatory bodies and with this body. We're going to continue to be aggressive with our billing and collections efforts while simultaneously implementing cost-saving measures. And we look forward to receiving appropriate financial support from the GVI so that we can continue to provide high-quality care to residents and visitors of the territory. I would like to thank this committee for the opportunity to present our budget to you today. I would like to thank the Honorable Governor Bryan and his administration, as well as our territorial and district hospital governing boards for their continuing support of our administration and our healthcare system. And the senior leadership team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO, Tina Comissiong. Mr. Daryl Smalls, Director Daryl Smalls, do you have a separate testimony?
Good afternoon, Senator Novell Francis. I do have a testimony, but I really came just to support the team. But if you would like me to do a presentation, I will.
Yeah, we have not received the copy of your testimony. How long is your testimony?
It's rather brief.
It's rather brief. All right, go ahead. Try. I'll get them to get you a copy so it can be circulated, and you can go ahead with your testimony at this time.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 36th Legislature, and other honorable senators of the committee, other honorable senators of the 36th Legislature, Senate staff, fellow hospital testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Darrell A. Smalls, Executive Director of Facilities and Capital Development for the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team, which I serve under the leadership of Chairman Dr. Jerry Smith of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, also referred to as the Territorial Board. As the Executive Director of THRT, my primary role is to manage and oversee the planning, programmatic design, final design, bidding, project management, construction, procurement, and closeout for the redevelopment of the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital, the Roy L. Schneider Hospital, the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, and the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center on St. John. I thank you for this opportunity to join Chief Executive Officer Tina Comissiong and the executive leadership team of the Schneider Regional Medical Center as a part of their fiscal year 26 budget presentation to share testimony today as it pertains specifically to the status of the reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, the Myra Keating Smith, and the Roy L. Schneider Hospital. I am pleased to report today that the reconstruction efforts of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, remains on track to be completed by November 2025, as we are more than 80% completed. Much of the major medical and non-medical equipment has either been received and installed or is in the process of being shipped to the territory. To date, the major systems that have been received and installed include the 2 water storage tanks, an emergency generator, diesel fuel tank, electrical transformer, electrical switchgear, chillers, air handlers, domestic water pump, and fire pump. Each of these systems are critical to receipt of the 2 major medical equipment systems that include the linear accelerator, which provides the radiation therapy, and the CT simulator. Neither of the 2 major medical equipment systems will be shipped by the manufacturer unless they are sure that the building is temperature controlled and the electrical systems are operational. Proactively, representatives for each of the equipment manufacturers perform monthly site visits to validate the progress and to ensure the impending installations are seamless. We have been assured by the construction contractor of record that the target date of October 1, 2025 for the receipt of the linear accelerator on island and installed within the CKACI is on target for October 15th. And the CT simulator will be for October 15th. And there are no foreseen elements that could potentially create any delays. Other critical components that are currently in process include the installation of the IT infrastructure and the procurement of minor medical equipment, FF&E, and signage. The culminating objective from a construction perspective is to have all systems in place, commissioned, and certified, and to facilitate orientation and training on the various systems of CKCI no later than the first quarter of 2026. With respect to the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, as of July 2025, through the Office of Disaster Recovery as a part of the project bundling, a contractor was selected for the various projects on the island of St. John to include the new school for the Department of Education, a reconstructed facility for the Department of Health, as well as for the demolition and reconstruction of MKS. Once the construction manager is onboarded, the initial step is to collaborate with the THRT, the leadership of SRMC, and the architect of record to develop a baseline of the required elements for this facility and to ensure the proposed facility can be achieved within budget and on schedule in this ever-changing environment we currently face. This effort is slated to resume with the initial programming and design efforts during the months of August 2025 through January 2026. After which we would move expeditiously to develop final designs and specifications for permit review by the third quarter of 2026. The overarching objective of this engagement is to monitor current market conditions and adjust accordingly without compromising the ability to deliver quality health care to the residents of the island of St. John. With respect to the Roy L. Schneider Hospital, as of June 2025, through the Office of Disaster Recovery as a part of the project bundling, a formal solicitation was publicly advertised for the third time to select a contractor who would partner with the territory to reconstruct our hospitals in each district. Utilizing the Construction Manager at Risk, or CMAR, approach as is known in the construction industry, seeks to onboard a contractor with proven healthcare construction experience to ensure the required scopes of work can be achieved within budget and on schedule in this ever-changing environment we currently face. The THRT, along with the leadership of SRMC and the architect of record, will resume with the programming and design efforts during the months of August 2025 through June 26, after which we'll have substantial completed final design plans and specification packages. Once the CMAR is onboarded, we'll immediately commence with joint review meetings to ensure we remain in alignment and adjust accordingly without compromising the ability to deliver quality healthcare to the residents of the St. Thomas St. John district. I'm going to skip over some of the other details that's not germane to the subject right now, but I just want to assure this body that despite these challenges, the THRT will remain in constant communication with our vendors and will ensure that we remain transparent with our territorial board and the leadership of our hospitals, and equally important, our Virgin Islands community. As I conclude my brief project update, I want to thank this body for your continued support for the Office of the THRT in both the St. Thomas St. John District as well as the St. Croix District. To my team, I want to publicly thank each of you for your dedication, your commitment, and your tireless efforts to this mission we have embarked upon, as well as the Territorial Board and the leadership of SRMC for your unwavering support. Thank you. This concludes my update on the status of the progress of the rebuilding efforts of the CKCI, MKS, and the RLS Hospital, and I will remain available to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Smalls, for your testimony there and that update. We'd like to get a copy of that, please, if you could have either the Sergeant at Arms or someone from my office get a copy so it could be circulated. So, CEO Comissiong, also thank you for your testimony this afternoon. You're reporting that your FY 2026 budget is decreased by $1 million as per last year's appropriation of $32,500,000. Is it a decrease or, in fact, a reduction as a result of the $1 million that have been taken off for the purpose of the single payers utility? Can you clarify?
Thank you, Senator Francis, for the question. Tina Comissiong from Schneider Regional. Yes, it was a additional line item that was added in the, or an additional amount that was added for FY25 specifically that is not included in the budget ceiling for 26.
So the $1 million is actually for your single payer utility contributions, correct?
Yes, Senator, I believe that is accurate, and we can have Ms. Engel confirm that, okay. Director of Finance. But I believe that is correct.
Comissiong, Director of Finance. The allotment that was allocated for the utility cost was actually at $3.5 million.
So your budget is reflection. One second, ma'am. Your budget is showing a deduction or reduction of $1 million from last year's appropriation based on the governor's recommendation. We're trying to determine whether that $1 million reflect the amount going towards the single payers utility.
To pay on our behalf. We will have to get that confirmed and then report back to you, Senator Francis. I don't want to put the wrong answer on the record.
Okay. So have you had any consultation or discussion with your budget analyst in regards to the FY 2026 budget?
I know there has been discussion between our Director of Finance, Ms. Engel, and that team, and she can probably weigh in if there are specific questions about how they've worked together.
Yeah. Not a problem. I guess once we crunch the numbers, we'll make a determination where that money, where the difference is occurring. So tell me, have you received all of your appropriations for FY 2025 to date?
No, Senator Francis, we have not. We just got the balance of July released to us, and we are awaiting the release of our August allotment.
Okay. In respect to, you usually get it at what time of the month? You get it monthly or quarterly?
We get our allotment monthly. The commitment is supposed to be that we get it by the 5th, but very frequently we get it at some later point during the month. Occasionally it's broken up into an initial payment and a second payment. I think often dependent on cash availability.
Okay. What about federal funding? How much federal funding have you received thus far for FY 2025, and what is earmarked for 2026?
So the only federal funding that we receive is payments for services provided through the Medicare program, and the Medicaid payments that we receive also have a federal share. In addition to that, we have applied for and received a handful of federal grants, so we continue to spend on that money, but no other direct federal allocations.
Okay. Outside of your budget allotment, I know that you receive the $10 million, or you're slated to receive $10 million. You have reported that you have received 6.5 thus far from the settlement amount that the Senate appropriated under Act 8985.
Yes, Senator Francis.
Have you received any other funding from ARPA, from Office of Insular Affairs, from philanthropy or philanthropic organizations?
Yeah, not from some of the other entities that you mentioned, but we've been doing great work through our foundation. We restarted our foundation a little over a year ago. We have a great foundation board. We've done a couple of events and are educating the community around the projects that we want to do, restoring interventional cardiology, adding fast track spaces, increasing GI services, and a lot of that is being funded through the generous support of donors in our community.
Are you in position to report what you have received thus far for foundation contributions or benefits?
Well over 1.5 million since we have started, I think over 2 million actually, since we've started the foundation, restarted the foundation. I'll have Ms. Kanisha Engel give the official number, please.
Okay.
Kanisha Engel, Director of Finance. The total collected thus far is $2.7 million through the foundation.
Very well. That's significant. That's good. And tell me about your revenues to date. What is your revenues to date?
We are projecting to generate a little over $6 million per month in the upcoming fiscal year, and we're working to get back to that. We were historically a $3.5 to $4 million a month in collections hospital, and we did a lot of work to improve revenue cycle, add more profitable service lines, do better with our billing and collecting, and we had gotten to that $5.5, $6 million a month mark, and then we're affected by the cyber attacks. We are getting back to that. We are adding the additional support that we need and the extra hands that we need through a contractor who's going to help us with revenue cycle and billing and collecting and coding. And we are going to get back to that $6 million a month mark, maybe even exceeding that, hoping to push to 7 as we continue to add profitable service lines.
Understood. What is your revenues to date though? What's the amount have you received? And if you could tell us what timeline is that?
Net patient revenue projected through the end of the year is $65 million. Year-to-date collections. Okay. Total net revenue as of June 2025, when accounting closed last month, was $46.8 million, $46,861,733. That's net patient revenue. Collections as of July 30th, cash collections, $36.4 million.
What is your expenditures to date? Do you have that?
Yes. Total expenditures to date, Ms. Engel, you probably have it at your fingertips.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Total expenses as of June 2025 is $68,512,083.
$80?
And $83.
$83. Got it. Thank you. $68,512,083. What are you paying for locum tenens?
We spend about $7 million a year on our contracted labor for physicians and mid-level extenders, which are like the certified registered nurse anesthetists and the nurse practitioners and physician assistants that we use throughout the house, mostly in the emergency department and labor and delivery areas, et cetera.
Okay. And do you have your actuals and tell me to what date I needed your personnel, your fringe, your other services and charges, your supplies as well as your utilities?
Yes. Total physician locum spend as of June 2025 was $2.076 million. We're going to hit $2.8 million in direct physician expenses. Maintenance expenses, $830,000.
No, personnel. You have a total.
Oh, you need the full personnel.
Personnel,
Okay, sure.
full personnel, and fringe.
I'm going to defer these questions so that we get the exact number to Ms. Kanisha Engel, who has the listing right in front of her.
Yes. Ms. Engel?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Salaries and wages totaled $36.5 million as of June 2025. Benefit expenses totaled $12.3 million as of June 2025. Agency staffing and contract labor, $1.0 million. Professional services, $4.0 million. Physician fees totaled $2.076 million. Medical supplies total $3.2 million. Non-medical supplies total $3.7 million.
Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit. I'm writing. Slow down. Go ahead.
Other expenses total $1.6 million, and our utility costs total $3.8 million as of June 2025.
$3.8 million. And obviously, you're paying. This is separate and apart from the single payers. In terms of your utilities, or this is inclusive of the single payers payment?
This is inclusive.
Yeah,
inclusive of it.
Yeah.
So what is the additional outside of WAPA on the utilities?
We have some additional fuel expenses, diesel fuel that we get from a different supplier. And Ms. Engel can weigh in on some of the other line items within that category.
Internet service and those type of things.
Via
service, your phone bill as well.
Okay.
Liberty. Internet, fuel, and WAPA primarily are the four items in that category.
Okay. And real quickly before we go on to open up the floors for question, in respect to the CKCI, what is the recruitment effort underway right now? You're not waiting until they open for you to start to do your recruitments, right?
No, great question, Senator Francis, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to it a little bit. We're very actively working to recruit physicians and other staff members that we're going to need to reopen CKCI. We've been engaged in some very good conversations with the medical oncologists that currently live in the territory to try to work with them to engage and integrate their practices into what we're doing on the medical oncology side of CKCI. So for medical oncology, I think we're great. On the radiation oncology side, as you know, we lost the radiation oncologist when we closed the center. So we're working right now to recruit a radiation oncologist. Dr. George Rosenberg has had really good success and is very close, I think, to signing the contract with the radiation oncologist that'll be joining the team. We've also identified the radiation therapists that we would need to support the program. We haven't onboarded them yet. We need to get a little closer to opening. Dosimetrists and physicists have also been identified. One will be on site, and the other is a remote contract for the dosimetry.
Okay. And is there a certification requirement, and through who? Would that be through CMS or some other entity that actually specializes in this area?
There are a number of entities that have to come and certify the new equipment, the building, et cetera. A lot of that activity is being organized by the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team. I know that there's going to be commissioning efforts for the new equipment, and all of that is scheduled to take place. But it'll be multiple federal agencies that will look at the center and then certify the equipment, et cetera, before we start treating patients, including CMS.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for questions to my colleagues. Senator Hubert Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, all colleagues, testifier, listening and viewing audience, my office and central staff. Good afternoon, CEO.
Good afternoon, Senator Frederick.
How you been?
Doing well.
Good to see you. I wanted to start off with your hemodialysis unit. I was privileged to have an opportunity to tour there when we had the recent closure of the Caribbean Kidney Center. How's that looking in terms of the revenues being generated from those patients, given that they were paid patients compared to the other patients?
Yes, thank you, Senator Frederick, for the question. Tina Comissiong for SRMC. We are taking great care of the additional patients that we got that came over from CKC after their abrupt closure. They really are happy with the care that they're getting, and we're able to continue taking care of them into the future. We have started to bill for the work that we're doing and taking care of those patients. As you said, they improve our payer mix a little bit. There's a little bit of a better insurance mix with those patients that came, so it improved our overall mix a little bit. And then also dialysis, there are some efficiencies when you get additional volume, some savings that you have on ordering things in bulk, et cetera. We're seeing, I think, improvement on that unit in terms of the billing and collections, but it takes a little while for the payments to be made. So after dropping the bill, there is a trailing period before the collections start to come in.
Did you have any projections for us, though? Because I saw the cost side.
The cost side is there. We do have projections on the revenue, and I can send you off. I don't have it right here, but I can send you the full breakdown of projected revenue for the 106 patients that we take care of and the expenses.
And this would be through the end of the fiscal year, right?
It's on a fiscal year basis, the calculation.
Awesome. Act 8985, we spoke about the $6.5 million that was used for your payables that we took care of. And then the $3.5 million that we got from a line of credit, did you ever receive that money?
No, Senator Frederick, we have not received that.
And that was going to be used, or I think you anticipated using that to help with the new system that you were looking at?
We would like to pay some very important vendors, supply vendors, some staffing vendors, and we need to identify a source of funding towards the upgrade of the EMR. So two very, very important priorities, and that $3.5 million will help us make some progress on both. We have plenty of AP, so we could use the full 3.5 on important vendors if we could identify another pot of money for the EMR upgrade that needs to happen, the system-wide upgrade that needs to happen.
So the BIT in particular had received some money through Vitima for cyber work. Have they been in contact with you as to what we could do to help ensure that we don't have a repeat of the last two situations?
Yes, Senator Frederick. My team has been working very closely. Mr. Keith Abram has been working very closely with BIT. We did do some cybersecurity training for our staff in conjunction with BIT. They were very helpful in connecting us with the federal partners that we had to do the reporting to when we had the breach. And I think that work continues. And actually, our team then worked with JFL's team when JFL was affected as well. So I think that we've put a lot of attention now to our IT systems. We know from doing our own assessments and our own testing and penetration testing that there are still things that need to be remediated, and it's going to take funding to fully do that.
So we know this undocumented patients and patients that don't pay also have been a source of financial strain on the hospitals, both hospitals. And I don't know in the foreseeable future if there's a quick fix, but what are we doing to ensure that there's some method in place with human services that's going to help us reduce the burden on the hospital? Because this is a financial hit to you. The longer you keep these patients, uncompensated care is just super expensive for our hospital.
Very much so, Senator Frederick. We spend about $6 million a year just taking care of the boarders on our non-acute care unit. And so immediately we could place those patients into long-term care facilities if those contracts were put into place by Human Services. To me, that's a very quick, easy fix if the funding is there. That would tremendously help the hospital with those expenses.
So what's your quick ask from us to help with your current burden? Because you've got a lot of priorities. You've got, you know, the CKCI is about to open. You've got some expenses that's going to be directly tied to that. You're just putting on the staff, and that's going to be a big hit. What's going to be your in terms of priority, your biggest financial needs, so we could consider that doing our markup?
I think definitely funding for CKCI just has to be at the top of the list, because we know how important cancer care is. We know how much of our population is affected, you know, with cancer. We need to get more screening done. We need to be more proactive. And that center really serves the entire Virgin Islands. Everyone on all islands, Water Island, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, including, you know, the BVI and our neighboring islands. And it could be, if we do it right and market it right, get some medical tourism that helps, you know, the funding overall of the system. So I think priority for CKCI, funding for CKCI and getting that back open is really huge.
In its heyday, how much revenues did it provide?
So CKCI has been closed now for about 8 years. We pulled some of the financials when we went to look at preparing the budget for this year. Ms. Engel may have that on her. Do you have what the revenue is, Ms. Engel, from when we did operate? 2016, I think, is the last year we have good data on.
Yes. So as of 2016, the CKCI Center generated a total revenue of $3.2 million. 2015, also $3.2 million, and 2014, $2.1 million.
Okay, so in today's dollar, you could add a factor, 4% on that? Yeah, you're still gonna be under 5 million. So, you know, it's not a quick fix, but it's gonna help.
It will help.
Director Smalls, real quick. I know my time is probably there. What's the status right now in terms of your staffing? Are you currently fully staffed, or are you still trying to hire a couple of key people?
Good afternoon, Senator. With respect to the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team, we will be onboarding additional individuals in the very near future.
And do you know what that number is?
We have projections as we ramp up and develop more of the projects. For instance, right now, I know I could use a couple more engineers, some more. We're looking at onboarding a legal component to assist us with our contracts and our contractors going forward. So I don't have the exact number before me, but yes, we will be ramping up over the next couple years.
1 minute.
All right. I think one of my biggest concerns is the fact that we've put out this bid now. This is the third time we're putting out a bid for the hospital in St. Thomas, right?
This would be the third time from the bundling standpoint, where we're looking at both the Roy L. Schneider Hospital and the Governor Wanna Louis Hospital. The contractors have the ability to either bid on one or both of the projects.
30 seconds.
Is it the deadline is coming up for December? Is it?
Right now, that solicitation is closed. It's currently under review. So that's the most that I could really, provide at this date relative to that particular solicitation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time. Thank you very much for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. A point of information. Senator Fonseca had a point of information first, and then I'll come to you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would offer to do is, I think I'm next. If I can just go, I think I was next.
So
right?
I have a point of information on this in St. Croix. So I'll come back to you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Viale, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smalls, did you receive any bids on the last solicitation?
I'm sorry, Senator. Could you repeat your question, please?
Did you receive any bids on the last solicitation?
Yes, we did, Senator.
Can you disclose how many?
There were a total of 2 respondents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Director Tina Comissiong, I want to go back to the Charlotte Kindelman Cancer Center, and it's good to know that you're saying that for this, we're getting the CT simulator and the linear accelerator, and that you're going to hire a radiation oncologist. They're the one who uses the radiation to treat cancer. But my question is how about the medical physicists that will perform the machine calibrations, and the dosimetrists that will create the treatment plans, and also an atomic pathologist who analyzes the body tissue, and the interventional radiologist who performs minimally invasive surgery? Are you planning to hire those positions as well?
Yes, Senator. So we will have a radiation therapist on site. The dosimetrist is going to be remote, which is done and it's acceptable in the field for the dosimetry to happen remotely. We have 2 pathologists that are very highly trained pathologists that do those evaluation of the slides for certain cancers. Where more complex laboratory testing is required, those samples are sent off island to a specialty processing area. And there was a 4th position you spoke about, please?
Yes, the 4th one was the interventional radiologist who performs minimally invasive procedures using imaging technology.
Thank you. We do have an excellently trained interventional radiologist currently on staff at Schneider Regional, Dr. Yuri Peterkin, who is going to provide services to the patients that we take care of in CKCI.
Okay, good. I wanted to make that public because cancer affects about 500 Virgin Islanders every year. And so it's good to know that the Charlotte Kindelman Cancer Center is going to be well equipped and staffed to perform these. So going back to the numbers now on page 9 of your testimony, you stated that CKCI would be need about $8.9 million for operation. The collections will be about 4.1 in the first year. So we're having a $4.8 million deficit in the first year. So your ask for CKCI is what?
A line item of support in the FY26 budget of $4.8 million to support the activities at CKCI.
Okay, so good. That's why I want to make sure. Now, so the next question is, once it's in full operation, what do you project the revenues or the collections will be for CKCI? Will it be a profitable venture, or will it continue to need government subsidies to stay in operation?
We do envision it being at least able to cover its own costs and potentially being profitable, but it will take some government support, at least in the first year. In the second year, as we have a full complement of permanent staff and we've increased our volumes, I think we will be requesting a much smaller support from the government for the continued work that happens at CKCI moving forward. But in the first year, we definitely need that line item support.
Okay, so $4.8 million in the first year. So let me ask you, what's the conditions of the other related machines and equipment that the hospital needs? The CAT scan, the MRI, and other laser diagnostic equipment. Are those all up to par?
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for the question. We have a great, we don't have an MRI machine. The MRI machine for our district is actually privately owned at St. Thomas Radiology, so we do transport patients occasionally when an MRI is needed to St. Thomas Radiology, which is in the parking lot directly behind the hospital. We have a good CT scan machine that's high-tech, very advanced in terms of the images that it takes, and so we're good in terms of that. We also have a new x-ray machine that we've purchased that is going to be installed. The room is being reconfigured right now. Some construction activities have to happen so that the machine can be installed properly. But we also would appreciate a new digital mammography machine, and so that, I think, is part of our capital list and is something that would be great to have the support of this body for.
Okay, so when you said a very good imager, I know Wang Louis, they had a new one, and I think it was 120 slices in 1 inch. So what's the quality of the one in Roy Lester Schneider Hospital?
30 seconds.
I believe it's 128 slice. Dr. Olawachi, can you help me out with that, please? The CT?
Yes, Delphine Olivaci, the Chief Nursing Officer, Schneider Regional, is 64 slice.
64. Thank you.
Thanks
for that
Okay, so
clarity.
she said a 64 slice.
Yes,
Because
thank you.
remember, a 64 and 128 is 2 times as efficient. So I think we should try to upgrade to the latest state of the art, because that's what people are going to get when they go, elsewhere. So real quickly now.
Senator, we are going to have a new CT machine in CKCI when we open CKCI, and Mr. Darrell Smalls has the specs on that machine, and that is going to be state-of-the-art CTA, actually, which can do some additional work. Mr. Smalls, can you weigh in on the equipment purchase for
Well,
CKCI?
wait. You can answer that on the chair's time if the chair will allow. I have some other questions. Okay, so we went to St. John. You, myself, Darrell Smalls was there, and we had an update, beautiful update on the
Time.
on the Myra Keaton facility, but it came up with kidney dialysis on St. John. You know, kidney dialysis is, I think it's 2 times a week, 4 hours in the chair, and then you got to come back in 4 days. The people them on St. John or residents in St. John have to take a boat, come down, do the dialysis where all the blood is filtered out clean and put back in. Then they got to take a boat, come back up to St. John in a weakened body state. And then they got, in 4 days, come back down again and do that for the rest of their lives. Is there any way that we can have a kidneys dialysis chair on St. John?
Yes, Senator Fonseca, and thanks for the question. And we do know that it's very hard for those patients. It is a lot of travel time, and it's a lot of time in the chair when they come. Most of the patients actually have to come 3 times a week. Most are on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule or a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule. And we do recognize the hardship. When we redesign Myra Keating Smith, we will put in some hemodialysis capacity there. I think still more work needs to be done to see whether we're going to be able to do in-person hemodialysis in a chair on St. John. It is something that we are exploring and that we want to provide because we understand the hardship. But there are other modalities that we're putting into place that might come online even faster than the rebuilding of Myra Keating. We're looking at doing peritoneal dialysis and at-home dialysis, which may be an option for some of those patients in St. John. We have a new nephrologist as part of our team that's working with our current nephrology team to try to build out that program. So hopefully very soon we will have some good options for patients who can get dialysis care in their own homes.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my time, but I need to follow up on that answer, if I may, real briefly.
You may follow up, Senator.
Thank you. Yes. So, Director Comissiong, you said in the redesign or the new design, right now, Myra Keaton is in design. Why can't we put that dialysis chair now? What's holding up to do it now? Put the dialysis chair in St. John now.
Yes, Senator Fonseca. I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, but the plan is that we are going to put it in the design of the new center. So I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your extreme leniency.
Thank you very much. You wanted
Mr.
to add
Chair, can
something?
I have Mr. Smalls answer about the quality of the equipment for the new CKCI?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Director Smalls?
Yes, good afternoon. The CT simulator that's going to be in the CKCI is 128 slice.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Vieira, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. CEO Comissiong, you've said a lot of numbers. What's your total X? Because you said, I think you said 39 million, and then you said 4 point something for CKC,
Yes,
and then you said 3 point something, you approaching 50 million.
Healthcare is very expensive, and we have a lot that we owe. So the uncompensated care amount is the 36.2, plus the Medicaid match. And then we're asking for the line item for CKCI of 4.8. Facilities maintenance needs a line item of 1.5. The IT investment that we want to make is $3 million for our hospital for the new EMR, and then $3 million for additional strengthening, and then any contribution towards the old AP.
So that's
It's close to, it is close to 50.
yeah, that's sizable.
It's
Quite a bit.
sizable.
Okay, and this year you had 32.5, and then we made an additional 10, so you're going to have 42 million this year once you get a 3.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In reference to, I'm hearing your numbers, and I'm looking at how much you collected before your revenue, and your numbers are substantially down this year, I guess as a result of the cyber attack. Substantially down. To
That's
me,
correct.
it sounds like $25 million down from what you collected before, because I'm seeing in 2024, your actuals and patient revenue was $78 million.
We were consistently hitting 6 million, 5.5 to 6 million per month before the cyber attacks, and then it went to 0 for a couple of months. And so even with the build back, just
and now
not catching up.
You're at 36 million this year, I think your CFO said?
Planned collections by the end of this year. That's correct, Senator Vila.
With 2 more months, what do you expect to collect? Like 50, 55? What do you come? And that would be a lot, because that's 10 million more. So if you do even 4 and 4, 8, what you plan to collect? Like 44 million this year?
I think it's possible that we'd have 2 $4 million months. That seems fair to me.
Okay, so that's going to be like $30 million less than what we collected in 2024, which means that you have to be severely cash-strapped.
Very cash-strapped. It's a week-to-week juggling of very important vendors and suppliers, and you know, the team is working hard to make miracles happen right now. I appreciate them.
That's probably going to be the same exact thing we hear from Wang Louis because of the cyber attack on St. Croix also. Now, in terms of how you're able to recapture what you were not able to collect when the system was down, are you going to, do you think you're going to see an increase because you're charging, you're collecting a regular 6, but now you're recapturing $1 or $2 million that you were not able to bill for?
Some, Senator Vila, but not dollar for dollar. We know we will lose some money. There's some timely filing issues that you run into. And then when you're in downtime, you're just not capturing every charge. Even though you go downtime paper procedures, you're not capturing everything. We know when we go back to enter the downtime forms, you're dropping off a little bit more. You just don't have all of the supporting records to be able to fight the insurance companies when they deny claims during that period. So it is a drop off in terms of total revenue to be collected. We will catch up and we will go back and try to bill for everything that we can, and we are doing that. Now that we have the revenue cycle company coming to help us, it's one of the things they're being assigned to do. Go and follow up on these open claims, but it's not going to be dollar for dollar.
And the revenue company can only capture what was reported.
That's correct.
So that's an issue. If it's not reported, then
I think we did a fair job with the recording. I have to give the staff credit for that. They really have downtime procedures seamless at this point.
Okay. I'm hoping that we're able to recapture some of those funds. Is there a time period in which we must submit Medicaid or Medicare? How much months do we have?
Typically, and I'm going to have Ms. Engel fact check me if I'm incorrect, but typically it's a year for the Medicare claims and then shorter for other payers, 6 months, I think, for most of the commercial payers. We have gotten some of them to agree with us to extend that period, so we notified them of the downtime and we got some extensions there.
And your attack was last year?
We had 2 attacks in calendar year 24 that affected both fiscal years.
Okay, which month? What was the month? And I'm only asking that because I'm thinking of the year and when the year is going to expire in terms of us being able to recapture some of those outstanding bills.
Yes, I'm going to have Mr. Keith Abraham, our Director of IT.
Before I go to that,
okay.
Give
you the specific
I got enough
dates.
information there.
Okay.
Gun violence. Well, I know you speak about the borders on a regular basis. The borders cost X amount of money. How much does gun violence cost a hospital per year in terms of having to send patients away and ER and surgery and ICU? Well, what's the cost of gun violence to this territory?
It's significant, Senator Vila. It really is significant. We spend a lot of money in You know, a lot of times the gunshots happen after hours, so you have to activate the OR team, bring the surgeon in, bring the nurse in, bring anesthesia in. You know, the ER team is working. You're using blood products. Blood products are very expensive. Sorry?
Is the cost in the millions?
I don't think it's in the millions, but it probably is very close. If you annualize it and you add $30,000 per flight, anytime you have to send somebody off island for additional care, it does get very, very expensive. And it's more frequent than any of us would like to see.
How much are you able, in charges, are you able to recapture from those type of situations where violence was committed, in terms of those individuals paying or making payment to the hospital or having Medicaid or insurance? Is it minimal or is it substantial?
Minimal.
It's minimal, right?
Frequently, those patients are uninsured, don't have the ability to pay. We do follow the bills, but it tends to fall into uncompensated care.
Okay. And I wanted to put that on the record because all of this gun violence in the Virgin Islands is destroying the hospitals. That's one of the reasons why we're literally struggling. Now, even for those that don't have any type of insurance or Medicaid or Medicare, you do send them a bill.
Yes, and we have to get better on our self-pay billing. We used to have a company that helped us do that, and we are re-engaging a entity to help us with the self-pay send-outs, sending out the bills, and we're doing better with the point-of-service collections, trying to collect what we can up front and or put the patient on a payment plan at the time of getting the service or requesting an elective. Even if we would secure a credit card and then charge a small amount monthly, we want to serve the community, but we also have to get some type of reimbursement for the care that we're giving.
Does your registration, do you have any initial payment at registration?
Yes, so our patient access representatives and financial counselors do have those conversations and do collect the patient responsibility before an elective outpatient service is rendered or scheduled. But for things that come in as emergencies through the emergency room, et cetera, we are required to give them a screening, evaluate them, and provide treatment if that's required. And those patients, you cannot deny them if you don't get paid.
But I know any part of the world that you go for medical care, no matter what, you do receive a bill, and there are individuals that on a regular basis try to collect as much as possible. I'm not saying that nothing is for free. You know, so there must be a service. You're utilizing a lot of supplies, and we just got to do a better job of trying to make sure that those individuals are billed and that they begin to make some partial payment. In reference to your doctors, and I'll finish here, the compensation plan for the doctors, what percentage are charging for these services versus the hospital being able to bill for the service?
The majority of our physicians that are engaged still do their own billing. There are a handful of specialties that we fully employ, and we do the billing on their behalf. So for example, our internal medicine hospitalist docs, they are fully employed, and we bill for them. The emergency docs, the same thing, and the cardiologist. But aside from that, most of our other physician providers, we pay them a small amount, like a stipend, to cover their call coverage. And we bill the facility portion of the care that the patient gets, and they bill their professional fees for the services that they provide to the patient.
And I know that we're one of the only jurisdictions that utilize that model. How effective do you think it is?
I think the model works well, really well in some instances, because the provider is also motivated to work, because that is how they make a portion of their salary is, the care that they give and how many patients they see, et cetera. So it tends to work well, and a lot of our physicians are business people too, and they like having their own practice. They like running their own practice. They see patients in their private office, they bill for them. They see those same patients in the hospital, they do the billing for them. I think it does work well. But if we want to put in clinics, for example, as a hospital, we want to do additional things, then it works a little better for us in some instances to fully hire the doc. We can assign them to work in the clinic, assign them to take call, and then do all the billing for the patients that they see on their behalf. And we haven't always been experts at the professional billing because we haven't traditionally done it. But now that we are starting to fully employ the docs and looking at doing that more, I think really having that revenue cycle company engage with us, that they do this all over the nation, I think it's going to help us actually collect to cover the salary and to cover the services.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. My colleague spoke about the gun violence, but the reality is that we have a lot of violence outside of gun violence. you have stabbing, you have domestic violence that's also associated with it. While well, a little hesitant to say million for gunshot victims, but we have so many other violence that also end up at the hospital that requires care. Outside of that, what concerns me as well as MVAs, motor vehicle accidents.
Yeah.
There's tremendous amount of motor vehicle accident, again, that probably add to this uncompensated care. I wanted to ask you, at what point, I know the conversation about uncompensated care has been around for quite some time. When are you guys going to be able to quantify what that looks like, what that costs, what that true cost is? I mean, I think we may need to have that discussion with even the University of the Virgin Islands, UVI, in really determining and paint that true reality and that picture that shows the cost of uncompensated care here in this territory. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's a great suggestion. We do the analysis on our end, but I think it would be great to have an external group, a third-party group, the university. I think it would be great to look at it and tell us how we can get better outcomes, how we should spend the money in a different way to cover more lives and support the hospitals and have great care. I think we should look at it. We
even
need
more
insurance.
importantly is to be able to make your case where you continue to come to the legislature and you ask, I total a little bit over, it was almost like $53 million when you come to that. But the reality is that everything ends up at the hospital. You can't refuse any patient. And in fact, you have to provide service. They have to be airlifted in instances. But how do we quantify that and show it back to elected officials, show it back to the central government in terms of what that uncompensated care look like? I think it's important for us to do it collectively. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To that point, I wanted to ask a question in reference to CEO Comissiong. Is there a cost of billing and a cost of collection that you've identified what it costs the hospital to bill and collect?
Yes, yes, we have looked at the cost of doing it, and we looked at the cost of doing it. Should we add additional staff members when we were considering outsourcing some of that work? The numbers were much better for us to get the professional expertise that we need to be able to get more collections in the door. It was worth it for us to give the percentage of collections versus hiring more permanent staff that then we have to train, that then we have retention issues and turnover issues, and then you're left without enough hands to work claims. And so we found this to be clearly the better route financially.
So in your testimony, you spoke about a revenue enhancement engagement with this new company, and now it's a national company. So, but there's a cost to that. It's going to be exceptionally high. I know this because they don't do these things cheaply. But I'm glad you did the analysis, and that's why I'm asking that question, because it's important that we get this down pat and do it right.
Yes, Senator Frederick. It's a percentage of claims that they work. Percentage of collections is they get paid, and because it's a contract, I wouldn't say the amount on the record, but it is reasonable according to national standards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Potter, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to CEO Comissiong as well as executive leadership team. CEO Comissiong, how long have you been the CEO at the Roy Schneider Hospital?
Good afternoon, Senator Potter. I've been the CEO for approximately 3.5 years. I've been on the executive team for a little over 10 years.
What do you like most about your job as CEO? And what have you found to be the most challenging?
So I love the work we do, like our mission, and that the team is really committed to the mission. Our staff really care about the patients that we take care of and really care about doing a good job and serving our community. So it's really a blessing, and that's what I love about it. What's tough about it is not having all of the funds that we need to do all the great work that we know we can do.
Thank you for your response. Okay, now the $31.75 million government allotment falls $8 million short of your calculated need. What specific services will be cut or delayed if this gap isn't filled? And how will patient care ultimately be affected by this?
Yes, Senator Potter, great question. Patient care definitely will be affected if we don't get adequate funding. And it's we will keep our emergency room doors open, but it will slow things down. It will slow the care that happens in the emergency room. We'll have less staffing. The supplies that we need to take care of patients won't always be on hand to be able to run tests that we need to run in the lab, to be able to make decisions about patients. Things on the floor, I'm sure will slow down too in terms of not being able to pay for the temporary traveling physicians or traveling support that you need because you can't keep up with the staffing vendors. There will be real impacts on the care that we can deliver and the amount of services that we can provide if the funding is not adequate.
Thank you for that. Now, you received $6.5 million, according to your testimony, of a $10 million appropriation, but you haven't received the remaining $3.5 million. I don't know if you had an opportunity to answer this question, but what is preventing the release of these funds, and which critical vendors are currently going unpaid as a result?
Sure. So the Act spoke to $10 million, 6.5 coming out of the Southern Trust settlement, the Epstein funds, and the other 3.5 being a line of credit that has to be drawn down by, I believe it's OMB and the central government on our behalf. My understanding is that that drawdown has not happened yet. So we are waiting for the release of the 3.5, and it would go a long way to paying, to your question, some supply vendors that we would love to get current with, and some staffing vendors that are providing some critically needed allied health staff and some physician support.
Are they giving you any timeline as to expectation for the monies to be released?
No, Senator Potter, I don't have a date that I could share with you. Okay. I have followed up with them about the request, but I don't have a date for the drawdown that's been provided to me yet.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the two cyber attacks were very costly. You mentioned $14.8 million in revenue losses. Now, what specific cybersecurity investments have been made since then? And how do you ensure that this won't happen again?
Sure, I'm happy to pass this question to our Director of IT, Mr. Keith Abraham, who's really been working tirelessly with his team on a lot of these improvements. So turn it over to you, Keith.
Good afternoon. I'm Keith Abraham, Director of IT. Some cyber initiatives that we put in place, we have been in collaboration with BIT, CISA, BING, and OHIT. We now have 24/7 stock monitoring on our system for our endpoints, our firewalls, and including any switches or devices that we have throughout the building. Those are just a couple. Because of this open forum, I'm not too comfortable going into specifics because we might have people watching that may try to attack again.
Okay. Do people get arrested for these crimes? I mean, what's the... you just never hear that there is an investigation or people are apprehended. Is it just one of those crimes that people just are never arrested for, so as a result they're incentivized to keep doing it again and again?
So it depends on the situation. Sorry, Keith Abraham, Director of IT. Sometimes as an investigation might go on for a couple of months, and depending on if they could track it back to where the attack came from, then they could go and arrest whoever did the attack. In our case, we haven't heard back yet exactly what happened.
We did turn our devices over to the FBI, and they scanned everything, and they were pursuing that investigation, but we have not been notified. We do hope that they will catch them.
I hope so too.
1 minute.
Regarding CKCI, and I think everybody in the community is excited about the possibilities of that facility opening back up before the end of this year. I wanted to ask Executive Director Smalls, if unforeseen delays occur in shipping the linear accelerator or the CT simulator, what contingency plans are in place to prevent pushing back the November 2025 anticipated completion date?
Good afternoon, Senator. That question will keeps me up at night. We are on a very, very tight schedule. We are meeting with the shipping agencies. We meet with the vendor. Like I mentioned in my testimony, they're here every month, making sure that we remain on track. If we were to run into a situation where we miss this window, it will have potential significant delays, as these vendors are installing these systems all around the world. So we are right now in queue from a shipping, from the installers to the riggers, everyone. So everything has to align, and thus far, everything is on target to meet that schedule.
Okay, thank you for that. I know with regards to the Cancer Center, I know CEO Comissiong, you mentioned that you're in the process of hiring these key positions to staff up the Cancer Center. It's one thing for the building to physically be up and running, but it's even more critical for us to have the proper staffing for the facility. Now, and I noticed you said that there were some folks who are in the hopper to be hired. I didn't hear you mention a medical director or a cancer center administrator. Shouldn't those be key initial positions or key initial hires, given their expertise in doing the selection and standing up of a cancer center?
Time.
Yes, Senator Potter. I think we have realized that we would benefit from administrative support with the restart of CKCI. Actually, Dr. Rosenberg and I have met and interviewed an administrator who could help us, who has done the startup of many of these institutes around the country and has worked actually with the radiation oncologists that we are also in talks with. And so we are hopeful that we will be able to engage them to assist us with the administrative portions of the startup of CKCI.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of question. The chair will now recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone, Virgin Islands. I don't really have many questions because they were already asked. So I have just a couple. I was trying to understand your paragraph on resolving all AP, because you start by saying that you need government assistance with the outstanding amount of $44.6 million as of June 5th. But then you go on to say that you paid 7.3 to GRS and the remaining balance to GRS is 12.9, and then you also have an outstanding remainder of 2.4 million in taxes to IRB. But that doesn't add up to the 44.6 that you started out with.
Yes, Senator James. Thanks for the question. So there's
I'm trying to understand that. Yeah.
The AP includes a number of other obligations. Mm-hmm. So other like staffing vendors that we owe, other supply vendors that we owe, and there's some other GVI obligations. There's some refunds. We just highlighted specifically the GRS. We know that's super important, and the government entities trying to get back on track with IRB.
Okay. And
that's two big ones.
Along that line, then I wanted to find out, because what you pointed out, which is when you have the retirees and other individuals separating, that it poses a problem for them, because I had gotten a call, not for your hospital, but for JFL, from a retiree who had not gotten paid. Are you up to date? I'm a little concerned with that after I found out that that's an issue, and this was a physician.
Yes, Senator James. It was an issue for us for a period of time where we know that there were people that had separated, that we owed our portion, their portion of GRS. And it was a matter of working with GRS to remit to them the amounts that are owed just for the employees that are retiring and or separating, so they can start to get their annuities. And CEO Dawson was very gracious in working with us to do that. We have made that payment. They've cashed a check. So right now what they're doing is applying those payments specifically to those employees, and they have to go back and do it pay period by pay period. It's a file that they're working with to import all that information. But we have paid GRS everything that we owe for the folks that have retired or separated, so they can get their money back and or start to collect their annuity.
Do you know how long it usually takes for that process? Because I've been hearing, more than a year sometimes.
Yes. So right now, I think our IT and their IT, the technical folks, are working on applying the payments, and then usually it's within 1 month they start to go on to the next, onto the annuity rolls. And what we're going to do now that we have this process with GRS is as people do separate, our goal is to send their specific amount more timely. So it's not a year before they can start to get there. Because that is hard after you retire to have to wait that long.
Yeah, that creates a financial hardship. So I'm glad to hear that. I wanted to ask Mr. Smalls, I wanted to ask you, the Executive Director Smalls, I have been hearing the project bundling word, the term, over and over again, and it seemed as if initially when we first heard it, it was to help resolve the issues that you talked about, and more specifically the limited workforce and the housing issues. So it seems to me now at this point in time, those can't be resolved by project bundling. Am I correct? Because even the global supply markets that you talk about, I can understand that more. But are those workforce issues and housing issues ever going to be resolved by us through project bundling?
Good afternoon, Senator. I don't want to tie the two directly together. Yes, housing continues to be a challenge. Workforce continues to be a challenge.
1 minute.
What I see happening across the entire United States, and we're seeing it every day. There are a number of hospital projects underway across the entire United States. So getting contractors to pull away from what projects they're working on currently on the mainland is going to continue to be a challenge. While we have met with several of these vendors and they are poised, they're interested in coming to the territory, we do recognize that it's going to be a challenge. There's a serious demand on the mainland for a lot of hospitals that are currently under construction across the contiguous United States.
So
30 seconds.
A contractor really, in terms of project bundling, has to have all those pieces in place in order to bid. So it seems as if they are connected, and even with project bundling, with what you just said, that may not have been the salvo that we thought it would be. That's basically what I'm saying. It just seems that it's out of our control.
It is beyond our control in the market conditions. Like you said, on the mainland, you have a lot of these companies that they have offices in multiple states. They have workforces across the states. And now you're asking them to relocate some of those resources here to the territory while a lot of that activity is going on the mainland. It's going to be a Herculean task, and we're going to continue to push forward with it.
Yeah, I just have, Mr. Chair, one more question. You, CEO Comissiong, what are some of the allied health professionals that you're talking about hiring for critical positions? I'm interested in what areas specifically.
Yes, Senator James, we are hiring for lab techs in our lab. We also have respiratory therapy where we're onboarding our last person now to make a full complement for respiratory. We're hiring within rehab.
Okay.
So there are a number of other pharmacists. We are pretty well staffed in terms of pharmacists, but there are a number of positions that fall under the allied health.
Just one more message here. In terms of the medical services, where I'm trying to use the correct terminology, but what I really want to find out is what areas or services, medical services you provide that are your biggest revenue generators, and how do you go about marketing those?
Great question, Senator James. So it's mostly our surgical service lines where we generate a lot of our profit. The introduction of GI was great in terms of adding to our volume of surgical cases. What we have to do is continue to work with the community to let them know that these services are available at the hospital, because sometimes they don't know and they just continue to go off island because that's what they're used to doing and they don't know we offer it. So we have to continue to do more marketing around all the great work that we do and keep encouraging folks, especially those with insurance, to choose us and to come to us for their care.
Does it take with respect to the self-pay, what percentage of those people actually pay or are current on their bills? Payment.
I'll have Ms. Engel help me out, but of the 15, we have 15% of our payer mix is self-pay, and probably of our total collections, we might have 2% self-pay. You know, so we do not collect from the majority of our self-pay patients. We don't collect substantial amounts from our self-pay patients.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. CEO, Comissiong.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you're recognized. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to the staff of the Roy Lester Schneider Regional Hospital, and also to you, CEO Comissiong. I really want to tell you that I was really impressed that one thing you outlined, because I know that's been a major issue with providing services here after a person has visited the emergency room and finding a primary doctor to continue to receive the care. And I'm so happy that you are partnering with St. Thomas East End Medical Center to do that. I really want to really congratulate you. I mean, I wish all of our healthcare providers would be really collaboratively working together to service all the people of the Virgin Islands, as well as the individuals and people within the Caribbean region. I also wanted to touch also on the costs for the mammography. I know you mentioned that. You didn't specifically state how much it's going to cost for that type of equipment. Do you have a number? Because it is something that was highlighted in our discussions with GESC, that a lot of our persons, and these are people who are actually insured in the Virgin Islands, have insurance, our Cigna government clients, patients, they have to have a long wait to really get to see or get the test done. So do you have a number of how much that would cost?
Yes, Senator, thank you for asking. In our capital list, which we included as an attachment, we have identified a mammography machine at $600,000, and that would definitely help us do more proactive screenings and try to catch cancer earlier.
Very good, because I think that's a vital part. And then, of course, you will be getting billed, especially knowing that a lot of the clients, especially for Cigna, our government insurance company is saying that there's a high volume, an increase in volume. Now, I wanted to move to your accounts, your aging bad debt. How much is that? What is the total amount?
Our AP currently stands at $44 million, and I will have Ms. Engel give a breakdown, please, of the major categories that make up the AP.
Okay, so your major categories that make up your accounts payable is your agency staffing, your locum tenens, professional fees, your physician fees, your medical supplies and your non-medical supplies, utility expense, maintenance expense, and other minor expenses like food or transportation and so forth.
Okay, could you give me the breakdown based on those line items? How much is your agency staffing? How much is that? And if we could get a time period that covers as well.
Hold on a second.
While Ms. Engel looks for that, I can go on to another question. Have you seen the post-audit? You're ready, Ms. Engel?
Yes.
Okay,
ready.
Go ahead.
I may not have the exact timeline, But the breakdown for dietary services, we have 132,000.
Dietary services is
132,000.
100. Speak clearly into the mic.
132,000 for your dietary services.
Great.
Freight services, 48,000.
Freight services, 48,000.
Mm-hmm. Government payments to GRS, 12.1 million.
12.1 million.
1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Health premiums, 8.9 million.
Health, 8.9 million. Mm-hmm.
IRB, 2.4 million.
2.4 million.
Refunds, patient refunds or insurance refunds, 2.7 million. Construction, 43,000.
Okay, and this construction of what? The Charlotte 43, or just overall construction and building maintenance?
Yes.
43,000?
Yes, that's what's pending.
Okay.
Maintenance, 712,000.
700.
Medical supplies.
30 seconds.
1.5 million.
1.5.
Orthopedic.
Medical supplies is 1.5 million.
Medical supplies is 1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Orthopedic services, 121,000. Other minor supplies, 319,000. Oxygen and gas, 215,000. Pending for physician fees is 57,000. Professional services is $3.3 million.
Okay.
Pending for staffing agencies is $3.4 million.
So those are some big numbers.
Time.
You could stop there. So your other services and your professional services, Ms. Angle, those are services that you can earn money from or help with your type of services that you offer that patients may need, those specialty services? CEO, Ms. Angle, or CEO Comissiong, I'm sorry. Hello?
Hi, Senator. I'm sorry. Can you restate the question to me?
Yes. Okay, I asked if the other services as well as the other care services are those services that you can receive, you can bill to Medicaid, Medicare, or insurances? No?
The other services and charges category, Senator Joseph, refers to when we send out things to the reference labs, when we get agency staffing in, like locum tenens that help us take care of our patients, if we need temporary coverage from midwives. So yes, they help us to then provide the services to the patients that then we then bill for.
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, I have one final question, and that's regarding page 14 of the post-audit reports. I can't leave without asking questions regarding grants. And I note here you have a telemedicine hardware and software grant that began in the grant period was from September 9th, 2014, and it expires on September 30th, 2025, and you haven't expended any of this money. Why is that, CEO Comissiong?
Yes, Senator Joseph. I think there may be an error in the grant period that's being reported there. If this is the grant that I'm aware of, it definitely has not been open that long. It may be a typo and it should have said 24. We're very excited for this grant funding because we're going to be able to connect our two facilities, connect Myra Keating and the providers and the work that's happening there with the Lawaetz Schneider team and the emergency staff that are there. And sometimes you have specialty consultants. They would be able to use these devices and this hardware to consult on a patient from the other location. So when we talked about earlier the hardships of patients having to come from St. John for care, this will eliminate some of that travel. And it also will allow us to connect our patients in the Royal Leicester Schneider Hospital facility to specialists that are in the States when we need that type of specialty consultation for very rare things that we don't have here. So really excited about what we can do with telemedicine, and this is some money towards that effort.
Okay. So my question is, you haven't expended any of it, and it's going to be expiring next month.
So
where are you with this?
Sorry, Senator. We have expended some of the funds under this grant. We have the final official quotes, et cetera. These are reimbursable grants too, so it's a little bit of identifying the funds. We will spend this money, and actually we have the very generous support of our foundation, which is going to help us to make some of these purchases and be reimbursed through the grant because we recognize how important this is for patient care. So we will be spending, we will be placing the order and purchasing the telemedicine equipment to spend down this money.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe my time has been called, and I really want to know that I am definitely a big supporter of the Schneider Regional Medical Facility, and we are here to support because this is our only hospital in St. Thomas, and we serve St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. So definitely we have to throw our support behind of our only public hospital. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Just real quickly as we go to wrap up, what's your current patient census at the hospital now?
As of today, we had 60 inpatients in inpatient beds, and then we had, robust emergency care and visits at Myra Keating as well.
Okay, so that's 60?
Our average daily census, that's about average for us. We tend to have about 60 to 65 patients in-house on any given day.
Well, how much boarders do you have currently?
12 plus 1 boarder in the emergency department.
12 plus. So we're back up again?
It's a significant portion, yeah, of our inpatients.
So we went down to 6 at some point, now we're back up though?
Not at Schneider. I think JFL did have some success in placing some patients, I believe at Herbert Grigg.
Yeah.
On St. Thomas, the facility there is being closed and the patients were being relocated and there were a limited number of rooms, so no additional beds have been made available in a long time for patients from St. Thomas. And I've asked the Department of Human Services to consider, as you're doing admissions for Herbert Grigg, to take some of the patients from the St. Thomas district as well until our facility is fully renovated.
Okay. Who's tracking your KPIs?
We have them being tracked by different areas. So our operations department has some key performance indicators that they track in terms of productivity, volumes, et cetera. The finance team and the revenue cycle team has a whole set of KPIs that they maintain. We're actually updating that dashboard right now, getting some advice from the consulting group or the group that's helping us with the collections. So we are trying to measure and hold ourselves to what we should be doing and what the national standards are, and identifying where we have opportunities for improvement.
How often do you visit your KPIs and then evaluate and make your decision based on those KPIs?
We have a revenue cycle that meets every week, and we review the KPIs in that meeting, and we review the operational KPIs weekly at our senior leadership meeting, and then at the district board, which happens once a month, and in the board finance committee, sometimes those numbers come up as well.
So is that measuring stick for you?
Yes.
Very well. And can I ask you to, you had several asks today and the honest reality is I'm not going to allow you to leave here without knowing that we don't have a wash pan of money sitting. I need for you to prioritize the list and rank them in some level of priorities that you like to see happen. We can't just fund everything that you have asked for. We certainly look at those areas that's critical to support you in moving some of those things. But we need for you to rank and determine what's priority, for your needs at this point. Mr. Smalls, in respect to the CKC opening that's slated for the first quarter, I think I see, for 2026. Are we on target? What are the challenges? Is there something that we could look forward to? Is there something that contingency that we need to have in place? Can you just update us and what does that first quarter 2026 look like for you?
Good afternoon, Senator. The construction will be completed by November of 2025. Following the completion of the construction, there's the commissioning, there's the training, getting everything ready for the first patient to be delivered. So right now, all of our targets in terms of the construction purposes, we are on target for the November 2025.
Okay, very well.
2026 was with respect to being able to start treating patients after the staff has been trained and
You have to add some nurses.
So your 80% is inclusive of just the construction or the overall opening date?
What I'm tracking is the construction.
Okay. And you say you're at 80% at this point?
That's correct, Senator.
All right. I want to thank you. I'll give you a 30 second again. I want to thank you for all the work. Thank you, rank and file. I know that these are some difficult times, and certainly I wanted to commend their efforts to continue to stay focused on the task and where we can certainly do better. How are we doing on supplies as it stands right now? Are we adequate in that area?
Senator Francis, we have most of what we need, but we always have a need weekly to continue to pay for and bring in supplies. So we try to make sure that our par levels are appropriate because we know sometimes there are logistical challenges and shipping delays, but generally we have the supplies that we need.
Okay. All right. And then my post-audit division will be reaching out to you just to be able to get some more specific numbers as we go into markup, so that we could be very decisive in our actions. So they'll reach out to you with those specific numbers. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up at this point.
Sir. Thank you so much, Committee Chair Senator Francis, for the opportunity to present the budget for Schneider Regional Medical Center today. It was great to talk with you and your colleagues about all of the great work that's happening at Schneider Regional, both on St. Thomas and on St. John. We're very excited about the reopening of CKCI, and we thank the THRT team for all that they're doing. I want to thank all of the hardworking employees of Schneider Regional, our executive leadership team, all of the support staff, the folks that helped with drafting today's testimony and pulling numbers for it. It really takes a team of committed individuals to run a hospital, and we're blessed to have that in the Virgin Islands. So thank you. I look forward to continuing working with this body, the central government, and my colleagues at JFL to improve healthcare in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank the team. I thank my colleagues, those of you that remain in the paint with me today. I thank you. I appreciate it. And thank central staff, my staff, just everyone that has made today's committee hearing work. I appreciate the time and effort. And the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.